$1,000 pole position award. They fell short of that, and I think Cale's going to have his hands full starting in the third row on the inside with that Oldsmobile.
He doesn't seem to be up for this race. He's been down all week long. They're not particularly happy with the car, but in this business, you never know. We're talking about how deep in history and tradition this racetrack is. Joe Weatherly, the late Joe Weatherly, he loved the Speedway. He was the clown prince of racing in the late 50s and early 60s, and he won the 1961 National 500 here. Fred Lorenzen made history at this track. And as you look back at former winners here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, Speedy Thompson, Jim Pascal, Junior Johnson, Marvin Patch, Nelson Stacy, Leroy Yarborough, some of the former winners here, they all have a piece of their lives entwined in Charlotte Motor Speedway, as do us all from this great facility.
As you watch,
Robert isn't talking. It is known that the team's 1978 sponsor paid Johnson $300,000 for their paint job, so to speak. And driver Yarborough received another $60,000 for what one calls personal services. These services, no doubt including never holding a competitive brew in his hand, particularly when there might be cameras around, hamming it up before a Cardinals game at places like Busch Stadium in St. Louis with fellow drivers Bobby and Donnie Allison and Buddy Baker. The mobile billboard flashing past the grandstands right now is only one facet of the promotional program Busch has launched to capture the beer-thirsty South. And if Cale's car blows early today, all is not lost, as here at Charlotte, the huge water tower on the grounds is in the shape of a Busch can with, of course, the appropriate paint job. But paint jobs and drivers racing and making public appearances are only part of the overall promotion. There's the Busch Pole Award in NASCAR racing, backed up by Ned Jarrett's weekly radio programs. Racing jackets, hats, banners, and decals ever being distributed, and, of course, press releases. Press releases galore to newspapers, radio, and TV stations. Posters everywhere. And, of course, the ever-popular T-shirts make up additional visibility items. Roberts allows that Busch's participation has sent a wave of excitement through the company, and sales figures in the Southeast, where NASCAR racing is the most popular, are an encouraging upsurge. And because a lot of racing fans overlap, that is to say, pay attention, watch on TV, or buy tickets to other types of racing, Busch is sponsoring a radically designed Can-Am car for sports car road racing followers. Right here at Charlotte
It's going to be a major story. As the wind was blowing off that back chute, as Mike just told you a couple of moments ago, heading here in turns 3 and 4, the wind begins to swirl. And then up around the apex of turn number 3, the wind cuts right across the track and blows hard into turn number 4. So a factor is the wind will bring the cars a bit faster into turn number 3 than they might ordinarily go. And in turn number 4, where there's ordinarily a tendency for the cars to try and push out towards that outside retaining wall, you might see a bit more of a push here this afternoon. The racers say you've got to jerk the car through the turns, feather the gas, and then just stomp on it to compensate for the wind factor here this afternoon. Off the turn, they head their way down towards the dogleg and back to the start-finish line.
Well, right now, the drivers have climbed aboard their machines. Very shortly, they will be getting the command to fire engines. There's...
130,000 fans strong, and they come to life here. And let's go down to pit road and Ned Jarrett.
Well, they have fired those engine jackets. You can hear in the background the driver's ready, and you can hear Darrell Waltrip a moment ago with a little bit of a quiver in his voice as they get ready, even though he has entered many Grand National races in the last several years. He still gets those butterfly feelings in his stomach. Well, he put it that it feels more like birds than butterflies, but they're ready. A fantastic field here this afternoon. Should be a super race.
In Barney Hall, it's an old cliche, and cliches do not apply here today, but all the colors of the rainbow are represented on that starting field. The maroon and white gold numeral Purolator Mercury on the inside, the Petty blue STP red number 43 of Richard Petty on the outside of the first row, green and white, the colors for the Gatorade team with Darrell Waltrip, and then the Columbia blue white side paneled car of Benny Parsons, getting right down to the gold numeral dark blue Busch Beer sponsored car with Junior Johnson at the controls, back to maroon on the outside, the Hawaiian Tropic people. You name it, the colors are represented here, and these are some of the most outstanding cars that I have ever seen presented on pit road for any Winston Cup Grand National race.
Well, all the crews have really done their homework down in the technical department as we've talked about how strong the competition will be here this afternoon. The engines have come to life on pit road, and 41 of the best drivers in the world getting ready to do it for 600 miles here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Last year, there were 27 of the 40 starters still running at the end of the 600 miles. It also finished under caution. We'll talk about that as the race progresses, but there were 6 cars in the lead lap after 600 miles last year, and it should be the same today.
We can look forward to getting it down and dirty with 100 miles to go, and that will be the bell ringer. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
David Allison's got a fun-filled 79 for you with a name that means the most in motorhomes, Winnebago. With 10-year financing available, you can say goodbye to the same old weekend blues and hello world. This year, David Allison would like to help you see the places you've wanted to see. Visit with friends and relatives that live in the next state and help you make camping a family affair with Winnebago. Drop by and see what Dave has to offer. This can be your year for RV fun. David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard. It's a Memorial Day sale going on now at your nearby Retco Tire store. You'll find belted tire specials like the A7813 for as low as $83 plus FET and sales tax. These tires feature fiberglass cord belts and 2 polyester cord body plies for strength, stability, and a comfortable ride. And you get free mounting, static balancing, and free rotation every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread with every set of 4 tires you purchase. Retco Tire Stores, 3 convenient locations in Charlotte, also Maiden, Shelby, and Kannapolis.
The field still sitting on pit road. The engine's warming a bit. As we told you, the temperature is expected to remain in the 60s here this afternoon. It is ideal racing conditions. And if we can have a caution-free race, at least for a greater part of it, Jack, there should be, it should look like Talladega, really. There should be 8, 10, 12-car drafts here all afternoon.
Well, many of the drivers have pointed towards that fact, Barney, and the fact that they have posted so much Charger Award money, as is the case here at every race at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, nobody can afford to lay back because you can actually go out and lead a lot of this race field to finish and make as much here to lead races as you would to win some of the other Winston Cup Grand National events. So there's so many extra added incentives in the World 600 to make it an exciting non-stop 600-mile contest.
There is $15,000 in lap money being paid here today, and it will go to the leader of each 25-lap segment. I think there are 15 of those 25-lap segments, so $1,000 will go to the leader who leads the most laps in those, and we'll try to keep you posted throughout the afternoon. That's a pretty good incentive to run up front, along with the other awards that are up for grabs here today.
Let's give you a report from Turn 4 as to why these cars remain resting on pit road. Let's go to Eli Gold.
Well, Jackie, I guess it's part of the carnival atmosphere we've got here at Charlotte this afternoon, part of the pre-race festivities featuring a parachute jump. The man coming down from the heavens with the stars and stripes in tow, and he came down rather convincingly in the upper groove just in the middle of turns 3 and 4. And again, with the wind being what it is, the man stayed on the racing surface. The parachute flew pretty much over the outside retaining wall, but a little help from his friends right now. He's okay. The equipment is back in tow, and we should be set to roll as they are right now down pit road.
Charlotte offers something for everybody, and right now race fans are about to be dished up their main course, the World 600. Barney Hall, the field is beginning to pull out of pit road.
Well, the pace car takes them down into the number 1 corner. 41 cars ready to start the World 600 here this afternoon, and the race unfolds. This is always comes down to a last lap shootout among 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers. As we said a moment ago, last year there were 6 drivers riding in the lead lap, and even though the race finished under caution, everybody was hoping they could get it back to green. There was a crash with just a few laps to go. They couldn't do it, and so those 6 drivers today will be telling you who they were as the afternoon progresses.
One of the starters for this World 600 has encountered problems. The hood has gone up on the Portland, Oregon entered truck-bound machine. Number 68 is now being pushed by the crew behind the wall, and Ned Jarrett will keep us abreast as to what the problem is there. So this is a tough break. Bound, who had come here and blew 1 engine in practice, failed to qualify, and until 20 minutes before the final practice session, final qualifying session, was unable to secure an engine to put in his Kings Mountain Truck Plaza number 68. He finally found one, and now it looks as if it's gone awry for the efforts again.
He has had bad luck all season, and he wants so desperately to be one of the better drivers on the circuit. He's just having problems getting a good ride put together, and it seems like every time they do get the car and bring one to the track and qualify and make the field, they just have a streak of bad luck. They're now pushing that car through the opening out pit road and back into the garage area.
The car would not fire at all, Barney. We don't know. We're checking to see what the problem is. Chuck blew an engine earlier here this week to continue his bad luck that he's had. He's pushing the car in there, hoping to be able to repair whatever it is and get back in the action.
Well, the field goes up into the banking in the north end of the track as they move up in front of Eli Gold.
That's 24 degrees of banking here, Barney Hall. Of course, we're going to see some interesting riding. Darrell Waltrip, he likes to run way down low on the racetrack as he starts in that second row starting position. It's not uncommon, though, to see one of the front row inhabitants, Richard Petty, work way outside as he has been known to do. It's the veteran and the newcomer to some degree as Neil Bonnet and Richard Petty head the pack back towards the start-finish line.
Well, this 130,000 fans come to their feet, cheer the drivers as they come across the start-finish line. You can hear them in the background right now as they make one warm-up lap here at the Speedway. We're trying to get an indication, Jackie, it looks like it's a take one on the field, and they may get the green next time by.
Chuck Bowen has crawled out of his car. The crew members are working on it under the hood. They said it just simply wouldn't start. They don't know why. They're working on the carburetor and the ignition.
We have been given the signal, Barney Hall, that they will have a take one on the field next time by. We can expect the green flag to be displayed by marketing manager for Anheuser-Busch, Monty Roberts, who has been deemed the official starter for this World 600.
I also understand that maybe car number 57, Ron Hutcherson's car, will not start in the field today. So that would make it a 40-car starting field. We'll get Ned to update us on that a little bit later. Right now, the field is in the south end of the Speedway with Richard Petty and Neil Bonnet riding on the front row. Now, last year, Neil Bonnet finished 35th in this race. He ran only 157 laps, lost an engine, and was around at the finish just watching things go down the tube. But today, this young driver from Hueytown, Alabama, who picked up the dream ride of the 70s, so to speak, when he was named to drive the Wood Brothers Mercury. He put it on the pole for the 12th consecutive time here for that team, and he told me earlier today, if that car feels good and Leonard and Glenn tell him to go, he's going to run for that lap money.
Well, we heard him say yesterday, and we heard him say at the front of the race, at the front of the show here, that his main concern was how he could do in the car. He knows the Wood Brothers have given them the mount that he needs to get the job done, and now the question is, can he produce with the necessary pieces to make it to victory lane? And I think he will. I believe in psychological motivation, Barney Hall, and that team is pumped up for this World 600.
If they do not have any bad brakes, he will certainly be there all afternoon. Pace car with a field in tow climbs high in the banking in front of Eli Gold.
The pace car does not have the yellow lights ablaze, Barney Hall. It does remain on the racing surface now as it takes its way back. It makes the hard left turn, heads towards pit row, and we're seconds from a start.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes 40 of the nation's best Winston Cup drivers down to the line. They are about 300 yards from the start-finish line, going about 60 miles an hour. As the flagman, Chip Warren, standing by, here they come up through the gearbox, full throttle as they barrel off down into the number one corner, and the World 600 is underway at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Diving out front quickly, Neil Bonnet.
Bonnet has the lead while Darrell Waltrip has moved underneath Richard Petty, and Waltrip runs second at turn two. Petty is third, Cale Yarborough fourth. Donnie Allison works underneath Benny Parsons for the fifth spot. Bobby Allison in seventh, Buddy Baker eighth as they hit the backstretch.
Running ninth is Ricky Rudd. Running 10th is Bill Elliott. As they work their way up to turn three, first time through, it's going to be everybody taking somewhat of a lower groove, with the exception of Benny Parsons, who runs high. It'll be Bonnet in front, Waltrip second, Richard Petty third.
Bonnet will lead the first lap of the World 600. Here he comes across the start-finish line. Bonnet in front. Waltrip second. Petty is third. Cale is fourth. They're back in one.
A very smooth start with the field quickly going single file. Richard Petty takes to the high groove in turn one. He remains third behind Neil Bonnet and Darrell Waltrip. Bobby Allison and Benny Parsons shuffle for the sixth spot out of turn two.
Bobby Allison has the inside move on Benny Parsons. They are now side by side down the back straightaway, the battle for sixth place. Meanwhile, a tight five-car draft at the top of the pack. It's going to be Neil Bonnet now trying to make a look down low as Darrell Waltrip. They headed back for home.
Single file. They come out of turn four and back to the stripe with Bonnet in front, and coming up through the field, making his move now. The rookie driver from Kannapolis, North Carolina, Earnhardt, has moved to 11th position. They're back in one.
That five-car breakaway went double file behind Neil Bonnet. Richard Petty has the second spot. Waltrip is third, and locked in the battle for fourth are Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison.
Cale Yarborough takes the inside move, though Donnie Allison steps on the button and goes the outside way. He has spot number four in front of Cale, who's running fifth. As they work their way up the high banking, it's going to be Bobby Allison running sixth, Buddy Baker going seventh, Benny Parsons going eighth, Dale Earnhardt ninth, Ricky Rudd is 10th.
Coming down to complete the third lap of the World 600, Bonnet is the leader, Petty is second, Waltrip is third, Donnie Allison fourth, and Cale Yarborough is fifth. And then as they move back in the field, it looks like Earnhardt continues to gain ground, Mike Joy.
Dale Earnhardt has moved up now into the ninth position. Darrell Waltrip stole a look underneath Richard Petty, and out of turn two, Petty is going for the lead.
It's going to be Richard Petty trying to make a challenge here. He looks to draw alongside Neil Bonnet. Does he have the horses here? He backs off behind Neil Bonnet. Bonnet taking a groove higher than is Richard Petty. Bonnet now being drop kicked back. as Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip move by.
Petty has gone downstairs and appropriated the lead, pinching down low. Darrell Waltrip tries to do a similar move around the Purolator Mercury of Neil Bonnet to take second position.
The fans still on their feet as Waltrip is on the bottom of the racetrack. He sneaks by Bonnet, who slips back in the groove to avoid being passed by Donnie Allison. Out of turn 2, it's Petty, Waltrip, Bonnet, Donnie Allison, Cale Yarborough 5th, and Bobby Allison 6th.
Now Bobby Allison has a challenge for that 6th spot by Buddy Baker as the Spectra car tries to move alongside. Front of the pack now, Richard Petty going high. It's going to be Darrell Waltrip and a challenge to the lead going low. Neil Bonnet trying to swing right through as well. It's going to be 3 wide out of the turn.
Well, Darrell Waltrip has sorted out the butterflies, and he leads the World 600. Neil Bonnet battles back into second position. Petty drops back to third, and Allison is in fourth.
There are now 9 cars in the lead draft as Petty goes to the high side on Bonnet. Bonnet runs right down on the track apron trying to get second place back. No good. Waltrip and Petty begin to pull away. Bonnet slips back up into the groove in third spot.
Neil Bonnet now being challenged for third place by Hueytown native as well, Donnie Allison. Donnie has a spot, and Neil Bonnet being dropped back. Here comes Cale Yarborough trying to put Neil Bonnet, get another position by. Richard Petty exiting turn 4, going to the low side of Darrell Waltrip. Donnie Allison is third.
There are 9 cars in the lead draft. As they come across the stripe, it is a dead heat between Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip for the lead. They continue to run door to door back in 1.
They take that battle up into the 24-degree banking of turn 1. It is Petty. First at the second turn. He's on the low side of the racetrack. Here comes Donnie Allison trying to draft Petty and swing past Darrell Waltrip in the backstretch.
Donnie Allison takes the inside groove. He's side by side now with Darrell Waltrip. That tight bunch working their way up the 24-degree banks of number 3 corner. Richard Petty in front. Darrell Waltrip with a car length of an advantage now. Here comes Donnie Allison. Allison taking the low side. He has second place secure. Waltrip is running third.
This is what the fans came to see. We've seen it all season. It's early in the race, 600 miles to go, and they're racing like it's the last lap at Charlotte Motor Speedway with Richard Petty showing the way. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Get on target for making camping a family affair with a Pace Aero motorhome from David Allison Camping Center. David Allison is taking the strain off of your fun budget with 10-year financing on his RVs. That means you can relax and enjoy the mountains, the beaches, anywhere you want to take off and live a little. David Allison's Pace Aero has got everything to get you where you're going with luxury, performance, quality, and durability. See it today at David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard.
For sturdy pickup trucks, for great prices, for a selection of trucks like you'll find nowhere else, come to Dodge Country. Dodge Country, the Carolina's largest truck dealer, with over 10 times the selection of the average truck dealer. D100s, D150s, Warlocks, and 4x4s. Nowhere else will you find a selection of great Dodge trucks like this at such incredible prices. And everything Dodge Country sells is backed up by their professional service department. Dodge Country, a name that means quality, value, and great selection at 4800 East Independence Boulevard.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, Richard Petty is out front in the World 600. Riding in second position is Buddy Baker. Donnie Allison is third as they move to Mike Joy.
Baker moves into second in turn 2. Traffic will become a factor. Donnie Allison slips back up in the draft in third.
13 cars in the lead draft, including Dale Earnhardt, now running 5th. He's up from his 16th starting position. Richard Petty leads the way, moving in on some race traffic. He goes down low. Buddy Baker looking to swing by him on the high side, running second. Donnie Allison third. Waltrip fourth. Here comes Earnhardt in 5th.
As the lead draft comes into the start-finish line, they have already began to lap the tail end of the field as they move around Cecil Gordon and head back into turn 1.
Richard Petty leads them single file past the Ronnie Thomas John Kennedy car. Baker is locked right on his bumper. It's 2 car lengths back to Donnie Allison third. Dale Earnhardt has moved to fourth with Darrell Waltrip 5th and Cale Yarborough 6th.
Trouble in 1. One car has tagged the wall and is out of shape in front of Mike Joy.
That car looks to be Dick Brooks. Swings back up, tags the wall again in 2. Debris on the track. He slips back down to the track apron, and everybody gets through without further incident.
And here's the race back to the checkered flag. The yellow light is out. Richard Petty holds his hand up, and it will be Petty in front. Baker is taken second, and a toss-up for third between Earnhardt and Donnie Allison.
Dick Brooks apparently has crashed in turn number 1. We were looking down in the corner. The car looked like it got a little bit out of shape, tagged the wall, then came down in the groove and went right back up into it. Let's go for an update to Mike Joy.
Brooks tried to regain control of the wall, but he hit the Armco barrier. Quite a good shot midway between 1 and 2. The car continued to slide, and with the speed and momentum that it had built up, went back up, tagged the wall again. The hood flew from the car, as did the front bumper. And luckily, the car slid right down to the apron very quickly as he had about 8 cars breathing right down his neck. The NASCAR safety crews are on their way over to Dick Brooks' Bearfinder Oldsmobile back to the tower.
Brooks, the only car involved in the trouble down in turn number 1 as the caution comes early in the World 600 here this afternoon. It came out on lap number 10.
And Barney, most of the cars are staying out there excepting Bobby Allison. He's coming in the Hodgson Ford T-Bird for an early pit stop here. Apparently the car was not going as well as he wanted to. The Bud Moore crew go to work on it. They're going to make a slight chassis adjustment on that car, shift a little bit of weight around.
Barney, Dick Brooks has climbed out of the car, and he is all right. He's surveying the damage, but it doesn't look as if there's a chance he'll get back in the race this afternoon.
Well, a tough break for Dick Brooks. He went to this team this year, the Bearfinder Oldsmobile, after leaving the Junie Donlevy crew in the Truxmore car, and it has not been a good season for Dick Brooks.
Well, Dick Brooks did not feel it was going to be the best of years. He felt that it was going to be a building year, and that seems to have been the case, Barney, so far. But you can count Brooks to put that team together, and probably in 1980 he'll show a lot more potential than he's showing this year.
3 cars in the pits. Bobby Allison, one of the front runners, elects to make a pit stop. And car number 12, the Lenny Pond car, going back onto the track, and I believe Cecil Gordon, the other car that pitted. And Ned, this would be a good break for any driver who was having an early chassis problem or handling problem in this particular race.
Yes, it would be, Barney, because it gives them an opportunity to come in and make those chassis adjustments. And for the fans who might be joining us for the first time today, they have adjustments on the cars on all 4 wheels, whereas they can shift the weight from one wheel to another. If the back end is a little bit loose on the car when they go into the turns, they can shift weight back to that area of the car, and of course do the same thing to the front if it's pushing. We mentioned in the early part of the broadcast that one driver didn't get to start, and that was Chuck Bowen from Portland, Oregon. Have you found out, Chuck, what happened?
Well, I'm not sure, Ned. Something went wrong with the engine. We'd been having engine problems the last half of the week. At the first half of the week, we were running pretty good. We had a good, strong engine in the car, and it exploded on us trying to qualify Thursday, and we borrowed an engine to run the rest of the week on and qualify with Friday, and today to start the race, we just had some kind of a problem with it. They're in the garage working on it now.
That had to be some kind of a disappointment.
Yeah, it really was. I worked hard in the car a long time getting ready for this race, and I was really looking forward to the World 600, but I guess I'll try again next year.
Chuck, 600 miles out here. Will you stand by for relief?
I think I'll be available, yes, Ned.
Okay, the young driver from the West Coast didn't get to start.
We put it all in the Pontiac, get our best, get better, over and over in Pontiac, our best, get better.
Pontiac announces a great new way to economize with style. It's Pontiac's stylish little 79 Sunbird Coupe. Now with more standard features than ever before. AM radio, tinted glass, body side molding, white wall tires, and custom wheel covers. All new standards for $79. Plus bucket seats, 4-speed manual floor shifter, deluxe cushion steering wheel, and more. All for the lowest price tag of any Pontiac you can buy. Pontiac's spunky little Sunbird Coupe. More standard features. Pontiac's littlest price tag. Now that's fighting inflation Sunbird style.
We're getting better and we show it. Right up Pontiac and you know it. We put it all into Pontiac. Pontiac, okay. Get better.
Back at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, we're under the first caution flag of the day. 14 laps have been completed in the 400-lap event here this afternoon, known as the World 600. And Ned, just what we were talking about might have transpired on pit road as Neil Bonnet has pitted the Purelator car and a 4-tire change all the way around.
Yes, and they did do some adjusting on the chassis of the car. One of the young Wood brothers, the sons of Glenn Wood, was working on the right rear, so he was shifting some weight from the right rear to the left front of that car. And here Dick Brooks' Bearfinder Oldsmobile being brought in with the right front of that car bashed in, and it looks like that the damage might be a little bit heavy for him to be able to get back in the action today.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Many compact drivers, it's all waiting for you now in the exciting new Combi Camp fold-down travel trailer. David Allison Camping Center has the perfect way for your family to discover the countryside this summer. The Combi Camp tows easily behind the largest or smallest of cars because total weight is just 520 pounds. Tongue weight is only 45 pounds. But right now, David Allison has got the Combi Camp at the special introductory price of $1,595. See it at David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard.
Rely on Retco for tires and more. Rely on Retco, they're a better tire store.
There's a Memorial Day sale in progress now at your nearby Retco Tire store. Belted tire specials as low as 4 for $83 plus FET and sales tax on size A7813. You get free mounting and static balancing. And with the purchase of 4 tires, Retco will rotate them every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread. Retco Tire stores. Stop in now.
Getting ready to go back to green. 15 laps are in the record book here this afternoon of the World 600. The leader is Richard Petty, and riding second now is Buddy Baker. Donnie Allison is third. They're getting ready to come barreling out of 4. Let's go to Eli Gold.
It's going to be a single file restart here, Barney Hall. The pace car heads to pit road. It's Richard Petty in front of Buddy Baker, Earnhardt, and Donnie Allison.
Here they come to the line. Richard Petty will lead him across in the STP Chevrolet. Baker is second, third is Allison, and fourth right now is Earnhardt. Fifth is Waltrip, sixth is Benny Parsons. Single file, they attack turn 1.
A lot of shuffling back at 8th spot where Cale Yarborough leads Ricky Rudd and Dave Markin, who's come up through the gears quickly and runs against Ricky Rudd for the 9th position. Out of 2, it's Petty, Baker, and Donnie Allison.
Dale Earnhardt closing the gap again between himself and Donnie Allison. Buddy Baker now making a challenge for the lead. He goes downstairs on Richard Petty. Petty taking that higher groove through turns 3 and 4. It's Buddy Baker in front. Here comes Donnie Allison down low. He, too, is side by side with Petty in a battle for second.
Jackie Root, we didn't say much about Buddy Baker. He didn't like his qualifying run, but here he is. He leads the World 600 and takes him back into the number 1 corner with a 4-car length advantage over Richard Petty.
Battle for third as Dale Earnhardt goes around the outside of Donnie Allison and now slips to the low groove. Earnhardt, the rookie driver, challenges Richard Petty for second. Baker opens up a 4-car length lead out of 2.
Dale Earnhardt has now picked up 14 positions on the start here this afternoon. He tries to take the downside on Richard Petty. They go up the bank of number 3. Richard Petty steps on the button. Rear end kicks out just a bit. Earnhardt stays down low. Richard Petty on the high side. They're chasing down Buddy Baker, who has the lead.
While they duel door to door, Buddy Baker has opened up the biggest lead of the day here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. He is now 20 car lengths ahead of that battle for second spot, and it's a good one in front of Mike Joy.
Earnhardt and Petty have now run one complete lap side by side with nobody giving an inch. Out of turn 2, Earnhardt comes up and has the second spot. Donnie Allison looks downstairs for third.
Allison now tucks himself back inside behind Richard Petty. It's going to be Dale Earnhardt running second, Petty running third, Donnie Allison going fourth. It's going to be Waltrip running fifth, Yarborough sixth, Benny Parsons seventh, Dave Marcus eighth, Ricky Rudd ninth.
Here they come across the line, and Buddy Baker continues to haul away from the field. Earnhardt is second, but Richard Petty doesn't like the standings of the field, so Petty goes after the number 2 position again and won.
Petty goes upstairs, and Dale Earnhardt comes up to cover the spot. Donnie Allison takes advantage and moves underneath. He's alongside Petty for third spot. They're running out of turn 2, and they are side by side.
Donnie Allison staying right with it. Darrell Waltrip close in behind, trying to get the free ride. The battle for third place. Richard Petty takes the high side again. Donnie Allison glued down low. Petty going high on the racetrack up into the topmost groove of turn number 3 and 4. He comes out side by side with Waltrip in the battle for fourth.
Petty had to take the long way around, and it drops him back to 4th position. He may not be able to keep that.
34 and 6/10 seconds, the last circuit for Buddy Baker. He is flying, Barney Hall.
They're back in the south end of the track.
Buddy Baker with about a 1-second lead over Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt in second, 3 car lengths ahead of Donnie Allison. The fight is for fourth. It's Petty and Waltrip.
Again, Richard Petty close to the outside retaining wall. Darrell Waltrip down low. Richard Petty puts the nose of the automobile in front, but now Darrell Waltrip comes right back. He returns the honor, and he appropriates spot number 4 down low on the racetrack. It's Richard Petty close behind at 5th.
Well, whether it's a big surprise or not, Buddy Baker is continuing to stretch his separation on the second-place car, Earnhardt. They sweep back into the number 1 corner. Donnie Allison is third.
Back in the field, Bobby Allison and Neil Bonnet in the Ford products made pit stops under caution. They've linked up in a draft and are working their way back up through the field, currently running in 15th and 16th positions. Leaders in the backstretch.
The second-place battle right here is Donnie Allison trying to look to the inside of Dale Earnhardt. He tries to draw alongside. He does now as Earnhardt goes up high. Donnie Allison has to take the low side and tucks himself back alongside Dale Earnhardt. Darrell Waltrip is running fourth. Richard Petty is running fifth.
As they come to the line, Baker sits out there way ahead of the field. Waltrip trying to find some place to go. He's in 4th position. He may make it 3 abreast in 1.
It's a 4-car jam session for second spot as Dale Earnhardt leads that group through turn 2. Donnie Allison underneath. Waltrip on the high side, and Petty covers the spot on the bottom of the racetrack.
And still Buddy Baker off to the races, a comfortable lead. Dale Earnhardt is running second down the back straightaway. Donnie Allison tucked himself behind Dale Earnhardt running third. Battle now for 4th place. Richard Petty down low. He's door handle to door handle with Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip takes the outside groove. Petty down low. It's going to be 2 wide down the stretch.
It's a close call for third place, and it goes to Dale Earnhardt. Donnie Allison has second. Earnhardt is third. The toss-up goes to turn 1 for fourth.
Allison slips up in the groove in that second spot as Waltrip and Petty are locked in a battle for fourth position. Side by side in turn 2 with Cale Yarborough and Dave Marcus looking on. Petty has the edge out of 2.
Richard Petty has been flexing the muscles down the back stretch this afternoon, and right now he gives Cale Yarborough the free ride as Darrell Waltrip is drop-kicked back a position. Now Waltrip tries to make a move. He pulls back alongside Cale Yarborough, tries to step on it and go to the high side on him.
And they better not look back because Neil Bonnet and Bobby Allison is coming up through the pack. Remember, they made pit stops during that caution period, but they're gaining on the leaders.
And this jousting on the second position, Barney Hall, has given a 1 7/10 second advantage to Buddy Baker as he rounds out of turn 2.
Baker out of 2 as Donnie Allison has broken from Dale Earnhardt. Allison leads Earnhardt for the second spot by about 8 car lengths.
Benny Parsons now, he was working on a private battle with Dave Marcus, 7th and 8th positions, but they too go single file. Setting the field for you out of number 4 corner. Buddy Baker in front, Donnie Allison second, Earnhardt third, Petty fourth, Waltrip is fifth, Yarborough is sixth.
As they come across the line, they continue to run single file as the field jockeys back and forth, but everybody chases Buddy Baker. His separation is working up to almost 2 seconds over Donnie Allison.
Back in 7th at turn 1, it's Dave Marcus. 8th is Benny Parsons. 9th is Ricky Rudd. 10th, Cuckoo Marlin. 11th, Neil Bonnet. And 12th, Bobby Allison.
Terry Labonte runs in the 13th spot as they go down the backstretch into turn 3.
Running 14th is the Connie Sailor automobile as the leaders work their way through the turn 3 and 4. Buddy Baker still taking a higher line than the rest of the single file pack. Donnie Allison trying to close. The battle heating up yet again for third and fourth place, Petty and Waltrip.
We have completed 27 laps of the 400-lap event here in the World 600 this afternoon. And Jackie, I would say that Buddy Baker had won that $1,000 for leading the most laps in the first segment here this afternoon.
Well, we did not say much at the front of the show about Buddy Baker, Barney Hall, because he was not satisfied with his qualifying effort. But the fact that this is his hometown track, and they have sorted out that Wynn Incorporated Spectra 250 machine, and before the race, Baker was enthusiastic about the prospects in this World 600.
Very much so. I'm real pleased with the way the car's handling, the way it's running, and with a few breaks, you know, they have to come too. If you make a pit stop and everybody else stays out, the caution comes out, you're beat. But if everything goes the way it's going right now, we've got a real good shot at winning here.
Ned Jarrett brought it out a moment ago. Neil Bonnet and Bobby Allison have linked up in a draft.
And it's going to be Blackie Weinzeren spinning the number 39 car off the banking of number 4 turn. He wrecks the car down to the left and pulls it out of harm's way, just jerked the wheel left, and he's down, heading back towards pit road. But Blackie Weinzeren, a bit of a hairy spin ride through turn 4.
Second caution flag of the day is being displayed to the field here in the World 600 as Blackie Weinzeren, he's from Bloomington, Minnesota, spins the Mercury car number 39, just barely tagged the wall in front of Eli Gold. No trouble for any of the other competitors as they get by. Ned, I'm sure quite a few of the drivers will be ducking in the pits under this caution.
Yes, they will. 28 laps have now been completed, and those that did not stop before surely will come in for a tire change, fill it up with gasoline, and check everything out.
We pause now for station identification.
You'll find whatever you need for the care and repair of your home at Moore's. Just look for the sign of the Orange Fox. WSOC-FM, Charlotte.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, we're under the second caution flag of the afternoon. 28 laps have now been completed. 400 laps this afternoon make up the distance, 600 miles. And pit road, everybody is in the pits. Ned
Everybody
Jarrett.
coming in, and this is expected. Donnie Allison blocked off Darrell Waltrip, and Waltrip almost hit him. He did get stopped, though, as they came into the pits, did not make metal contact. But most of the drivers go to the right side for a change of tires. And, of course, filling it up with that Union 76 gasoline. Dale Earnhardt, one of those in. Dave Marcus running very strong here today in the Shoney Chevrolet. And the Cuckoo Marlin, Cale Yarborough in the Busch Oldsmobile. Donnie Allison is down off the Jackson, the Hawaiian Tropic Chevrolet and away. Richard Petty, they're going to all 4 on his car. So that's, and Dave Marcus has a tire in front of him as he leaves pit road. However, I don't think it did any damage. It slid out of the way. Black flag being given to Blackie Weinzeren, and as he comes around, he's made that 360-degree spin and continued around the track. But it is required by NASCAR that once you spin on a super speedway, that you come back in to check your tires out at least. And the driver that brought out the first caution period is Dick Brooks, and he's here with us now. Dick, what happened when you went in that turn?
Well, Ned, I guess I had a tire start going flat. I noticed, you know, there was 3 of us racing, and I noticed when I come down the front straightaway through the tri-oval that I thought it was flat, and it's one of them stinking things where you either stop then or you try to wait out a lap and find out. And I thought, well, maybe it's just the wind current near the car running up beside me. So I got down the first turn and tried to turn it. It just wouldn't turn.
Looked like it did too much damage to repair it today.
Yeah, too much for today, but it really didn't hurt the car that bad. It was just kind of a body slam, and it didn't hurt the frame much. But that's when it rains, it pours. We went all year. We missed all the stuff at Daytona, and we missed the bad wreck at Rockingham, and we missed it seemed like everything that happened. We missed it, and then we got to Talladega, and of course got into that one, and now this one. So I don't know.
Well, everybody has been in and out of the pit. Thanks so much, Dick Brooks.
You can hear the dejection in Dick Brooks' voice. Jackie, it has not been the best season for Dick Brooks. He is out this afternoon. We're under caution. 30 laps are being shown on the board, and I think we're going to get green this time by. And it looks like Connie Saylor will be leading as they drop the green flag, and everybody is going to be back in the field. Richard Petty is back there trying to pick his way up. Here's the pace car diving off in front of Eli Gold.
It's going to be coming off the turn. James Hilton showing the way. Earnhardt, Lenny Pond, Connie Saylor, and Cuckoo Marlin.
So James Hilton will lead them across the stripe as they come down to the line and going back to green here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the World 600. They move in the south end of the track.
A mad scramble up front. James Hilton leads Dale Earnhardt by 6 car lengths to turn 2. Then Lenny Pond, Darrell Waltrip in 4th, Cuckoo Marlin 5th, Connie Saylor, Bill Elliott, Joe Milliken, and then Neil Bonnet and Richard Petty back in 10th spot.
An assault on the lead. Into turn number 3, Dale Earnhardt goes down low on the 48 car of James Hilton. Earnhardt has the number 1 running spot. Hilton running 2nd. Waltrip going 3rd. Lenny Pond running 4th. Connie Saylor was running 5th as they head to the line.
Jackie Root, Dale Earnhardt came up through traffic so fast it looked like he had a jet engine in the tail end of that car the way he pulled away from the pack as he heads back into the track. But Hilton rides his draft down there, and Hilton hangs on to him for the number 2 position.
And James Hilton is running much better in 1979.
Our equipment's a whole lot better than what we had last year, and get a good crew together. Hired a couple new guys, and the team is clicking. That's the biggest thing. It's not that I'm driving any better. It's the team effort, and it's beginning to show now. And makes the car, show up better on race day.
Well, after that caution flag, positions are jumbled all up toward the front, but the leader is Earnhardt. 2nd, Waltrip. Here he comes up through the pack and takes that 2nd spot away from James Hilton back in 1.
Waltrip underneath Hilton for 2nd. Lenny Pond trying to follow through. Then Connie Saylor rides in the 5th spot. Neil Bonnet, though, is right underneath Saylor out of turn 2 with Richard Petty in tow.
Richard Petty staying right behind Neil Bonnet as they work their way back through the pack. They are now running 4th and 5th on the field. As your leader, Dale Earnhardt, works his way through turn number 3. It's going to be Darrell Waltrip down low on the racetrack running 2nd. Lenny Pond on Waltrip's draft running 3rd. Here comes Neil Bonnet. He's alongside Hilton in a battle for 4th and 5th.
With another big lead for the leader in the World 600, Earnhardt is out front.
Introducing new Busch Beer with a bold new mountain on the outside and a brand new beer on the inside. Smoother, brighter, more refreshing. So don't just reach for a beer. Head for the mountains. Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
Which car has it today? Chevy, Olds, Buick, Ford, Mercury? We won't know till later. Which car Wax has it today? We know right now. There are shines and there are Simonized shines. And that simple Simonized shine is simply easier, simply brighter than the leading liquid or pre-softs. Simple Simonized liquid shines easier and brighter than the leading liquid wax. And simple Simonized pre-soft shines easier and brighter than the leading pre-soft wax. Simple Simonized has it all.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, 36 laps are completed, and we are under caution for the 3rd time. Bill Elliott just lost an engine coming right across the start-finish line, and then Jackie dumped pieces all the way down the front stretch.
The bottom end fell out of that machine, Barney Hall. There were pieces the size of a football being spewed across the start-finish line. The yellow flag is out. The field is coming under Chip Warren's starter signal, and that's a tough break for this kid from Dawsonville, Georgia, because that Dahlonega Ford Mercury has been running very strong in any super speedway that he presents it to.
He has run well all year. He did last year, and if he could get the right piece of equipment underneath him, he would be up front in every race we go to. 36 laps are complete of the 400-lap World 600 here this afternoon. We have seen it. Mike Joy, ever since they dropped the green flag, looked like the last lap.
It has been the Oklahoma land rush into turn 1 here just about every time, and these drivers are not afraid to run 3 wide down here in turns 1 and 2, despite the little tricky spot going into 1 that we spoke about earlier in the broadcast. They have to set up for this turn at the dog leg coming just past the start-finish line. And if they're two abreast there, they'll generally carry that battle right out of turn 2 when they can hit the throttle and run flat out down that back stretch.
Under caution at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, Earnhardt is leading, Waltrip is second, Lenny Pond is third. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Hello there, Americans. I'd like to talk to you for just a moment about inflation. Yes, it's getting crazy out there, but there is one place where you can still get something almost for peanuts, pardon the expression, and that's Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant, and what they call their May Steak Special. I invite you to drop in right now and try out Shoney's U.S. Choice Sirloin, cooked the way you like it, served with French fries, oh so good, toasted Grecian bread, and salad from Shoney's all-you-can-eat salad bar. And that includes 19 salad favorites, crisp lettuce, a variety of delicious condiments, and tangy dressing. That's nice, isn't it? And remember now, it only costs $3.59. Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant and your May Steak Special. Now, where's my money for saying this?
You walk in, you know good English soon to begin. You're gonna love Shoney's. We borrow some nice ideas from your mother.
Well, Buddy Baker has just pitted the Spectra car here under caution at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 38 laps are in the book this afternoon. This is a third caution flag. First one came out on lap 10. When Dick Brooks crashed down to the number 1 corner. Then just a few laps later on lap 27, Blackie Waindren spun out in turn 4, brought out the second caution flag, and the present one came out on lap number 35 when Bill Elliott lost an engine in the front stretch.
And Barney, as we watch this race unfold, again, we're seeing competition with a capital C. That's the way it's been since the drop of the green flag in Riverside, California in January. A reminder to our listeners that on June 3rd, the Texas 400 will be the race we'll be covering on MRN Broadcasting Company from College Station, Texas, that 2 Mile High Bank facility. The Winston Cuppers then move on to California, and Les Richter's great organization will be hosting the Napa Riverside 400 on Sunday, June 10th. MRN Broadcasting Company will be there to bring you all the action, as well as the Gabriel 400 from Brooklyn, Michigan for Winston Cuppers on June 17th. On July 4th, we'll be back at the birthplace of speed, Daytona Beach, Florida, for the running of the Firecracker 400 at Daytona International Speedway, that FIA-listed event, and everybody wants to see what it'll be like on the last lap when we go for 400 miles in the Firecracker race. Then on July 14th, the Winston Cuppers will be in Nashville 420 in Nashville, Tennessee on the 15th. We will be covering the action of the championship auto race teams as they host the Norton Twin 200s at Michigan International Speedway. On July 29th, it's the Coca-Cola 500 from Pocono, Pennsylvania for Winston Cup Grand Nationals. August 5th, the Talladega 500 from Talladega, Alabama. Upcoming Motor Racing Network broadcast, on June 24th, we will be covering the action of the United States Auto Club as they go from the Indianapolis 500 to the 500 of the East, the Music 500 from Pocono International Speedway, and then on July 15th, as we said, the Norton Twin 200 from Michigan International Speedway, and that is a championship auto racing team championship car event.
Jackie, I'm in the pits with Bill Elliott, who lost an engine. I assume that's what happened, Bill.
Yeah, that's right, Ned. The car was running pretty good, and it was working pretty good, and I was just going to try to ride out where I was running, and it just let go on me.
A little disappointing to have to go out this early.
Very disappointing.
Well, you've done a real fine job. We're sorry to see you out of that race this early.
Thank you, Ned. But I thank Mr. Yandel with Thermal King. He gave us some money for this race, and I thank him for helping us.
The voice of Bill Elliott, who loses it early here in the World 600. 40 laps are now complete this afternoon. 400 laps remain in the race, or 400 laps will comprise the 600 miles this afternoon. Third caution flag of the day is on the field. To update you a little bit as to how they're running, Earnhardt is in the lead under this caution flag. He has not been back in the pits. Darrell Waltrip rides in second position, and it looks like Neil Bonnet has moved up to third.
And for Dale Earnhardt, this is a drastic change from when we first saw him come on the Winston Cup Grand National scale, or on the circuit, with first Will Cronkite's car last year here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A lot of people felt that he was a little too tough on equipment and a little bit too much chomping at the bit, as they would say. But he's changed his style since the Winston Cup victory at Bristol International Raceway, and all the drivers now say that he's more of a layback. He's more fun to run with, and he's beginning to pay his dues.
Well, Jackie's not laying back too much.
First of the season there, you want to be aggressive and try to do everything you can, you know, being new and young is a thing, but you can't get too aggressive and too out of shape with these guys because they, you know, they start talking about you and, you know, get some bad things started about you. But I sort of toned myself down a little and started looking at the other guys, how they're racing, and Allison and a couple of guys, and looking forward to the end of the race, toward the end of the race instead of, you know, trying to get up front and first and ever what there. And I'm sort of running with my equipment. Jake Eller's helping a lot on that, and far as getting me, toned down, pacing me, and making, helping me run the race we want to run instead of somebody else's race. So
I think Ned Jarrett can fill us in a bit more on that.
Well, I'm standing by in the pits of the Australian team, and Jake Elder is here. He's conferring with one of the pit crew members there right now to see some sort of... Have you got a problem, Jake?
No, we're just picking up the gas mellows here, Ned.
Well, it looks like the kid's doing okay out there.
Yeah, I think he's running a bit too hard right now.
You do? Would you like to see him slow down a little bit?
I hope he does.
Can't you tell him to on that radio?
I told him a while ago to slow down because it's a long race. Because if he don't, he's going to wear himself out.
Okay, that's Jake Elder, the crew chief on the Australian car number 2, and you heard what he'd like for him to do.
Well, we talked with Jake about that yesterday afternoon, and Jake says he's very enthusiastic. He likes to get up there. Earnhardt even told me the other day in the garage area, it's extremely hard when the car feels good to take it to the front to kind of run back in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But 600 miles, it's a long way here at Charlotte this afternoon, but he came from 15th position, moved into the lead here this afternoon. 42 laps are now complete here in the World 600. It is Earnhardt in front. And at the 40-lap rundown, the official rundown we have from scoring, Earnhardt is the leader, Waltrip is second. Running in 3rd spot right now is Neil Bonnet. Richard Petty is 4th. In 5th position is Benny Parsons. 6th is Cale Yarborough. 7th is a rookie driver, Joe Milliken. Riding in 8th is Terry Labonte, another rookie candidate for 1979. Ty Scott rides in 9th spot, and in 10th position is Donnie Allison. And we are still under caution as the field is working down in the south end of the track in front of Mike Joy.
Still a bit of oil dry here on the track in turn 1, Barney. It's way down in the low groove as Bill Elliott got his car off the speedway and down onto the apron by the time he was out of the second turn. There are still some slick spots, but the oil dry is doing a good job of picking it up, and as they run around, we're just about set to go back to green.
Well, we see Ernie Moore, one of the NASCAR stewards, who was out on pit road a moment ago as he gives signals to the drivers. And it looks like they're getting ready to go back to green in the World 600 here this time by as the pace car takes them up into the number 3 corner. They're in front of Eli Gold.
In turn number 3, of course, everybody throughout the race, they've come off the long backstretch. They've had their way to choose how to go through the turn. They're using every inch of real estate, and now here they go back to green. Earnhardt going away.
They almost run over the pace cars. They come up through the gearbox and head back into the number 1 corner. Waltrip wastes no time in going after the lead.
Waltrip wants to lead this race. He's on the outside of Earnhardt into turn 1. Dead alongside. Now Earnhardt pulls back in front at turn 2 and comes up in the groove. Out of 2, it'll be Earnhardt, Waltrip, Bonnet, Petty, and Benny Parsons in 5th.
Benny Parsons being trailed by Cale Yarborough, who tries to close the gap there as well. Back at the front of the pack, the challenges for the lead. Darrell Waltrip down low. Dale Earnhardt takes the middle groove. Neil Bonnet looks for the 3 ride. He tries to swing through, but it's going to be Waltrip, Earnhardt, Bonnet, and Petty coming out of 4.
Well, you heard Ned Jarrett talking with crew chief J.C. Elder on the car of Dale Earnhardt. Wanted him to slow down a little bit. He's back to second position, but he is right in the thick of things down in turn 1 for that number 2 spot.
The front 4 have broken away by 5 car lengths. Over 5th place, Benny Parsons, and Earnhardt is locked onto the bumper of Darrell Waltrip. Then it is Bonnet and Petty looking to the inside of the backstretch.
Richard Petty trying to make a move on Neil Bonnet, but he thinks better right here and tucks himself behind. Neil Bonnet tries to squirrel down a bit, looking for some racing room on Dale Earnhardt. Neil Bonnet going down low, but now floats back in behind Earnhardt. It'll be Waltrip leading him out of turn 4.
Across the line, Waltrip in front. Earnhardt riding second. Bonnet is third. 4th is Petty. 5th is Parsons. 6th is Cale Yarborough. 7th is Donnie Allison as they work turn 1.
The lead battle is tightened up into a 6-car draft as Earnhardt goes downstairs in turn 2. He is side by side with Waltrip. The 2 Monte Carlos out of turn 2. They are dead even.
Nobody making a move right here. They still go side by side. Neil Bonnet trying to stick the nose in there and make it 3 wide. He forces Darrell Waltrip to make a move. Waltrip steps on it, goes to the high side of Dale Earnhardt. It'll be Earnhardt down low. Waltrip on the high side out of 4.
Earnhardt comes to the stripe on the inside. He will lead the World 600. Bonnet almost off on the grass as he challenges Richard Petty for 3rd spot. They have stacked them up 2 deep, 3 deep now in turn 1.
3 by 2 out of the second turn. Earnhardt low side up front. Waltrip in second. Bonnet bottom of the racetrack in 3rd. Petty is alongside Bonnet, and it's 2 wide for 4th spot also.
Now Richard Petty standing on he goes down the back straightaway and still hangs on to 3rd spot. Meanwhile, front of the pack, Darrell Waltrip trying it down low on Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt going way high, so Waltrip takes it in front, number 1. Here comes Petty trying to sneak underneath Earnhardt in second.
Waltrip rides the Gatorade Chevrolet across the stripe to lead the World 600. Earnhardt runs second. Petty is 3rd. Bonnet is 4th. Parsons is 5th. Yarborough on the inside is 6th. And Donnie Allison is 7th. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
The race is on here, but the race is on at Dodge Country, too. Everyone's racing to see the Dodge Omni, the all-around car that gets you all around. On the outside, the Omni shines through any kind of weather. And on the inside, you can order from several custom packages. So while you're getting a beautiful view of the great outdoors, you'll have a beautiful view of the great indoors inside your Omni, the little car that packs a lot of gear. See the Omni to believe it. Omni does it all for driving, and Dodge Country does it all in selling.
It's a Memorial Day sale going on now at your nearby Retco Tire store. You'll find belted tire specials like the A7813 for as low as $83 plus FET and sales tax. These tires feature fiberglass cord belts and 2 polyester cord body plies for strength, stability, and a comfortable ride. And you get free mounting, static balancing, and free rotation every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread with every set of 4 tires you purchase. Retco Tire stores, 3 convenient locations in Charlotte. Also Maiden, Shelby, and Kannapolis.
A cheer has just gone up that you can hear in the next county for Richard Petty. He's in the lead in front of Mike Joy.
7 cars in the lead draft. Petty leads Darrell Waltrip. Earnhardt is third. Neil Bonnet slips back up in the draft in fourth, midway down the backstretch.
Dale Earnhardt, interestingly, first turns 3 and 4 has been going way high, higher than everybody else but Benny Parsons for the lead. Darrell Waltrip just sweeping by and underneath Richard Petty. But here comes Richard Petty right back. He hates to run second. He challenges again for the lead.
Just beautiful racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's been that way all season. They've run from the drop of the green this afternoon like it was the last lap. Petty, Waltrip, door to door for the lead in 1.
Petty stays on the inside through the tri-oval into 1 and out of turn 2. Waltrip moves up on the back bumper of Waltrip's Gatorade Chevrolet. That's Earnhardt in third spot. Right behind Waltrip, there are 5 cars under a blanket for the lead.
Nose to nose. That's going to be Waltrip on the outside. Petty on the inside. It's going to be tight with Dale Earnhardt, Donnie Allison, Neil Bonnet, Benny Parsons, and Cale Yarborough. You can't throw a blanket over the whole bunch as Richard Petty takes the low side. He leads Waltrip out of 4.
7 cars are in that lead draft, and it's anybody's guess at the start-finish line when they come back around who out of that 7 will be leading. Richard Petty and Waltrip still go at it for the lead in 1.
They are 2 by 4. There's nothing going single file here at turn 1. Waltrip edges out ahead of Petty, just ever so slightly by half a car length. Petty is fighting off Dale Earnhardt side by side out of 2.
The battle is for second place. Dale Earnhardt seems to show the horsepower here. He leaves Richard Petty behind. Here comes Donnie Allison. He, too, was challenging for third, but he tucks himself in behind Petty. It'll be Darrell Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt up high, Richard Petty and Donnie Allison down low.
Jackie Root, we said last week there's no way they could run this way for 500 miles at Dover, Delaware. They did it, but they've got 600 miles to go here today.
Waltrip goes to the high side, and downstairs comes Dale Earnhardt in 1 for the lead.
Earnhardt got a little bit in the dirt coming out of the tri-oval and got a bit squirrely, gathered it right back in. They are door handle to door handle. Earnhardt forges ahead in the backstretch.
And Richard Petty trying to make it 3 wide with Earnhardt and Waltrip. It's going to be Petty on the inside. He moves down low underneath Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt going to the high side. Petty down low. They are a dead heat out of the turn. Waltrip running third. Donnie Allison fourth.
7 cars continue to ride the lead draft as they swap it back and forth at the line. Dead heat again. Photo finish as Richard Petty and the rookie Earnhardt hammer away in 1.
7 cars locked tightly together. It is Earnhardt at turn 1, sweeping ahead of Petty and out to a 1-car length lead. Petty is second. Side by side for third are Neil Bonnet and Darrell Waltrip.
Every time by it is an adventure as Dale Earnhardt still shows the way. The battle now shaping up for third place as Neil Bonnet goes a half-car length behind Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip standing on it, going in front of Neil Bonnet. Cuts him down just a bit, so Bonnet running fourth behind Waltrip, Petty, and Earnhardt.
And Buddy Baker was running up near the front a little bit ago. He dropped back a little bit. Herb Knapp, we understand that he had the cracked windshield.
Well, when that boy blew an engine there, he cracked the windshield, put a little spot in, and we put some tape on it. I don't think it'll create a problem because it's a small spot in the head, and it's between 2 of the posts that hold the windshield.
Is he running as good right now as you would hope he would?
Yeah.
Well, you heard it from Herb Knapp.
So you'll put him behind, back there because Petty run over something.
The contest is enjoined at the stripe for the lead. Dale Earnhardt leads Richard Petty in the STP Chevrolet. Waltrip in the Gatorade Chevrolet runs third. In fourth is Donnie Allison. And then a gutbuster for 5th position.
Neil Bonnet and Benny Parsons going at it for fifth. Parsons, bottom of the racetrack. Bonnet is by him, and Cale Yarborough comes up alongside as Donnie Allison goes underneath Darrell Waltrip for the third spot out of turn 2.
It's going to be Hello Huey down. Donnie Allison trying to make a move, but he has to suck himself back in behind Darrell Waltrip. Richard Petty thought about trying to make a challenge on Dale Earnhardt, but Petty tucks himself behind, running second. Again, Earnhardt going high out of turn 4. Petty takes the low side.
As we watch this torrid battle at Charlotte Motor Speedway at Indianapolis Raceway, they are running with Rick Mears in front. Al Unser runs second. Bobby Unser is third. Johnny Rutherford is fourth. Tom Sneva runs in fifth. And A.J. Foyt runs sixth, looking for his unprecedented fifth Indianapolis 500 victory.
Grand National Racing driver Darrell Waltrip talks about racing and luck.
Having everything the best that you can humanly make it has got to be better than going haphazardly into anything. Still, there is luck. There's probably more luck in racing than any other professional sport.
Darrell's got luck, and more important, he's got Gatorade. Gatorade helps put back fluids and salts you sweat away before you feel burned out. Gatorade Thirst Quencher, when you're thirsty to win.
Gatorade really works.
If you wanted to give the coolant and antifreeze you use in your car a torture test, you couldn't pick a better place than right here on the NASCAR Grand National Championship Circuit.
The engines in these cars have to stay cool through hundreds of blazing hot laps at 10,000 RPM.
And almost every car, including number 43 of Richard Petty and number 11 of Cale Yarborough, is keeping its cool with Peak antifreeze and coolant in the radiator.
Nothing tops Peak, winter or summer.
You don't drive 190 miles an hour, but you can depend on the same proven performance.
That's Peak performance.
Darrell Waltrip has just taken the lead in the World 600. Well, they're running door-to-door with Earnhardt, that rookie driver, in front of Mike Joy.
Earnhardt seems to have the power to just shoot ahead of Waltrip anytime he cares to, as he did out of turn 2. Donnie Allison comes up to make it a three-way fight for second.
It's going to be a three-way blade right here. On the point, it's going to be Darrell Waltrip. Donnie Allison running third. Running fourth, Richard Petty. Moving by some race traffic. Dale Earnhardt leads the pack out of 4, taking the high side. Waltrip running behind him second.
And you mentioned that Buddy Baker had a cracked windshield. We're standing by with Hoss Ellington. He has a cracked windshield also, Hoss?
Right, Ned. He just called us on the radio and told us we had a windshield got busty on the dog leg on the front. Some gravel or something hit it and knocked a hole in it. So we're standing by to see what happens. We might have put one in on the caution, maybe.
Okay, that's the boss of Hoss Ellington, the Hawaiian Tropic Chevrolet, another cracked windshield.
With Dale Earnhardt leading, Darrell Waltrip running second, Donnie Allison third, and Richard Petty fourth. From this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
David Allison Camping Center is Charlotte's #1 RV dealer for 1979. And David wants to thank everyone in North and South Carolina for making it possible. And now that summer's here and camping is in the air, David wants to invite all of you to come on down and see his beautiful new 79 Coachman camping trailers. The Coachman trailer is the ultimate in camping convenience. And at David Allison Camping Center, you'll find value you can't afford to pass by. David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard. Come by.
For sturdy pickup trucks, for great prices, for a selection of trucks like you'll find nowhere else, come to Dodge Country. Dodge Country, the Carolina's largest truck dealer, with over 10 times the selection of the average truck dealer. D100s, D150s, Warlocks, and 4x4s. Nowhere else will you find a selection of great Dodge trucks like this at such incredible prices. And everything Dodge Country sells is backed up by their professional service department. Dodge Country, a name that means quality, value, and great selection at 4800 East Independence Boulevard.
Buddy Baker and Bobby Allison are linked up in a two-car draft trying to overhaul the leaders, and as best we can calculate on the speedway, they would be running 11th and 12th. Here comes the lead draft. Out front, rookie driver Earnhardt. Second, Waltrip. Third, Donnie Allison. Fourth, Richard Petty. Fifth is Neil Bonnet. Sixth is Cale Yarborough. Seventh is Parsons. There to Mike Joy.
And those front 4 cars are bumper to bumper in turn 1, single file. Bonnet and Yarborough trying to catch the leaders, but midway through the turn, Bonnet loses about 5 car lengths. They are locked together in the backstretch.
Dale Earnhardt still through the turns, taking a higher ride than is everybody else. Right now, Darrell Waltrip closing to a half a car length deficit. He takes the low side again as Earnhardt goes a bit higher. Through the turn, Donnie Allison closing in on Darrell Waltrip. Richard Petty running 4th, Bonnet 5, Yarborough 6, Parsons 7.
7 cars continue to work the lead draft, but right now they can't slow Earnhardt down. This youngster from Kannapolis, North Carolina, flexing his driving talents here this afternoon as they work the south end of the track.
Earnhardt trying to run away as Waltrip tries to stay glued onto his back bumper. That's not an easy chore with Donnie Allison right alongside.
Donnie Allison challenged coming out that back straightaway. He went down low, tried to make a move on Darrell Waltrip. Meanwhile, right now, Richard Petty comes back, makes a move on Donnie Allison. Allison down low, Richard Petty up high. They battle for third and fourth. Hanging down low on the racetrack, Donnie Allison has third place in front of Petty.
Cracked windshield does not seem to have an effect on the Hawaiian Tropic Chevrolet. He's taken over third. In second is Darrell Waltrip. Dale Earnhardt leads. Richard Petty is in fourth. Fifth spot to Cale Yarborough. In sixth position now is Neil Bonnet. In seventh is Benny Parsons. Eighth position belongs to Dave Marcus in the Shoney's Restaurant Hudson Chevrolet Special. In ninth position is Joe Milliken. In 10th is Terry Labonte. Running 11th is the Spectre 250 car. That would be Buddy Baker. Bobby Allison runs 12th. 13th to the Ken Cole mining efforts of Lenny Pond. 14th belongs to Cuckoo Marlin. 15th to Ricky Rudd. And running 16th is Al Holbert.
Let's follow this battle for that 8th position around the speedway. It's almost as good as it is up in the front of the pack. They're coming out of 4. Now Marcus is the 8th place car. Trying to move underneath him is the rookie driver Milliken. But breathing down their neck now is Buddy Baker and Bobby Allison as they head back to turn 1.
That battle comes to turn 1 with Milliken on the bottom of the racetrack, moving up to lead that 5-car train. On the outside is Marcus. Buddy Baker has moved to the low side to trail Joe Milliken out of the turn. Bobby Allison and Terry Labonte has fallen back off that pack just a bit.
Back in the front of the pack, Dale Earnhardt going to high side again. Darrell Waltrip can't make a move down low. Back in the 7th, 8th position, Joe Milliken still showing the way. Buddy Baker running behind him. Bobby Allison glued so well down low on the racetrack. So is Terry Labonte. Dave Marcus challenging as well.
Field heads out of the south end of the track with a front draft still containing 4 cars. The other 3 that was in the 7-car pack a moment ago have dropped off the pace, almost a second behind now. In 5th position is Cale Yarborough, Neil Bonnet, and Benny Parsons. Meanwhile, the front 4 work traffic up in turn number 3, nose to tail.
It's going to be Dale Earnhardt showing the way again. They go high around the Bruce Hill automobile. Now it's going to be a triangular shape coming out of the turn. Everybody going single file. Waltrip falling in behind Earnhardt.
As they shuffle off back into the south end of the track, and Mike Joy. Mike, this rookie driver, he's challenging some of the best this afternoon, and you know if there's any way Donnie Allison, Richard Petty, and Waltrip would take the lead away.
Earnhardt is just dialed in, Barney. He's glued to the racetrack, and he's got tremendous power off the turn. Of the front 4, Richard Petty is wagging the tail of his FTP Chevrolet just a bit down here in turn 1. The front 3 cars handling quite well at this end of the speedway.
Front 4 are up in front of Eli Gold, and Richard Petty gets a little high, Eli.
Right, indeed. Richard Petty dropping some space. He gets a bit squirrely coming out of the number 4 corner. He found himself up there in the marbles and pulled it back in nicely.
Things heat up in the front of the pack. Donnie Allison tries to get underneath Waltrip in 1.
As Petty dropped back, that was the cue for Donnie Allison to go to work. He was underneath Waltrip at turn 1, but in turn 2 there is lap traffic ahead. They'll come out of 2 single file. Earnhardt, Waltrip, and Donnie Allison.
As Earnhardt continues to show the way down the back straightaway, Darrell Waltrip seems to close just a bit down the back stretch. Again, Dale Earnhardt this time because of the race traffic going to the high side. Darrell Waltrip running second. Donnie Allison thought about making it 3 wide with Richard Childress and Darrell Waltrip, but he tucks in behind Waltrip running fourth.
The front 4 have to pick their way through lapped automobiles all the way around the speedway this time. Earnhardt eases down in the number 1 corner, has to take the high groove.
It's been 10 or 12 laps since Waltrip put a bid for the lead. He may just be trying to let Earnhardt go out and wear himself out. But Waltrip's rear view mirror is filled with Donnie Allison.
And Donnie Allison each time through has been looking inside and out, trying to find some real estate to negotiate. Can't quite do so. Richard Petty now is still holding down low on the racetrack. Richard had a couple of fiery times coming through the turns last few times through. Now as the leaders work by, Dale Earnhardt still sows away in front.
Darrell Waltrip runs in second. Donnie Allison is third. Richard Petty is fourth. 5th spot goes to Cale Yarborough. 6th to Neil Bonnet. 7th to Benny Parsons' machine. In 8th position now is Buddy Baker. 9th to Bobby Allison. Joe Milliken is 10th. 11th is Dave Marcus. Terry Labonte runs in 12th. 13th spot belongs to, that would be the Ken Cole mining efforts of Lenny Pond. 14th to Cuckoo Marlin. In 15th position is Ricky Rudd. Running in 16th spot is Al Holbert. Jim Vandiver runs 17th. 18th to Harry Gant. Connie Saylor runs 19th. J.D. McDuffie is 20th. 21st Harry Gant, I've checked that. 18th position is Grant Adcock. In 20th position is Harry Gant. In 21st is Skip Manning. Buddy Arrington runs 23rd. 24th goes to Bill Dennis. 25th to Glenn Jarrett. 26th to Bruce Hill. Tommy Gale runs 27th. 28th to Frank Warren. D.K. Ulrich is 29th. 30th is Richard Childress. And 31st on this World 600 field is James Hilton. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
You know, there's one place left where you can get a good meal that's really inexpensive, and that's Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant. And right now, they're offering to you the May Steak Special. That's right, you'll get Shoney's U.S. Choice Sirloin, and that's cooked the way you want it, served with French fries, toasted Grecian bread, and salad from their all-you-can-eat salad bar. And that includes 19 salad favorites, crisp green lettuce, chilled vegetables, a variety of delicious condiments, and topping everything off, your choice of tangy dressings. Shoney's Big Boy Restaurants and the May Steak Special, and it only costs $3.59.
So from the minute you walk in, you know good evening soon to begin. You're gonna love Shoney's. We borrow some nice ideas from your mother.
Outstanding racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the World 600, and a rookie driver showing his colors here this afternoon. Right now, he is the class of the field. He just will not come out of the throttle, and everybody chases him. Right now, it's Donnie Allison's turn. He is on the bumper of Dale Earnhardt. Here they come across the line. One car length separating first and second. Third is Waltrip. Fourth is Petty. They're back in one.
Race traffic has separated the front runners just a bit, though Earnhardt and Allison are locked together. Darrell Waltrip is 2 car lengths back of the lead duo, and Richard Petty is about 5 car lengths back of Waltrip. They're in clear field running out of turn 2, and they begin to tighten up.
Each time through, Donnie Allison looking impatient. He bobs around looking for some racing room, but this time he's content. He just tucks himself behind Dale Earnhardt, takes the lower line, does the rookie, and here comes Donnie Allison. He takes the low groove out of number 4. It's going to be a race to the line.
The Hawaiian Tropic Chevrolet of Donnie Allison. The Monte Carlo goes door-to-door dead heat at the line for the lead between Earnhardt and Allison as they shuffle into one.
They are still locked together, door handle to door handle, with Earnhardt in the high groove. Allison on the bottom. Darrell Waltrip comes up to cover the spot behind Earnhardt, who almost tags the ball in 2, and Allison gets the jump off the turn.
Donnie Allison goes away on the inside groove down the back straightaway, but Dale Earnhardt recovering off the hairy exit of turn 2. He comes right back, but Donnie Allison takes the initiative again. He goes way down low, somewhere that Dale Earnhardt cannot run here thus far this afternoon. Allison has the car length and a half advantage out of turn 4.
Well, I would have thought Donnie Allison might have laid back and saved something for the end.
Well, I think the last couple 600s we've had here has been kind of an all-out 600-mile race, and, you know, I don't think there's anybody going to sit around and wait because somebody else will leave them.
Well, he's trying to leave Dale Earnhardt right now, midway down the backstretch. They're coming up on Connie Saylor, who at the present time, Barney Hall, is running 18th, and when Donnie Allison goes by Connie Saylor, there will be 17 cars left on the lead lap.
Donnie Allison takes that middle groove, moves by Frank Warren. He pulls up alongside Connie Saylor and rushes by him. Dale Earnhardt running second, Walton and Petty third and fourth.
Well, Allison has been the only driver that's been able to do anything with Earnhardt. Richard Petty ran him door-to-door for a while. So did Waltrip. He put them back in second spot. But now it's Donnie Allison to Mike Joy.
Waltrip and Petty sit third and fourth looking in. Donnie Allison opens up 3 car lengths on Dale Earnhardt in the backstretch.
Meanwhile, Richard Petty trying to close the gap between himself and Darrell Waltrip. Richard Petty moves the car down just a bit, breathes and it tucks it right back in behind Darrell Waltrip. Donnie Allison glued down low on the racetrack. He runs well, he's handling well down low. He exits number 4 corner, a 4-car length lead over Earnhardt.
Front 4 are in the lead draft. They're nose to tail. We're 78 laps into the World 600 here this afternoon. 400 laps make up this race as they continue to run nose to tail. The front 4, then back in 5th position, Cale Yarborough. He's about 3 seconds behind the lead pack to Mike Joy.
Dale Earnhardt tries to run underneath Donnie Allison, could not do it at turn 2, and they're single file in the back chute.
This guy, Richard Petty, watching as Darrell Waltrip cleaves him. He moves alongside. Waltrip does alongside Dale Earnhardt. Darrell Waltrip takes the low side. That's where they're passing Dale Earnhardt. Waltrip appropriates second spot. Earnhardt running third, Petty fourth.
Well, as they come across the line this time, Donnie Allison rides out front. Earnhardt doesn't want to give up the number 2 position. He puts the pressure on Waltrip again.
He's got his foot right in it, Barney, and at turn 1 he slides down a groove and holds on to the second spot. while they battle. Richard Petty moves up in the outside groove, and Petty and Waltrip are locked in a battle for third.
Richard Petty near the outside retaining wall. He has the advantage here. Takes spot number 3. Donnie Allison, no challenge right now from Earnhardt. Richard Petty, though, is filling the rear view mirror of Dale Earnhardt. Petty goes down low. Darrell Waltrip trying to hook on for the free ride. They battle back to the line.
Field comes to the stripe with Donnie Allison in front. He's about to overhaul James Hilton, who has already led one lap in his Palatine Automotive Chevrolet. As they dart and dive to turn 1, it's Allison with 3 car lengths over Earnhardt.
Donnie Allison has about the biggest lead anybody's enjoyed over Earnhardt this afternoon. He's stretching it out to 3-4 car lengths out of turn 2. Earnhardt has Petty locked onto his bumper for second, with Waltrip fourth.
Richard Petty again look to the inside, but decides not to make a move. He pulls himself right back in behind Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt this time trying to rustle the car down low, but again it takes a bit of a higher groove. Richard Petty stays right behind Earnhardt, tries to make a move inside, but no luck.
Well, as that front 4 set a blistering pace here this afternoon, Ned Jarrett, they racing the first 100 miles like it's the last 100 miles, and there's 600 miles in this event. Can they maintain that pace?
Well, I'm sure that they have that in the back of their minds, and these mechanics do in particular, Barney, but they know, like Donnie Allison said a little bit ago, if you back off, they're going to run off and leave you, and they can't afford to get a lap down, so they got to go and try to stay up there with the front runners, but that is a grueling pace to expect to run for 600 miles.
And as you watch your 5th place machine, Barney Hall, it's Cale Yarborough, and he's all by himself on the racetrack. That's the way he's been since, about the last 10 or 15 laps. And he is trying to close, but he's losing ground quickly to the Darrell Waltrip machine that runs in 4th, and gaining on him is the Purolator Mercury in the 6th position, and that's Neil Bonnet. The battle continues in turn number 1 with Donnie Allison aboard the Hawaiian Tropic Chevrolet in front.
Waltrip and Petty were side by side. It's now Waltrip in the 3rd spot as Petty trails the lead draft. Front 4 cars locked in a draft in the backstretch.
As they work their way up through race traffic again, Donnie Allison leads the way. He sweeps by some race traffic, cuts down low again. Dale Earnhardt goes way high on the racetrack. One groove from the retaining wall, pulls it back slow, running second. Waltrip third, Richard Petty fourth.
So it's Allison in front. Dale Earnhardt runs second. Darrell Waltrip is third. Petty runs in 4th. In 5th spot is Cale Yarborough. 6th position belongs to Neil Bonnet. In 7th is Benny Parsons. 8th to Buddy Baker. Bobby Allison is 9th. Dave Marcus runs in 10th. Joe Milliken is 11th. Lenny Pond runs 12th. 13th to Cuckoo Marlin. 14th. 15th to Terry Labonte, 16th to Al Holbert, and 17th to Jim Vandiver. The speed thus far, 130.277 miles per hour. Field works out of turn number 4 and comes to the stripe to complete the 84th circuit of 400 scheduled in this World 600, and Allison continues to hold a 0.5 of a second advantage over Dale Earnhardt, but Earnhardt looks in his rearview mirror and sees the Gatorade Chevrolet chomping at the bit.
Earnhardt appears to have finally given up his relentless pursuit of the lead as Donnie Allison has enjoyed about a 5-car length advantage the last 3 times around. Waltrip content to lie 3rd and Petty sits 4th. The 4 cars strung together.
Meanwhile, the 5th and 6th place battle closing just a bit again. Cale Yarborough running 5th. He's got just about 35 car lengths ahead of Neil Bonnet, and Bonnet tries to continue and close. Neil Bonnet running well through the 3rd.
Donnie Allison dives off the corner and heads onto pit road. The leader elects to pit on this turnaround, the 84th lap into the race. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
It should be a little bit too early for him to come in, Barney Hall. The Hoss Ellington Hawaiian Tropic crew ready to go to work on that car, but they're going under the hood. That is bad news when you have to do that under the green flag, but just to come from the lead and dive down pit road unexpectedly, they're not going to or attempting to change tires right now. We'll get on the spot and see exactly what's wrong.
So Donnie Allison, who was leading the way in the World 600, is on pit road. This will give the lead to the rookie driver again, Earnhardt. Waltrip will move to 2nd and Petty to 3rd.
We put it all in the Pontiac, get our best, get better, over and over in Pontiac, our best, get better.
If you've loved Pontiac Grand Prix of the past, you owe it to yourself to see the new 79 Grand Prix. It's stylishly handsome in a trim new size, made even more stylish thanks to its commanding new grille and beautiful new available two-tone paint treatment. Inside the new Grand Prix, you'll find the luxury you've always loved, too, thanks to its uniquely styled Pontiac instrument panel, soft notchback seats, and a surprising amount of room. You're also going to love our new Grand Prix on the highway because Pontiac's radial tune suspension helps give Grand Prix amazing response. See Pontiac's new 1979 Grand Prix at your Pontiac dealer soon. We think you're going to love it. You may even find it's better the second time around.
We're getting better, we show it. Drive a Pontiac and you know it. We put it all in the Pontiac. Pontiac, our best, get better.
With 87 laps complete in the World 600. Waltrip is leading, Earnhardt second, Petty is third. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
The race is on here, but the race is on at Dodge Country too. Everyone's racing to see the Dodge Omni, the all-around car that gets you all around. On the outside, the Omni shines through any kind of weather. And on the inside, you can order from several custom packages. So while you're getting a beautiful view of the great outdoors, you'll have a beautiful view of the great indoors inside your Omni. The little car that packs a lot of gear. See the Omni to believe it. Omni does it all for driving, and Dodge Country does it all in selling.
There's a Memorial Day sale in progress now at your nearby Retco Tire Store. Belted tire specials as low as 4 for $83 plus FVT and sales tax on size A7813. You get free mounting and static balancing. And with the purchase of 4 tires, Retco will rotate them every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread. Retco Tire Stores. Stop in now.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, we're coming up on 90 laps complete of the 400-lap World 600. Waltrip is out front. Second is Earnhardt. Third is Petty. Fourth is Cale Yarborough. Fifth is Neil Bonnet. And Donnie Allison, who made an unscheduled pit stop a moment ago, apparently with a problem on the car. Let's see if Ned Jarrett is in that area.
We're standing with Hoss Ellington. Hoss, what was the problem?
Well, Ned, we were running a little hot when we came in, and looked like the radiator was kind of stopped up with debris, but I don't think that's all. We might have a cracked head. We don't know. But the water's got out of it somehow, and we can't find it right now. We'll fill it back up and going back out, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, so it's an overheating problem with the Hawaiian Tropic Chevrolet number 1.
Here he comes back on pit road, Ned Jarrett. Donnie Allison dives off the banking up in turn number 4, and there is still trouble on the Hawaiian Tropic car, so keep us abreast of the developments there. On pit road also, Dale Earnhardt, who has been leading the race, dives into the pits. Let's go back to Ned Jarrett.
And he takes you to the garage area. Buddy Baker's car, number 28, is also being pushed into the garage area and out of the race. We'll be back in a moment. 2
of the top contenders go into the garage almost simultaneously. Jackie Root, Buddy Baker, they're pushing his car in, and the Hoss Ellington machine, the Hawaiian Tropic car, has been taken to the garage area.
Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt and his crew are going to work. They've changed right side rubber, and he's away in 16 seconds flat. Car number 2 returns to the race. He was running up front, but this is a green flag stop. And Ned Jarrett, most of the leaders will have to be presenting themselves on pit road shortly.
Yes, they will, within the next 10 laps, Jack. And we thought that they might be able to run close to the 100-lap mark. They're now completing the 92nd lap, so they will be coming in the next 10 laps.
Jimmy Vandiver pits his car, the O.L. Nixon machine, on pit road in car number 89 as we're working toward the 100-lap mark. 92 laps are completed on the Sundrop scoreboard here this afternoon at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in the World 600. So this moves the Gatorade machine of Waltrip into the lead. The STP Chevy of Richard Petty is third. The Busch car of Cale Yarborough rides in third position right now. And fourth, showing on the field, is Neil Bonnet.
Barney, I'm standing beside of Buddy Baker. Buddy, what happened?
I think we cracked the head. It was running awfully good, just doing everything I wanted it to do. I was moving back up with little or no problem at all, and they were calling me and telling me we were picking up like 3/100ths of a second on the lead car every lap, and then all of a sudden the car just, I felt it start shaking a little bit, and I knew something was gone wrong. I think it dropped to a valve or either cracked the head.
Well, that's Buddy Baker. He is out of it now, and Donnie Allison is sitting right in front of him here in the garage area in the Hawaiian Tropic Chevrolet, and he has a similar type problem with that car.
In the meantime, some of your leaders are beginning to present themselves on pit road. In and out quickly to the service of Junior Johnson was Cale Yarborough in 15 and 9/10 seconds. Neil Bonnet, who runs in the third spot, comes to the Wood Brothers' assistance on pit road at this time.
Neil Bonnet brings in the Purolator Mercury. Now remember, this car had an early pit stop and dropped back in the field, but had fallen back to about 7th position, so Waltrip is the leader at present. Petty is in second. Benny Parsons has moved up to 3rd position, and 4th is Bobby Allison, as pit stops become the order of the day here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the World 600. Here comes the 2 front-running cars across the stripe. Waltrip out front, Petty riding second.
And Bonnet is away in 14 and 5/10 seconds.
2 front runners work the south end of the speedway into Mike Joy.
Waltrip and Petty staying out on the track, and that's not surprising, Barney. The races that we've done this year, Darrell Waltrip has seemed to have gotten about the best gas mileage, and he's usually one of the last leaders to pit. That could be a factor this afternoon.
4 more cars dive on the pit road. Joe Milliken is in. Riding also right behind him comes Ricky Rudd. J.D. McDuffie's cars in the pits. Ty Scott, and here comes Dave Marcus. And everybody's electing to pit at about the midway point here as we approach the 100-lap mark. 400 laps make up the World 600 this afternoon. Let's see if Ned Jarrett is standing by.
Barney, we're still walking out of the garage area. Donnie Allison was very upset when he came out of his car. He went straight to his truck and just sat down and ducked his head between his legs and said, boy, I don't know. Said, this just wasn't my heart to week.
Word on Donnie Allison, and the car had gone into the lead. He was the only driver able to overhaul Dale Earnhardt, the sensational rookie from over at Kannapolis, North Carolina, nearby the Charlotte Motor Speedway. He is still out there running strong. Now waiting for Waltrip on pit road, the Gatorade crew standing by, Petty's crew, the STP team, waiting for him. The front two continue to ride on the track. They're down in front of Mike Joe, and it looks like they're going to stay out a while, Mike.
They're strung together, Barney, and I don't think either one of them wants to pit before the other. Petty has just lined himself on the back bumper of Waltrip and is catching a free ride.
Barney, I'm in the pits. Kyle Petty's here. Kyle, when do you plan to bring your dad in?
Sir.
When do you plan to bring him in for a pit stop?
I don't know. Everybody else is pitting right now, so I figure we'll be pitting in about 5 or 10 laps.
Ned, here comes Darrell Waltrip on the pit road, so Richard Petty goes into the lead as Waltrip is in the pits. Let's go back to Ned Jarrett.
Kyle, you were scheduled to be in this World 600 and standing here watching it now. I guess you got mixed feelings about it.
Well, I'd like to be in it, but, I mean, you know, we had a little bad luck. And today we hope we change our luck and have good luck.
And this is a scheduled pit stop for Darrell Waltrip. Buddy Parrott and the crew go to work on the right side, changing those tires and filling them up with gasoline. And Richard Petty is fixing to come in right now.
And Waltrip is away in 13 and 9/10 seconds. Also in was Benny Parsons, and he was out in 17 and 1/10 seconds.
Richard Petty having trouble getting off the banking up in front of Eli Gold.
He had problems getting around Terry LaFonte from Corpus Christi, Texas, but Petty now slows prematurely. He makes a hard left and he heads towards Ned Jarrett.
And a scheduled pit stop for the STP Chevrolet. The only thing they're attempting to do is change the right side tires and fill it up with that gasoline. And I'll tell you, when these fellas go to work, as is the case with most of the other top team, it is precision from the nth degree. Petty's anxious to get going again, and he's away.
He's away in 14 and 5/10 seconds, Barney Hall, as all of the front runners on the 99th Circuit are presenting themselves on pit road.
Well, Jackie, if you make a pit stop and if it's over 15 seconds anymore, you're just out of the ballpark.
And as we get ready for the resumption of the pit stops here, we are now showing Clifton Cuckoo Marlin as your leader working the 100th Circuit from Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
David Allison's got a fun-filled 79 for you with a name that means the most in motorhomes, Winnebago. With 10-year financing available, you can say goodbye to the same old weekend blues and hello world. This year, David Allison will like to help you see the places you've wanted to see. Visit with friends and relatives that live in the next state and help you make camping a family affair with Winnebago. Drop by and see what Dave has to offer. This can be your year for RV fun. David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard.
For sturdy pickup trucks, for great prices, for a selection of trucks like you'll find nowhere else, come to Dodge Country. Dodge Country, the Carolina's largest truck dealer, with over 10 times the selection of the average truck dealer. D100s, D150s, Warlocks, and 4x4s. Nowhere else will you find a selection of great Dodge trucks like this at such incredible prices. And everything Dodge Country sells is backed up by their professional service department. Dodge Country, a name that means quality, value, and great selection at 4800 East Independence Boulevard.
I got it, guys.
Back at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, 102 laps are complete in the 400-lap circuits this afternoon for the World 600. Jackie Root, how are they running?
They are running with Lenny Pond in the lead. Running second is Cuckoo Marlin. Third spot belongs to the Dygaard Gatorade Chevrolet of Darrell Waltrip. The STP Chevrolet of Petty is in fourth, and fifth is Dale Earnhardt. Now, all those cars are on the same lap as they work the 103rd circuit here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
The leader shuffles back off into turn number one. Mikey has a healthy separation for the lead right now.
A good gap, Barney Hall, as Lenny Pond comes out of turn two. Cuckoo Marlin is just midpoint between the first and second turn, and he's rapidly being overhauled by the drafting duo of Darrell Waltrip and Richard Petty. They're in the backstretch.
That battle for third and fourth place has Waltrip in third, Richard Petty in fourth, about a car length and a half behind. They work up the banking, and Darrell Waltrip takes it way down low. Both he and Richard Petty move alongside and underneath Cuckoo Marlin, and now trying to make a move. Marlin cuts them off coming off the fourth corner.
Here they come, back to the stripe. And right now, Lenny Pond enjoying the lead in the World 600 this afternoon as they try to chase him down in turn number one, and they are gaining ground.
And Cuckoo Marlin is holding ground. He's got Darrell Waltrip behind him as he works race traffic, keeping Waltrip and Petty in third and fourth spot. out of turn 2. Track opens up a bit, and Waltrip takes a look at Cuckoo Marlin's second place spot.
Race traffic, no factor here. Darrell Waltrip peaks to the inside. Now he goes down low on the racetrack. Cuckoo Marlin goes way high for turn number 3. He's at half a groove from the retaining wall. Waltrip and Petty both go underneath him and take the spot.
So a change in the number 2 spot as they go after the leader now, Lenny Pond. Here comes Waltrip across the line. Richard Petty takes a look on the outside. No room there as they work traffic down in turn 1 for the number 2 position in the World 600.
Petty now third with Cuckoo Marlin fourth, trying to tag on to that draft as he loses a bit of ground but holds that solid fourth spot. Petty goes to the bottom in race traffic in the backstretch.
Richard Petty goes underneath Darrell Waltrip trying to make a move. He pulls alongside the rear. Declan can't make the move, so he tucks himself right back behind. Your leader is Lenny Pond. He takes a low groove, holding well low on the racetrack out of the number 4 corner, and a dead heat for second and third.
While they're running door to door, Lenny Pond pads his lead a little bit more as he scoots off into the number 1 corner. A good run for Lenny Pond this afternoon. He holds the record for the fastest 500-mile race of any kind in the world. He set it at Talladega last August in the Talladega 500, but now, Mike Joy, it looks like they may be able to chase him down if they'll run nose to tail. Richard Petty and Waltrip go after him.
Petty and Waltrip have cut Pond's lead to about 2.5 seconds as they go toward turn 3.
And obviously that is a strategy because neither Petty nor Waltrip dicing around at all as they work down the back straightaway. As soon as we say that, of course, Petty goes a bit higher through the turn than does Darrell Waltrip, but those two have their sights set on Pond.
The Virginian Lenny Pond is out front and in close pursuit is Richard Petty in second. Darrell Waltrip is third. Cuckoo Marlin was in fourth. He has presented himself on pit road. That will move Dale Earnhardt into fourth. Fifth spot will now belong to the Purolator Mercury of Neil Bonnet. Sixth position goes to Cale Yarborough. Seventh to Bobby Allison. In eighth position is the MC Anderson Griffith Marine Special for Benny Parsons. In ninth is the Truxmore Industries car with Ricky Rudd aboard, and Joe Milliken runs in 10th.
They are showing the front 5 in the same lap. The front 5, the latest rundown, we had some scoring indicating that the top 5 positions are in the lead lap. We are 106 laps into the World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway this afternoon. Quick pit stop for Cuckoo Marlin of Columbia, Tennessee, the gentleman farmer who had the lead, pitted his car, and goes back onto the track in the Cunningham Kelly Chevrolet. Meanwhile, the leader continues to be Lenny Pond, and his interval between the lead and the second place car, it is dwindling a little bit as they scoot up the back chute and head to Eli Gold.
Agreed. In at turn number 3, Lenny Pond takes a middle groove. Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip gaining a bit because they're running way down low on the racetrack as they come off the 4 corners.
They are catching the leader, Lenny Pond, and he looks in his rearview mirror. He sees the STP Chevrolet of Richard Petty and Waltrip, and now Waltrip takes a bit on the outside, tucks in behind as they go after the leader back in 1, Jackie Root.
And the separation 1 3/10 seconds as they've now closed to some 12 car lengths out of turn number 2.
They're running a very high groove in 2 as Lenny Pond keeps his car down to the bottom, trying to hold on to a lead that is getting slimmer every minute.
Again, it's clear sailing. They move to turn number 3, and the car lane differential now about 10 car lengths as Richard Petty closes perceptibly. Darrell Waltrip tucked right in behind Richard Petty, coming off the corner. It's about a second of an interval.
They chop it down. It is about a 15-car separation between Lenny Pond and Richard Petty. They're overhauling him down in turn 1. They cut it down to about 12 car lengths.
They will probably catch Pond as they get into a large group of lap traffic. 5 cars directly ahead out of turn 2. It is now down to 7 car lengths out of 2. Petty and Waltrip overhauling Lenny Pond.
And while that battle goes on, Travis Tiller is out of the race. Travis, what happened?
We cracked a piston or head one. Just after that second caution flag, we began to pick up a little heat on the engine, and oil temperature, they kept just continue climbing. We came in, tried to cool down there a couple times, but then the temperature shot way up on it, so we just cut it off and brought it in.
Okay, that battle heats up into turn 1.
The battle is joined. Lenny Pond has Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip right on his bumper. Petty looks high at turn 2. Pond comes up to cover the lane, and out of turn 2, they are single file heading for lap traffic in the backstretch.
Moving past the Tom Gale automobile, Lenny Pond takes him up against that retaining wall. Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip all nose to tail. Lenny Pond goes down low through turns 3 and 4. Richard Petty and Waltrip stay up high. It's going to be the same running order. Pond showing the way off the 4th turn.
Lenny Pond made the car stick at the bottom of the racetrack. That's the quick way around. He didn't give Richard Petty any racing room. Now Petty goes after him down in turn number 1 on the outside.
Richard Petty pulls alongside Lenny Pond, who backs out of the throttle just a tad at the first turn. And Petty has the lead out of turn 2. Waltrip following in the high groove, trying to take second spot in the back chute.
And indeed, Lenny Pond now being drop kicked back to 3rd running position as Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip both worked by Lenny Pond. And now a differential differential begins to show between second and third place. Lenny Pondo gets back on the throttle in full, and again it stows the tail, but now Petty, Waltrip, and Bond.
It looked like Waltrip might have drop-kicked Richard Petty just a little bit unintentionally going into that number 4 corner as he ran up on him and tapped him a little bit. And now as they head off into the number 1 corner, Waltrip goes after the lead.
Waltrip ducks to the inside out of the tri-oval and slings back up into the high groove at turn 1. Out of 2, lap traffic ahead. They'll come out of the second turn, single file.
They stabilize down the back chute with Richard Petty in front, Waltrip riding in second, and Lenny Pond is third. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Get on target for making camping a family affair with a Pace Aero motorhome from David Allison Camping Center. David Allison is taking the strain off of your fun budget with 10-year financing on his RVs. That means you can relax and enjoy the mountains, the beaches, anywhere you want to take off and live a little. David Allison's Pace Aero has got everything to get you where you're going with luxury, performance, quality, and durability. See it today at David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard. It's a Memorial Day sale going on now at your nearby Retco Tire store. You'll find belted tire specials like the A7813 for as low as $83 plus FET and sales tax. These tires feature fiberglass cord belts and 2 polyester cord body plies for strength, stability, and a comfortable ride. And you get free mounting, static balancing, and free rotation every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread with every set of 4 tires you purchase. Retco Tire stores, 3 convenient locations in Charlotte. Also Maiden, Shelby, and Kannapolis.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, Lenny Pond slows down in the south end of the speedway, coasting around the track, and is now on pit road. There is a possibility he may have stretched the fuel a little bit far. Ned Jarrett will be checking on that shortly. Let's update you at 115 laps into the race.
Well, your leader is Darrell Waltrip. Running in second is Richard Petty. Moving to third is Dale Earnhardt. In fourth position is the Purolator Mercury of Neil Bonnet. Running in fifth would be Bobby Allison. Sixth position to Cale Yarborough. Seventh to Benny Parsons. And running in eighth would be Joe Milliken, as they have completed the work on Lenny Pond's car, and that would put him in a ninth position.
A tough break for Lenny Pond, who had the lead a moment ago, now finds himself far back in the field with 116 laps completed in the 400-lap World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A magnificent afternoon for racing. Jackie Ruth, the weather is ideal. The drivers just been cruising around the speedway, and some of the best racing we've ever seen for the first 100 miles. And it's still that way. 5 cars are in the lead lap. Waltrip right now.
We've got problems in turn numbers 3 and 4 as Lenny Pond is hit by Connie Saylor. Good driving by Neil Bonnet. He gets by Saylor's car, who now goes nose first into the inside retaining barrier.
And that will be the 4th caution of the afternoon. With 117 laps completed, Saylor has kissed the inside retaining barrier after tangling with Lenny Pond. Pond has continued upon his way, and this will be a break for some of these runners as they'll be able to come in and take advantage of this caution. For an update on what transpired in turn 4, let's go to Eli Gold once again.
Well, Connie Saylor was coming through turns 3 and 4. He just got squirrely and went sideways. Lenny Pond, who was running lower on the racetrack than was Saylor, got somewhat T-boned as Connie Saylor went back up the track. Lenny Pond got out of the way. Neil Bonnet coming on nicely, running somewhat of a higher groove. He, too, avoided Connie Saylor. Then Saylor pointed the car down low, and he has now come to rest nose first against the inside guardrail.
What a tough break for the GC Spencer crew and team again. Jackie Ruth, they wrecked the car at Atlanta. Total lost a car down there with Claude Ballerina, the driver. They lost one at Talladega a couple of weeks ago in the Winston 500. And GC said he just hoped they could get through the day here with Connie Saylor aboard in their new car.
Well, it was not a hard lick for Connie Saylor. He just came in. He was on the binders. He had it just about tethered in when then all of a sudden it just hit the inside retaining barrier. But as well, let's update some people as far as the condition of Claude Ballerina, who crashed so badly in GC Spencer's car. We talked to GC before the start of the race today, and he said that Claude Ballerina intended to run the 24 Hours of Le Mans next week, and we'll be having that, or actually 2 weeks from now, and we'll be covering that action as part of the Simonized World Racing Scoreboard. So it's good to know that that French endurance racer has finally recovered from that altercation at Atlanta International Raceway.
Everybody making pit stops right now. Richard Petty is in the pits as we are under the 4th caution flag of the afternoon here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Waltrip getting a change of rubber on the inside. Earnhardt is in the pits. 119 laps are complete in the World 600.
There's a kind of man who's mighty proud of his car, and you'll hear him say out loud, I take good care of what works hard for me. So for my car, it's STP. Yeah, in my car, it's STP. kind of man who takes care of his hard-working car has got no use for a dirty carburetor. So he gets a little red can of STP gas treatment and adds it to the gas every time he fills up. STP gas treatment gets in there and helps keep that carburetor clean. And that's honest work for something that comes in such a small package. I take good care of what works hard for me. So for my car, it's STP. It's me and STP.
Almost all the front runners have elected to pin under this fourth caution flag of the day. 120 laps are in the record book in the World 600 this afternoon. 400 laps make up the World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The latest group of cars to pit in the front running pack are Bobby Allison, Neil Bonnet, Benny Parsons, and Cale Yarborough.
And Laney Pond was one of those that just came in too, Barney. They did indeed stretch it a little too far under the green flag and ran out of gas, so that cost him a lot of time. But that little altercation in the fourth turn with Connie Saylor does not appear to have bothered him too much. Asked Lenny if everything was okay, and he said yes, it was, so he's back out on the track.
A tough break for the Ken Cole mining efforts as they were running up front in this World 600. 121 laps have been completed in the World 600, and Darrell Waltrip is your leader. Richard Petty runs in second. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Well, doggone it, if it wasn't for Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant, I probably wouldn't have a darn thing to eat. With a high price of living and everything. Like right now, Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant has their famous May Steak Special. Just take a little money out of the cookie jar, $3.59 worth, and you get Shoney's U.S. Choice Sirloin, cooked up the way you like it. It's served with delicious French fries and toasted Grecian bread and salad from Shoney's all-you-can-eat salad bar. Oh, I just love picking through all those tasty morsels. 19 salad favorites, crisp green lettuce, right off the farm, and a choice of tangy dressings. Why, it's a genuine delight. And remember, it's only $3.59. Let's all sing along.
So from the minute you walk in, you know good evening, soon to begin. You're gonna love Shoney's. We borrow some nice ideas from your mother.
You'll find whatever you need for the care and repair of your home at Moore's. Just look for the sign of the Orange Fox. WSOC-FM, Charlotte.
Back here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, your leader is Darrell Waltrip in the Gatorade Chevrolet. Running in second is Richard Petty in the STP Chevrolet. The Australian Racing Team has planked Dale Earnhardt in third position. Fourth goes to Neil Bonnet, and fifth to Bobby Allison. And Barney Hall, the latest report is that Dick May has entered the race at the wheel of the number 0 machine. The Villa Park, Illinois entered Avanti CB car, so Dick May of Watertown, New York is now running the World 600.
Well, I don't think Dick misses many World 600s or Firecracker 400s or Daytona 500s. He'll climb in any kind of race car. If they need a driver, they can always put Dick May in it.
Well, we've said time and time again, he holds the record set at Dover, Delaware, where he ran 5 different cars in a Mason-Dixon 500. He failed to finish in all 5. But he's a journeyman race driver, and he thoroughly enjoys it. And in most cases, as we've reported on MRN Broadcasting, he does it without benefit of pay. He just enjoys it. They've been given the 1-go signal. They're working in turn 3, preparing to resume green flag racing. Starter Chip Warren looks the field over as the Dodge Magnum pace car prepares to present itself on pit road.
Jackie, quickly, Connie Saylor is standing by. Connie, what happened up there?
I don't really know, Ned. It just got real crowded, and all once the car got loose and I was up against the wall, there was 2 or 3 other cars underneath me. I'm not exactly sure who they were, but anyway.
Okay, Connie Saylor is all right.
They come hammering up through the throttle. Scoot in the number 1 corner, Waltrip out front.
Rush hour traffic with Richard Petty second, Dale Earnhardt third, Neil Bonnet is fourth, Bobby Allison is fifth, as the remainder of the fast cars come up through race traffic in the backstretch.
The interval's shaping up right now. Richard Petty closing in right behind Darrell Waltrip. Then it's 7 car lengths back to Dale Earnhardt and Neil Bonnet. But those two in a 2-car draft closing in on Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip.
Here come the front 4, nose to tail. Waltrip, the leader, being chased by Richard Petty in second spot. Earnhardt is third, and he has his hands full with Neil Bonnet for that number 3 spot in 1.
Again, it's a 4-car breakaway with Bonnet on the bottom of the racetrack under Dale Earnhardt. The Purolator Mercury hunting for third spot. Earnhardt holds his ground. They'll be side by side out of turn 2.
Now Neil Bonnet taking that inside groove. Dale Earnhardt closing on the outside near the retaining wall. Dale Earnhardt trying to make a move. Neil Bonnet not giving an inch. Bonnet takes the low side through turn number 3, but Dale Earnhardt, coming off the high side, slips in front of Neil Bonnet. So it's going to be Waltrip, Petty, Earnhardt, and Bonnet.
Hard-nosed racing here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in the World 600. Richard Petty takes a look on the outside of Darrell Waltrip, trails him into the number 1 turn.
And again, Neil Bonnet goes downstairs for the third spot, underneath Earnhardt. This time he makes the car stick on the bottom of the racetrack, and Earnhardt again powers back out of turn 2. They are side by side for third.
Same spot for Dale Earnhardt. He just steps on it and makes a move down the back straightaway. But Neil Bonnet, as he did last time through, makes a move again going into turn number 3. Bonnet goes down low on the racetrack. He tries to hold it this time. Here's where Earnhardt slipped in front last time through, but won't be this time. Neil Bonnet runs third in front of Dale Earnhardt.
Jackie Arute, unbelievable racing with just 126 laps complete in the 400-lap event this afternoon.
And we are showing 8 cars in the lead lap. It's Waltrip out front. Bonnet tries the inside of Petty for second. Petty on the high side. That's the contest for the runner-up position. Running in 4th spot is Dale Earnhardt. Bobby Allison is 5th. Benny Parsons is being posted in 6th. In 7th is Cale Yarborough, while running in 8th is Joe Milliken. 9th spot to Ricky Rudd, 1 lap down. Jim Vandiver runs in 10th. 11th to Terry Labonte. Lenny Pond is being posted in 12th. 13th goes to Al Holbert. 14th to Dave Marcus. J.D. McDuffie 2 laps down in 15th. In 16th is the Kings Inn Special for Skip Manning. In 17th is Buddy Arrington. Ty Scott is 18th. Richard Childress is 19th. Bill Dennis posted in 20th position. 21st is Glenn Jarrett. 22nd is D.K. Ulrich. 41 machine being driven by Grant Adcox. In 25th is Bruce Hill. In 26th is car number 4, Bobby Fisher. In 27th is the Buddy Baker car. In 28th position is the 39 of Blanky Wangren, and in 29th spot is Frank Warren. 30th is Dick May. 31st is Cecil Gordon.
That front 4 duel for the lead as they come to the line. It will be Waltrip in front. Bonnet has fought his way up to the number 2 position as he hammered away at the rookie driver Earnhardt for a while, then took it away from Richard Petty. Now he goes after the leader in front of Mike Joy.
As at Dover, Delaware, where he won last week, Bonnet is handling well on the bottom of the racetrack. He sniffed out Darrell Waltrip in the second turn and now slips back in the draft.
Indeed, Neil Bonnet has that car dialed in well. He moves up now 1/2 car length behind Darrell Waltrip, but Waltrip in turns 3 and 4 also handling so well down low, he can't get by in the case of Neil Bonnet, so Waltrip leads Bonnet up the corner.
Just inches apart. First and second position, Bonnet gets the inside groove on Waltrip. If he can keep that nose up there in 1, he may get the lead, Mike Joy.
Bonnet is going for it. Bottom of the racetrack. The fans come to their feet as Neil Bonnet has put the Purolator car ahead of Darrell Waltrip. Out of turn 2, Bonnet continues to work the low side. It is Waltrip and Petty tight in the draft, and Earnhardt and Bobby Allison 5th.
Now with Neil Bonnet and Darrell Waltrip both running so well down low, let's see where Waltrip tries to move if he does. Into turn number 3, both Bonnet and Waltrip down low on the racetrack. Bonnet floating a bit higher, but Waltrip stays with him. Richard Petty right on Waltrip's tail, running 3rd.
As the front 4 work the traffic around the speedway, Bobby Allison has closed up a bit in 5th position. He's just about 8 car lengths behind the 4th place car now, Earnhardt. They're back in 1.
The Thunderbird has moved up and is catching the benefit of that lead draft. It's now a 5-car string. Out of turn 2, single file. Bonnet, Waltrip guns it up for a run down the backstretch at the leader.
Darrell Waltrip tucks it to the inside. He moves alongside Neil Bonnet. Bonnet on the high groove through turn number 3 and 4. Darrell Waltrip takes it down low. Bonnet going way high, and he's going to be drop kicked back a position as Waltrip takes over in front, and Petty now battles for second.
Jackie Arute, they run just like it's the last lap, and they're coming down to the checkered flag as Waltrip put a move on Bonnet. He's back in the lead. Waltrip right now shuffles off into the number 1 corner out front.
Bonnet comes down to the low side again, and Richard Petty slips all the way back to 4th spot as Dale Earnhardt took advantage of Petty's aborted move on Bonnet, and Earnhardt is now 3rd.
And now Earnhardt setting his sights on Neil Bonnet. He tries to close the gap down the back straightaway. Earnhardt closing to about 4 car lengths back. That's the front of the pack. Darrell Waltrip shows the way. Neil Bonnet tucks right in behind him. They come out of the turn, straighten out that dog leg, and they head for home.
Just about a car length separates 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as they cross the stripe this time. No change in that front 5. Waltrip still out front. 13 times he started races here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. He won his first Charlotte event last year when he won the World 600. He has an incredible average of winning more than $8,900, Jackie Arute, every time he's been out in those 13 outings.
And even more incredible is the fact that he has finished every race he has entered here in the Winston Cup Grand National Division chase for 1979, albeit having to undergo, problems in turn number 4.
Indeed, we had problems there as Skip Manning saw the leaders coming up in the rear view. His car got squirrely, but the leaders get through with no problem, and Manning heads to the finish.
At Kings Inn Chevrolet almost involved in an altercation with the front runners, taking advantage of that backing out of the throttle as Neil Bonnet in turn 1, he goes for the lead.
Again, Bonnet is on the bottom of the racetrack. He led Waltrip into the first turn, but Waltrip gathers it back up in turn 2 and hauls down the backstretch. He leads by half a car length.
But Neil Bonnet has the inside groove, and Bonnet moves alongside Darrell Waltrip. It's going to be Bonnet taking him up the 24-degree banks, and he steps on it. House the advantage here. Neil Bonnet in front. Here comes Dale Earnhardt. He tries for the free ride down low. He's side by side with Waltrip for second.
No one in the front 5 has had time to catch their breath since they dropped the green flag at 12:30 this afternoon of the World 600. Bonnet is out front. Waltrip is second. Riding third is Earnhardt. Fourth is Petty, and fifth is Bobby Allison there to the south end of the track.
Again, single file going into the first turn. Bonnet almost diamonding the racetrack like a short track. He's way out to the wall in the dog legs, cuts it down sharply. In the backstretch, Richard Petty moves for third.
It's a challenge for third place. Richard Petty moves alongside Dale Earnhardt. Petty on the inside of the racetrack. Earnhardt again being forced to go high. Here comes Bobby Allison. He thinks about making it 3 wide in the turn. It'll be Richard Petty side by side with Dale Earnhardt, and Bobby Allison running fifth.
This youngster from Kannapolis, North Carolina, has to have impressed everybody here this afternoon. 130,000 race fans. Watch Earnhardt. He will not be intimidated by anyone, Jackie Arute.
No question about it, Barney. He's beginning to flex his muscles in the Opswood Racing Team entry, and you can be sure that Jake Elder is jumping up and down on pit road. Let's take a look very quickly at the cars that are out of the race. One car failed to start. That was the 57, the McClure Ford for Ron Hutcherson. He did not even take the command of fire engines. Also, likewise for Chuck Bown, and they are the 2 official retirees. The first one out in a wreck was Dick Brooks in the Bearfinder Chevrolet, and then we had an engine expire on Bill Elliott's car. Also involved, Connie Saylor is out. Also out is Donnie Allison. Travis Tiller is out, and Buddy Baker is out as well.
With 136 laps complete in the World 600, Waltrip is in front, Bonnet is second, Earnhardt is third, Petty is fourth. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
The race is on here, but the race is on at Dodge Country too. Everyone's racing to see the Dodge Omni, the all-around car that gets you all around. On the outside, the Omni shines through any kind of weather. And on the inside, you can order from several custom packages. So while you're getting a beautiful view of the great outdoors, you'll have a beautiful view of the great indoors inside your Omni. The little car that packs a lot of gear. See the Omni to believe it. Omni does it all for driving, and Dodge Country does it all in selling.
Many compact drivers, it's all waiting for you now in the exciting new Combi Camp fold-down travel trailer. David Allison Camping Center has the perfect way for your family to discover the countryside this summer. The Combi Camp tows easily behind the largest or smallest of cars because total weight is just 520 pounds. Tongue weight is only 45 pounds. But right now, David Allison has got the Combi Camp at the special introductory price of $1,595. See it at David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard.
You can't see any better racing than we're watching this afternoon of the World 600 right now. Neil Bonnet and Darrell Waltrip duel for the lead here this afternoon as they exit turn number 2 and scoot down the back chute. And all of a sudden, here comes Dale Earnhardt. Makes it a 3-way battle as they get up into turn 3.
Earnhardt running third behind Waltrip and Neil Bonnet. Earnhardt tucks himself right back in behind Neil Bonnet. Everybody moving up on race traffic. They move by Dick May with Darrell Waltrip showing the way.
Front 4, nose to tail. Bobby Allison has fallen out of that lead draft. He is 25 car lengths behind as they shuffle back into 1. Jackie Arute.
Running in 6th is Cale Yarborough. Benny Parsons is 7th. Joe Milliken is 8th. Running in 9th, they are posting Harry Gant. In 10th position is Ricky Rudd. In 11th spot is Terry Labonte. 12th position to Lenny Pond. 13th to Dave Marcus. In 14th spot is Al Holbert. Jim Vanover is 15th. Buddy Arrington is 16th. 17th to J.D. McDuffie. 18th to Cuckoo Marlin. Ty Scott being posted 19th. 20th to Grant Adcox. Bill Dennison 21st. Richard Childerson, the CRC efforts in 22nd. And running 23rd is the natural light entry for Glenn Jarrett.
Ned Jarrett, they really did their homework here this week, these drivers and crews, to put the cars in the kind of condition they have. I've never seen as many cars work as well as they have here in the early going of the World 600.
They have a good opportunity during the week, Barney, to get a good bit of running in as the weather cleared towards the end of the week, and they really tried to get them dialed in for this 600-mile event, knowing that there was going to be a tremendous amount of competition. You spoke of Dale Earnhardt a little bit ago and how he's up for this race. He said that he felt everyone in Kannapolis was coming here today, and so the 130 or 40,000 whatever are here must be about 30,000 of them from his hometown of Kannapolis, and he's certainly performing well for them.
They've been cheering him on. Battle for the lead in turn 1. Bonnet goes after it.
Neil Bonnet continues to work the bottom of the racetrack in 1. He swings up high and has the lead in turn 2 over Darrell Waltrip. Dale Earnhardt and Richard Petty remain linked in a tight 4-car draft.
And down the back straightaway, Darrell Waltrip not making a move here to reappropriate the lead. Neil Bonnet is permitted to show the way right here. Glued down low, but so is Darrell Waltrip. Up slips Dale Earnhardt as he runs a bit higher in third. Richard Petty low on the racetrack running fourth.
three Chevrolets chase a Mercury at Charlotte Motor Speedway as they cross the line. Bonnet is in front. Waltrip is second. Third, Earnhardt. Fourth is Petty. Then about a second back in the fifth position, Bobby Allison, Mike Joy.
Bonnet's success has been he's been able to run on the bottom of the racetrack. Everyone else has been at least a groove higher, and we've got an engine going in turn one. A car goes spinning, looping up, tags the wall, continues to slide up in the high groove, and looks like come down the track.
Bobby Fischer's car, I think, has just tagged the wall in front of Mike Joy. He scoots along. Let's go back to Mike Joy.
That is Bobby Fischer, and he is pinned up against the wall in turn two. He's keeping the wheels turned up so he doesn't slide down in front of traffic. Everyone has now got it slowed down. Fischer's car remains parked at the exit of turn two.
And an untimely pit stop for the Busch Beer Oldsmobile of Cale Yarborough. He had just come onto pit road for a change of right side tire. Just as the caution was coming out, he now finds himself a lap down to the leaders.
And Cuckoo Marlin comes off the number 4 corner. He goes smoke behind the number 14, heads to pit road.
So Bobby Fischer has crashed in turn one, and the car has ended up in turn two. Let's go back to Mike Joy.
A lot of smoke came out of that car, Jack, going into the first turn. It was coming, just pouring out the header pipes. The car got backwards and slid into the wall, and Fischer did a commendable job of keeping the car bumping along up against the wall and out of harm's way. He's now waiting for a break in the traffic to allow the car to roll down to the track apron, back to the tower.
And about everybody will be coming into the pits now. The leaders, Darrell Waltrip and Neil Bonnet, race down pit road. Richard Petty, Bobby Allison, and Dale Earnhardt, Benny Parsons, Cale Yarborough coming back in. And standing by, who is out of the race, driving the King's End Chevrolet here this afternoon, is Skip Manning. Skip, what went wrong?
Well, we broke a rear end housing. We had a pit stop, and on our regular pit stop, the lug stud broke, and they fixed that, and we went back out right as the green came out, and we were behind the pack, but we had been running pretty good for a new car, and the housing broke. I'm going to go down and stand by for Harry Hyde's car just in case, because I don't think we'll be back in.
Okay, Ty Scott would be driving that car number 30 that he's going to stand by. Everybody making tire changes. Dale Earnhardt changing all 4 on that car number 2, and he's down and away.
144 laps are on the board at Charlotte Motor Speedway and the World 600 this afternoon. The fourth caution flag of the day has just been displayed to the field when Bobby Fischer apparently lost an engine and crashed in turn one.
Nobody quite like you. You got your own thing to do. You like your beer light and clear, refreshing like mountain air. Head for the mountains of Bush. Reach out and you'll be here. Just reach out and you'll be here in the mountains of Bush.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Richard Petty is on pit road for a second time. 145 laps complete in the World 600 this afternoon. The fourth caution flag of the day. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
David Allison Camping Center is Charlotte's #1 RV dealer for 1979. And David wants to thank everyone in North and South Carolina for making it possible. And now that summer's here and camping is in the air, David wants to invite all of you to come on down and see his beautiful new 79 Coachman camping trailers. The Coachman trailer is the ultimate in camping convenience. And at David Allison Camping Center, you'll find value you can't afford to pass by. David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard. Come by. There's a Memorial Day sale in progress now at your nearby Retco Tire Store. Belted tire specials as low as 4 for $83 plus FVT and sales tax on size A7813. You get free mounting and static balancing. And with the purchase of 4 tires, Retco will rotate them every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread. Retco Tire Stores. Stop in now.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, 145 laps are being indicated on the scoreboard directly ahead. They're showing Joe Milliken as the leader, and that would be a first time up there this afternoon for Milliken, the rookie from Randleman, North Carolina. And riding in the second position shows now as Neil Bonnet's car. Pit stops. Almost everybody's been in at least once. Several of the drivers have been in twice. Bobby Allison, the latest of the front 5 to make a pit stop as he exits pit road and goes back out of the track down in turn 1.
Barney, it's been a stout performance for Neil Bonnet at the keyboard of the Purolator Mercury. We've touched upon it in this broadcast, also at Dover and at Martinsville and Talladega. The pressure that's been upon this guy from Hueytown, Alabama, having replaced the legendary David Pearson. And I asked him yesterday, I said, has it been hard to constantly be compared to Pearson and the performance that he put in at the wheel of the Purolator Mercury?
You know, I can walk up down pit road and everybody stops and we want to talk about this, and the press conferences and we talk about, you know, the comparisons, but the only time, there's one time that I there's not any of them climbed in the window with me on Sunday and want to talk. So Sunday, when I get in that thing and buckle up and start out to go that race, then I got it the way I wanted it. I'm sitting in the race car. I've got control of that thing. I can go do what I want to do. There's not any comparisons right then. There hasn't been a press guy made the trip with me yet. So what I can do is get out there and enjoy myself, and that's exactly what it is. It's a good, hard day's work, but it's the most enjoyable racing I've ever had in my life. The car's so good.
Well, he's enjoying himself from second position. Another driver that's got to be enjoying this momentary respite as he leads the World 600 is rookie Joe Milliken. We've said Dale Earnhardt has won at Bristol International Raceway to score first rookie victory since '74 when the Canadian Earl Ross did it at the Virginia 500 at Martinsville, Virginia. But for Milliken now, I wonder if he thinks he too can score a victory in his rookie year.
Well, I was hoping to win one before Dale, but he sort of beat us to the draw, so now we're trying to win a race and catch back up with him, I hope.
Well, if Joe Milliken doesn't win here today, he may do it at the Texas 400 in College Station, Texas on Sunday, June 3rd next week, or when we go to Napa Riverside 400 in Riverside, California on Sunday, June 10th. MRN Broadcasting will cover those two great events as well as the Gabriel 400 on June 17th from Brooklyn, Michigan, the Michigan International Speedway. On July 4th, at the birthplace of speed, Daytona Beach, Florida, we all come back for the Winston Cup Grand National race that has got to be one of the barn burners, the Firecracker 400 on the Daytona International Speedway, that 2.5-mile facility. On July 14th, the Nashville 420 will play host to the Winston Cup Grand National regulars, and on July 15th, we will be at Michigan International Speedway to cover the championship auto racing team's entry into championship car racing. That'll be the Norton 300. On July 29th, MRN will be back with Winston Cup Grand National action. That's the Coca-Cola 500 from Pocono, Pennsylvania. August 5th, it's the Talladega 500 from Talladega, Alabama, and then on August 19th, it's the Champion Sparkplug 400. Another great MRN Broadcasting Company broadcast that we'll be giving you all the action from will be the United States Auto Club Championship car event called the Music 500 from Pocono International Raceway on Sunday, June 24th. Barney?
148 laps are now complete in the World 600. We are under caution, and this will be the fourth one of the afternoon. Correct me. It is the fifth caution flag of the day. There were 6 in the World 600 here last year for 32 laps. Pace car with a field in tow. They're in front of Eli Gold.
As they work their way through, of course, you've got to think about Bobby Allison. He's got a feel when you talk about the cars that have won here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Certainly the T-Birds might be ready to go. They've yet to pick up a victory. Chevrolet has won 7 times here in Charlotte over the years. The Dodges have won 9 times. The Mercury has won 7 times, and the Ford products 9 times.
And one of those Chevrolet drivers that always runs well here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. In fact, he was running good today. He led the race for a little while, was Cuckoo Marlin, but he's out of it now. Cuckoo, what happened?
Ned, it appears that we dropped a fail. The car was running good and it was working good, and after it seemed like everybody heated the tires up, my car would seem just work good as they would, and I'd keep up with it.
Cuckoo, it seems the pace has been extremely fast out there, and considering you got to run 600 miles, what are these fellows thinking?
I don't know. I knew early this morning the good car was running. I could overwhelmed it somewhere, so I guess that's what happened.
Well, we're sorry to see you out of that race. Better luck next time.
Okay, thank you, Ned.
You look at the action here, Barney Hall, with just 149 laps completed, and it has been flat out all day. And that's been the way it's been all year in the Winston Cup Grand National Trail. And for Benny Parsons, who runs in 5th position, I asked him yesterday, I said, do you like the concept of having to run flat out and belly to the ground from the drop of the green flag?
No, I think it's easier. Why? Well, it's easier because, Jackie, I can think about racing every inch of the way. And, there's nothing more boring or harder than to run around. I have run 500-mile races and never raced a soul. The leaders would go away, the second pack would go behind, and meanwhile I sat in the middle and never saw anybody all day. Now that's long 500 miles. Luckily, the car now is competitive enough that I basically can race with someone. There is someone that I can race with. And now you look up and you say, oh, we've run 265 laps. See, my goodness, it doesn't seem like it's that long. Whereas before, you look up and say, oh, no, we only run 105 laps. So you keep your mind occupied when you're racing. And therefore, the 600 miles goes by and it's over with, and you just say, well, boy, that was a quick 4.5 hours.
Another driver that's running fairly well this afternoon after that great posting at Talladega, Alabama, is Buddy Arrington. Of course, he's in the second wave of cars that are doing battle for the backmarker positions. And you asked him, Barney, a couple of days ago, you said the second wave of cars, just how hard are they racing as we watch the battles up front?
I think when you see the second group running, them guys in the second group is running harder than the guys in the first group. I ain't had the opportunity to say this too many times, but at Talladega the other Sunday, it was due to, a lot of wrecks and a lot of people had trouble, but still we was up front and we was running up front and stayed on the scoreboard all day, and it was the easiest race that I can remember running since I've been racing.
Well, they've just been given the indication one lap and will get the green next time by as they cross the start-finish line.
And I know one listener that we have down in Daytona Beach, Florida, and the entire racing fraternity sends their good wishes and get well wishes as well to Joe Epton, who used to be NASCAR's chief scorer that now runs North American testing service for the International Speedway Corporation. Joe's been ill, in and out of the hospital. He's recuperating, we hear now, back at his home, listening to us on his radio and WNDB, the MRN Broadcasting Company. And all of your friends here, Joe, wish you were here in Charlotte, North Carolina, so get better soon. We'll see you at the Firecracker 400.
151 laps are being indicated on the board. We have had 5 caution flags in the World 600. They're getting ready to turn them loose again. Over in turn number 3, the pace car leads them up in there. And a moment ago, the safety car, Jackie, almost has been run over a couple of times. These guys are so anxious to race.
Well, Barney, standing by with me is Bobby Fisher. Bobby, what happened to your car up there?
Going into one, the motor let go, and then the car got sideways, and then we got in the wall.
Looked like it did a little sheet metal damage.
Yeah, we're hoping nothing's bent, though. We won't be back out today, but we'll be back.
Okay, Bobby Fisher says he'll be back, and the green flag is waving.
And Joe Milliken leads this event in the Appliance Wheel Chevrolet, but battling up on the outside is Neil Bonnet in turn 1. He wants the lead.
Meanwhile, Dave Marcus tries to get a lap back underneath Joe Milliken, and they just about trade paint at turn 2. Bonnet hunts down to the low side. He'll make it 3 wide out of turn 2 against Milliken and Marcus.
Neil Bonnet all the way on the inside. He goes shooting for the lead. He moves down quickly. Now cuts back in front of Dave Marcus and Joe Milliken. So Neil Bonnet shows the way in front. Milliken running second. Darrell Waltrip running third. Earnhardt is running fourth. They exit turn number 4 with Neil Bonnet again at the point.
Last Sunday at Dover, Delaware, every time they made a pit stop, put new tires on the Purolator car, he would run away from the field. And right now, he's out front, trying to pull away from Joe Milliken and won.
Bonnet is trying to move away, but Milliken is staying right with him. They have a bit of daylight on the third-place car, Waltrip, who dispenses with lap traffic and sets sail on the leaders. Earnhardt is 4th, Benny Parsons 5th, Richard Petty 6th as they head for the backstretch.
Right now, Benny Parsons, as he works in spot number 5, looks in the rear view. He has a private battle going with Richard Petty. Back towards the front of the pack, Joe Milliken puts some daylight between himself and Darrell Waltrip. Now Waltrip glued down low to the racetrack. He continues to run third behind Milliken second, Bonnet in front.
And if you lead the World 600, you will not get any rest here this afternoon. They'll hound you to death as they head back into turn number 1. Waltrip comes slicing up to that third spot, drops off the pace a little bit.
Waltrip cannot go into turn 1 as hard as he would like, Barney. His car slides up the racetrack, pushing a bit in 1. He has to gather it back in 2, but he winds it up down the backstretch, and he's doing that now.
And now Darrell Waltrip trying to make a challenge for second place. He pulls alongside Milliken, takes the low side, downstairs on Milliken. Milliken going way high into the top groove. Darrell Waltrip appropriates second. He also now tries to go down low on Neil Bonnet.
Waltrip put the pressure on Milliken, scooted him a little high in the number 4 corner, and goes after the leader, door to door, as they head back to 1.
Waltrip just rooted Neil Bonnet out of the low groove and swings up high in 1 as he did the last lap. Bonnet jumps right back downstairs, pulls up alongside the rear quarter panel, then Bonnet slips in the draft. It's Waltrip, Bonnet, and Earnhardt out of 2.
What a brand of racing we're seeing here this afternoon. The first and second place battle, not so hot right now as compared to that in 5th and 6th place is Richard Petty. Flexing the muscles, moves past Benny Parsons yet again into 5th spot. Now back at the front of the pack. It's Neil Bonnet looking down low, trying to shoot by Darrell Waltrip.
Waltrip leads. Bonnet goes downstairs and at the stripe. It's too close to call as they are hub-to-hub in turn 1.
Bonnet has worked the best in the low groove. That's where he is, and he has gotten the lead. Waltrip works up high in 1, brings it back down in 2. Earnhardt is on his bumper. Petty is 4th. Benny Parsons is 6th behind Joe Milliken. They're all locked up in the backstretch.
Bobby Allison runs in 7th. Cale Yarborough 1 lap down is 8th. Terry Labonte is 9th. In 10th position is Ricky Rudd, and 11th is Al Holbert. Jim Vandiver is 12th. 13th Delaney Pond, and 14th is Dave Marcus. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Hello there, Americans. I'd like to talk to you for just a moment about inflation. Yes, it's getting crazy out there, but there is one place where you can still get something almost for peanuts, pardon the expression, and that's Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant, and what they call their May Steak Special. I invite you to drop in right now and try out Shoney's U.S. Choice Sirloin, cooked the way you like it, served with French fries, oh so good, toasted Grecian bread, and salad from Shoney's all-you-can-eat salad bar. And that includes 19 salad favorites, crisp lettuce, a variety of delicious condiments, and tangy dressing. That's nice, isn't it? And remember now, it only costs $3.59. Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant and your May Steak Special. Now, where's my money for saying this?
So from the minute you walk in, you know good eating soon to begin. You're gonna love Shoney's. We borrow some nice ideas from your mother.
Well, it looks like Miss Twigley's exercise class in the grandstand as the fans jump up, down, all afternoon in the battle for the lead. It's a good one again as they come back to the line. Waltrip by half a car length over Neil Bonnet as they trade it back and forth.
And it's worked this way every time into turn one. Bonnet goes to the bottom of the racetrack, pulls up on Waltrip, then Waltrip swings back out of turn two where he has the power. And right now he leads Neil Bonnet by 2 car lengths. Petty is third with Earnhardt right alongside.
The battle is to third place now as Dale Earnhardt tries to make a move. He does sweep by Richard Petty. Now Petty is in fourth place being challenged by Benny Parsons. Parsons going to the high side. He's being dropped, kicked back a position or so. Off for number 4 corner. Darrell Waltrip in front. Neil Bonnet running second.
Bonnet down to the inside, goes after Waltrip for the lead. He's there. Waltrip across the start-finish line by just about a nose, but that's changing in 1.
Bonnet by a car length in turn 1 on the bottom. Waltrip stays glued up on the high side. And again, as he's done every lap for the last 5, gathers it back in. But this time, he'll trail the Purolator Mercury down the backstretch.
Indeed, Neil Bonnet shows the way and nobody making a move this time through. They work their way back to the number 3 corner. Neil Bonnet points the nose down. He glues down low so well. Darrell Waltrip running even lower than his Neil Bonnet. They come single file off the turn. Third is Earnhardt, fourth is Petty.
Richard Petty sticks the nose underneath for just a moment on the rookie driver Earnhardt to breathe the STP Chevrolet. There's no room to breathe at all in that front pack as the pressure is on.
Bonnet stays to the bottom of the racetrack. Waltrip can run low in 3 and 4, but not down here in the second turn. Earnhardt looks underneath Waltrip out of turn 2. They stay single file.
As they show the way down the back straightaway. At this point, the top 5 runners being uncontested right now from anybody else, though of course they have their own battles going on. Darrell Waltrip going down low as Neil Bonnet goes sky high in turn number 4. It's going to be Waltrip in front, Bonnet second, Earnhardt third, Petty fourth, Parsons fifth.
And that will be the 36th lead change among 10 different drivers. There have been 12 cars that are officially retired from the event. Dick May's machine that is now being driven by Ron Hutcherson was the first out. Chuck Bown is out. Dick Brooks is out. Bill Elliott is out. Donnie Allison, after running up front, is now out. Also out is Buddy Baker. Travis Tiller is out. Also out is Connie Saylor. Roger Hamby's machine being driven by Skip Manning. The King's Inn Special is out. A valve KO'd Cuckoo Marlin. Also out is Bobby Fischer. And the last retiree was the Palatine Automotive entry for James Hilton. Leaders.
Darrell Waltrip is out front as he comes across the line. He won the World 600 last year by just a car length. And right now, as they shuffle off into the number 1 corner, a little interval begins to build between the second and the third, fourth, and fifth place cars.
That's because there's a battle for third. It is Dale Earnhardt underneath Richard Petty. Earnhardt will just not stay in line. He goes after that spot midway down the backstretch.
Earnhardt takes the inside groove. They still go door handle to door handle. Richard Petty near the outside wall. They stay in that similar position through turn number 3. It's going to be Dale Earnhardt now floating up from the bottom of the racetrack. He's got third place. Benny Parsons now challenging for fourth, Petty in fifth.
As the 2 front positions cross the stripe, there's a big interval now of about 25 car lengths back to Earnhardt in third, Petty in fourth, Parsons in fifth position as they work traffic back in turn 1.
There are 6 cars shuffling back in that draft for third spot, including Cale Yarborough, who's a lap down, and Bobby Allison tails that second group of cars out of turn number 2.
Leaders work toward the back straightaway. Neil Bonnet right now. He rides up behind Darrell Waltrip. At this point, those 2 cars, as they run identical lines throughout this race course, they are not making a challenge one either way. Running third, Dale Earnhardt not being challenged here by Richard Petty, as Petty, Earnhardt, and Parsons take single file.
Chevrolet and a Mercury.
Trouble in turn 1. Let's go to Mike Joy.
1 car sliding down off the wall, just about tagged it, and that is Glenn Jarrett in the Natural Light Chevrolet. Got broadside in turn 2 and came down to the apron without making contact with another car.
Well, that will bring out the caution, and the leaders will race back to the stripe here. They have all backed out of the throttle, however, with Neil Bonnet in front, Darrell Waltrip in second, Dale Earnhardt runs third, Richard Petty is fourth, Benny Parsons being posted in fifth position. In sixth, it looks like it would be the Joe Milliken entry. In 7th is Bobby Allison, and then in 8th spot is Lenny Pond.
We put it all in the Pontiac, and our best get better. Over and over in Pontiac, our best get better.
Some very discriminating people have discovered Pontiac's impressive new midsize Le Mans. Last model year, they pushed sales up almost 50% over the year before. And this year, they're still falling in love with our car. Maybe it's because those who want room for 6 and lots of luggage space are finding they can get all that and more in a Pontiac Le Mans. Great Pontiac styling in both 2- and 4-door models, the comfort of full-width cloth seats, and luxurious standards like deep carpeting and acoustic insulation, and a smooth Le Mans ride, courtesy of Pontiac's radio-tuned suspension. The 1979 Pontiac Le Mans. Isn't it about time you discovered how impressive a mid-size car can be?
We're getting better as we show. Ride a Pontiac and you know it. We put it all in the Pontiac. Pontiac, our best get better.
Here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the 6th caution flag of the day has been displayed to the World 600 competitors with 167 laps complete in the 400-lap event this afternoon. And right now, the pits are a busy place. Waltrip is in, Labonte is in, Richard Petty is in, Cale Yarborough heading back out of the track. Here's Earnhardt making a pit stop going back out of the speedway. So caution has put everyone on pit road at this time. From the Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
David Allison's got a fun-filled 79 for you with a name that means the most in motorhomes, Winnebago. With 10-year financing available, you can say goodbye to the same old weekend blues and hello world. This year, David Allison would like to help you see the places you've wanted to see. Visit with friends and relatives that live in the next state and help you make camping a family affair with Winnebago. Drop by and see what Dave has to offer. This could be your year for RV fun. David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard.
For sturdy pickup trucks, for great prices, for a selection of trucks like you'll find nowhere else, come to Dodge Country. Dodge Country, the Carolina's largest truck dealer, with over 10 times the selection of the average truck dealer. D100s, D150s, Warlocks, and 4x4s. Nowhere else will you find a selection of great Dodge trucks like this at such incredible prices. And everything Dodge Country sells is backed up by their professional service department. Dodge Country, a name that means quality, value, and great selection at 4800 East Independence Boulevard.
With 168 laps complete here in the World 600, 2 of the top contenders, in case you might have just joined our broadcast and are wondering what happened to Buddy Baker and Donnie Allison, apparently they both lost an engine early in the event this afternoon and have gone to the garage area, and we'll update you shortly as to some of the other competitors that have parked it this afternoon. This is the 6th caution flag of the day. Last year there were 6 cautions in the World 600 for a total of 32 laps, and it looks like we might set a record here this afternoon for our cautions.
Well, the record was set in 1965. There were 11 caution flags back then. The most caution laps ever run was in 1968, with rain being a problem, and they ran 114 of the 400 laps scheduled under caution.
Jackie, I'm in the pits with the Wood brothers. Leonard Wood, Neil Bonnet, running very well out there that afternoon. Are you folks pleased with the way that Neil has adopted to that Purolator Mercury?
Yes, we are, Ned. He's adapting exceptionally quick. You know, we didn't expect him to adapt that quick to it.
Have you had any problems at all today?
I didn't understand you.
Have you had any problems at all?
Today, nothing but just minor handling problems, and we've been adjusting on it from time to time.
Do you feel you got it dialed in now the way you want it?
It's pretty good. Once in a while it gets a little loose, and then we correct it, and then it goes the other way, so it's pretty close.
That's Leonard Wood, the crew chief on the Purolator Mercury number 21.
Well, in the 600-mile race, you'll see almost all the top runners making chassis adjustments throughout the day as the track conditions change here. It's been a cool afternoon. Actually, it's an ideal day for racing here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We commented earlier how well so many cars are working around the speedway, sticking at the bottom of the corners, being able to race. Let's go back to turn 1 and Mike Joy. He's had a chance to observe them there all afternoon.
Best here, Barney, has been the Purolator Mercury of Neil Bonnet. Coming into turn number 1, he's been able to plant the car right on the bottom of the racetrack. Waltrip, though, is working very well up in the high groove here.
Green flag as they come barreling out of turn number 4. Waltrip out front, Petty second, Earnhardt is third, fourth is Bonnet, fifth is Bobby Allison as they head for turn 1.
Waltrip will go into that turn a bit high. Richard Petty takes a look down low underneath, but Petty, too, continues to run the high groove, and it is Bonnet on the bottom of the racetrack. Underneath, Dale Earnhardt for third position. Waltrip and Petty lead them off the corner.
Neil Bonnet continues to ride downtown as he's drawn alongside Dale Earnhardt. It's going to be Earnhardt now flexing the muscles just a bit. He tries to hold down third, but again, Neil Bonnet in turn number 3 goes way down low. He has third spot. Here comes Bobby Allison right behind him, trying to top kick Earnhardt further back.
How do you stand the pressure for 600 miles the way they're racing at Charlotte this afternoon? Again, Waltrip leads them off into the number 1 corner. Richard Petty wants the lead, so does Bonnet.
Bonnet again goes to the bottom, this time against Richard Petty. Bonnet trying to pick up a spot here every lap is underneath Petty. Petty has the power coming off the turn high. They are dead even midway down the backstretch.
Again, Richard Petty trying to flex the muscle down the back straightaway. He's had the advantage there, but again in the turn, here comes Neil Bonnet sweeping right by Richard Petty. Neil Bonnet low on the racetrack takes a similar groove to that of Darrell Waltrip, who also rides well down low. Bobby Allison and Richard Petty swiping some paint as they come off the number 4 corner.
Bonnet makes a slashing move all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack, almost put it on the dirties after the lead in 1.
And he has it going into turn 1. It is Bonnet on the bottom. But Waltrip is strong in that high groove off turn 2. Bobby Allison, bottom of the racetrack against Richard Petty. They fight for the third spot off the turn.
Bobby Allison trying to take that third place position away from Richard Petty. Petty is shown well down the back stretch again, stomps on it here. He has third spot. Here comes Dale Earnhardt taking the high road. He draws alongside Bobby Allison, but Allison down low keeps 4th place. Earnhardt 5th, running 6th here.
A wide wailing. Dale Earnhardt has lost 5th position, but he battles back up on the outside to try and take it away from Bobby Allison into turn 1.
Earnhardt and Allison into the first turn. It is Earnhardt in first, in 4th. 7-car train off the second turn. It is Neil Bonnet leading Darrell Waltrip, Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, Bobby Allison, Benny Parsons, and Cale Yarborough.
Cale Yarborough trying to join that battle. He momentarily drew alongside Benny Parsons. That now forgotten. As your leaders work their way through the turns again, they dive into Neil Bonnet and Darrell Waltrip. They maintain a 7-car choo-choo train out the number 4 corner.
It's Bonnet out front. Waltrip runs 2nd. Petty is 3rd. 4th to Earnhardt. 5th to Bobby Allison. 6th to Benny Parsons. In 7th is Joe Milliken in 8th position. They're now posting Cale Yarborough 1 lap down. 9th to the Kenny Childers car with Lenny Pond at the keyboard. In 10th is Ricky Rudd. Al Holbert is 11th.
Trouble in turn 2. Benny Parsons got very loose. Appeared to tag the wall coming off the second turn. He managed to straighten it out and continues on down the backstretch. It was a close call for Parsons.
He's way off the pace as he heads up into the corner, and he might have tagged the wall. Change of the lead up in 4.
Right as Benny Parsons works one way, Darrell Waltrip maintains that lead position now on the point. Running 2nd, Petty along with Neil Bonnet.
And Benny Parsons comes down pit road. He evidently cut a tire that caused him to go high.
Trouble in 1 as Bonnet and Petty get together once, twice. They trade some sheet metal and then separate. It allows Bobby Allison to take the 2nd spot. Earnhardt comes up as Petty drops to 3rd and Neil Bonnet 4th.
Bobby Allison now showing the way in 2nd place. Dale Earnhardt on the inside running 3rd. 4th place now is Richard Petty. 5th on the field is Neil Bonnet. It's given some racing room for Darrell Waltrip right now. Bobby Allison trying to close it. Earnhardt 3rd, Petty 4th, Bonnet 5th.
You wondered how long it was going to happen before something would have to give. Running in such tight quarters, Barney Hall, it just had to go sooner or later, and it was Bonnet, Petty, and Allison and Earnhardt involved in that one in turn 1, Mike.
And they're after it again with Bobby Allison 2nd. Earnhardt is 3rd. Neil Bonnet back down on the bottom, and he and Petty continue to run side by side.
And standing by with me out of the race is James Hilton. James, what was the question you just asked me?
I just wondered if those hot dogs up there know this is a 600-mile race. They sure don't act like it.
What happened to your car?
Well, I think it broke a piston there. We were blowing oil out of the breather on both sides, and we tried to correct it and couldn't, so we got an internal problem.
Benny Parsons lost a lap on that pit stop, the unscheduled one for a cut tire.
We are nowhere near halfway home in this race, and yet they're running like it's the last lap. As they exit turn number 2, Waltrip has 5 car lengths over Bobby Allison, who has moved a Ford. The Hodgson T-Bird into the number 2 spot. A Chevrolet is in front. A Ford is 2nd. Chevrolet runs 3rd. Chevrolet runs 4th with Richard Petty. And back in 5th position is a Mercury. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
You know, there's one place left where you can get a good meal that's really inexpensive. And that's Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant. And right now, they're offering to you the May Steak Special. That's right, you'll get Shoney's U.S. Choice Sirloin, and that's cooked the way you want it, served with French fries, toasted Grecian bread, and salad from their all-you-can-eat salad bar. And that includes 19 salad favorites, crisp green lettuce, chilled vegetables, a variety of delicious condiments, and topping everything off, your choice of tangy dressings. Shoney's Big Boy Restaurants and the Mays Steak Special. And it only costs $3.59.
So from the minute you walk in, you know good eating's soon to begin. You're gonna love Shoney's. We borrow some nice ideas from your mother.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, they're racing like there's no tomorrow. Waltrip feels the pressure right now from Bobby Allison as he has chased him down. Just about a car length separate first and second position as we are 179 laps into the 400-lap World 600. Field back in one.
Single file by the lapped automobile of Cecil Gordon Waltrip with Bobby Allison, Dale Earnhardt, Neil Bonnet, Richard Petty, and the lap car of Cale Yarborough. It's a tight six-car single-line formation. Out of two, Petty makes a bid for fourth, thinks better of it, slips back in the groove.
Each time into turn number 3, Neil Bonnet was trying to make a move like he did a few laps ago. Take one position each time, but now Waltrip, Allison, Earnhardt, and Bonnet, everybody glued so well down low on the racetrack, Bonnet can't make a move.
Waltrip comes to the stripe to complete the 182nd circuit. He leads. Bobby Allison is second. Dale Earnhardt is third. Neil Bonnet is fourth. Petty is fifth. In sixth position is Joe Milliken. Seventh, one lap down, is Cale Yarborough. Al Holbert runs in eighth. Ninth to Lenny Pond. 10th to Ricky Rudd. In 11th position is Terry Labonte. 12th, after that costly pit stop, is the 27. That's the MC Anderson Griffith Marine car for Benny Parsons. And running 13th is Jimmy Vandiver.
Well, Earnhardt comes right back after that front-running pack, Jackie. Rudy has just scooted around Bobby Allison up in front of Eli Gold.
Indeed, Allison had to back off just a bit as he was running up behind some race traffic. So it's Waltrip, Earnhardt, Allison, Bonnet, Petty leading it out of the fourth corner.
What a magnificent run for Dale Earnhardt here this afternoon. As you heard Ned Jarrett say, he felt like about 30,000 people from Kannapolis, North Carolina would come and watch him run this afternoon. He has not disappointed his fans.
And Jake Elder, as many of the people say, is a lot of the credit to Dale Earnhardt as he goes to the inside of Darrell Waltrip midway down the backstretch for the lead.
They head to us in turn 3. It's going to be Dale Earnhardt taking the low side. He gives the free ride to Bobby Allison. So it's Waltrip being dropped back. Here comes Neil Bonnet. He, too, tries to move up as Waltrip is perilously close to fourth place.
So the rookie Earnhardt leads the World 600, and as we were going to say, Barney Hall, Jake Elder has been credited with a lot of the reason for the new promise by Dale Earnhardt. But Jake Elder has also brought a lot of the great drivers along. He's crewed for Petty, he's crewed for Pearson, he's crewed for
almost everybody.
Waltrip, you name it. And he rated Dale Earnhardt as a driver yesterday.
Well, Dale's a good race car driver, but just like I said, like I told him, he's going to have to go to school just like Darrell and Cale, and Bobby, and Richard and all them, and Donnie and them. I'd say this time next year, right here, if the boy keeps going like he's going, and we keep it going like we're going, he'll be just as strong as Donnie or Bobby or Cale or Darrell or any of them other guys.
He's giving a little schooling to the best in the business this afternoon. Earnhardt is the new leader here in the World 600. Bobby Allison is second. Bonnet is third. Fourth is Waltrip, and fifth is Richard Petty as he pulls them by 2 car lengths.
And Barney, on the next lead change, we will set a record for lead changes in a World 600. There have been 42 separate and distinct lead changes at the stripe. The record was set in 1978, and that was
trouble coming out of turn number 4. Bobby Allison explodes an engine. Almost got a piece of the wall, gets out of the throttle, keeps it in a straight line, and caution is on the speedway.
A tough break for Bobby Allison, who was leading the Winston Cup point standings going into this race.
Caution comes out. That will be the 7th caution of the afternoon, and it was a very, very scary one down here on the front straightaway, Barney Hall.
Eli Gold was looking directly at that as it came out of turn number 4. Let's go up there for a report.
Indeed, Bobby Allison's engine exploding directly beneath us as they came off the banking. There seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary for that lap from any of the others that Allison was running so well. He was up against the wall. All of a sudden, a plume of smoke. We check here as they head towards the dog leg. The track running surface seems to be in fairly good shape, though, of course, there's going to be a check from the safety crews, but a tough break there for Bobby Allison.
Yeah, Barney Hall, it's a little unusual that you'd see an engine engine let go as you accelerate off of the turn. Most of the time, they blow as they decelerate going into the turn when they get the back pressure on it. But he was accelerating fully off of the turn. He's now coasting down pit road. It'll be interesting to see if the Bud Moore crew go to work. In fact, they're running right now into the garage area. I suspect they're going to change engines on account of the point system. Standing by here with me is another of those second-generation drivers, Glenn Jarrett from Hickory, North Carolina, who had the natural light car out there today, but he's out of it now. Glenn, what happened?
Well, something happened in the rear end about 10 laps before I got in the wall over there. I could smell the rear end grease burning, and I kept watching for smoke, but didn't see any. And then as I started off the number 2 turn, something broke in the rear end, just went out from me all at once, and I tagged the wall not very hard. There wasn't any damage to the car hardly, but we went back out and tried to run, but there was rear end grease run out of it, and the left rear wheel was completely gone, so we had to park it.
Glenn, your second chance in Winston Cup Grand National Racing out here running with the best drivers in the world. What are your thoughts?
Well, I really enjoyed it. I really felt comfortable today, and it set a good steady pace, and was looking forward to a good finish and a big paycheck. But there's nothing I like better than Winston Cup Grand National Racing, and I hope I get an opportunity earlier on to do some more.
Hey, that's Glenn Jarrett out of it now.
And there are 9 cars on the racetrack at the present time, Barney Hall. The rest of them decided to go to the pits for some service.
Darrell Waltrip, Grand National Racing driver, talks about racing and heat.
On a Sunday afternoon, you're out there racing, your body is perspiring, and the heat in the car is so terribly dry. It's just like sitting inside a steam cooker, a pressure cooker.
That's the time for Gatorade Thirst Quencher. Gatorade does things soft drinks and water just don't. It helps put back fluids and salts you sweat away before you feel burned out. Gatorade, when you're thirsty to win.
I drink Gatorade for one reason only, because it works.
Nobody's quite like you. Got your own thing. Like your beer, light and clear, and sweating like mountains. Head for the mountains are full. Reach out and you'll be here. Just reach out and you'll be here in the mountains of Bushville.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
We are 13 laps from the halfway mark in the World 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The 7th caution flag of the day has just been unfurled to the competitors coming out of turn number 4 when Bobby Allison lost his engine. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
The race is on here, but the race is on at Dodge Country too. Everyone's racing to see the Dodge Omni, the all-around car that gets you all around. On the outside, the Omni shines through any kind of weather. And on the inside, you can order from several custom packages. So while you're getting a beautiful view of the great outdoors, you'll have a beautiful view of the great indoors inside your Omni. The little car that packs a lot of gear. See the Omni to believe it. Omni does it all for driving, and Dodge Country does it all in selling.
It's a Memorial Day sale going on now at your nearby Retco Tire store. You'll find belted tire specials like the A7813 for as low as $83 plus FET and sales tax. These tires feature fiberglass cord belts and 2 polyester cord body plies for strength, stability, and a comfortable ride. And you get free mounting, static balancing, and free rotation every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread with every set of 4 tires you purchase. Retco Tire stores, 3 convenient locations in Charlotte. Also Maiden, Shelby, and Kannapolis.
Back here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, there are plenty of cars that have presented themselves to pit road. We are working the 7th caution of the afternoon. This one for the 13th retiree, Bobby Allison in the Warner W. Hodgdon. National Engineering, Bud Moore Tune, Thunderbird has been KO'd from competition. Ned Jarrett is on his way there to talk to Allison about what transpired coming out of turn 4.
I'm standing right by with him right now, Jackie Root. Bobby, did the engine just let go on you?
Yeah, just all at once, something broke.
This is the first time, I believe, this year that you've had an engine problem.
Now it's the third. We had an engine problem late in the race at Riverside and then also over at Darlington.
Well, the Bud Moore crew are working on it, changing it to get you back in.
Yes.
Bobby, I see some tire marks and some scrapes on the right side of that automobile over there. The competition's been pretty tight out there today.
Yeah, racing's pretty close today for sure.
Did you expect everybody to run as hard as you fellows have been running out there?
I sure did, yeah.
Well, for 600 miles, though, did you hope that the cars could last in running that way?
Well, I hoped they would, yeah.
But it just didn't work out that way.
Not this time.
Well, Bobby, we're sorry to see you have that tough luck, but when you get back in, well, maybe things will go a little better for you.
Thank you, Ned.
For those of you that have just joined us, the other cars that are out of the race, some of the front runners and heavy favorites, Donnie Allison and Buddy Baker going out almost simultaneously. Also out is Bill Elliott. Dick Brooks crashed early. Chuck Bound failed to start in his machine. Same for Ron Hutchison. Also out, James Hilton. Also out is the Bobby Fischer machine as he crashed in turn number 2. Cuckoo Marlin out with a valve. The rear end housing going on the Skip Manning machine. Wrecking in turn number 4 was the Connie Saylor entry, and also KO'd from competition with a head gasket problem was Travis Tiller. Barney?
We are getting ready to go back to green this time around as the field begins to bunch for a start. Down the back chute, faster cars take the outside lane, and they're getting ready to go back to green as they move up to Eli Gold.
They show Joe Milliken on the point right now with Neil Bonnet set to go in second, Dale Earnhardt running third, Darrell Waltrip close behind his fourth, and then Richard Petty running fifth. Those are the top 5 cars. They are indeed bunched tightly together on the outside groove. The field accelerates below us. The pace car heads to the pits. We're back to racing.
Engines scream up to 8,000 RPMs as they come charging to the line. Rookie driver Milliken leads them down to the stripe. He's in front. Riding second is Bonnet. Third, another rookie driver, Earnhardt, as they ease up to turn 1.
And again, it's a rush hour charge into the first turn. Cale Yarborough tried to come up through the gears and get back a lost lap. He was unsuccessful. He is fourth in the draft. Milliken leads them off the second turn. Bonnet is second. Earnhardt is third. Waltrip and Petty.
Now Neil Bonnet takes to the inside, moves alongside Milliken, sweeps right past him into turn number 3. Neil Bonnet still glued down low. He sweeps back in front of Milliken in front. Running second is Milliken. Third is Earnhardt. Fourth, Waltrip. Fifth is Petty.
Sixth is the Busch Beer car, 1 lap down. That's Cale Yarborough in 7th. Moving up is Al Holbert. In 8th position is Ricky Rudd. 9th to Lenny Pond. Benny Parsons in 10th. Terry Labonte 11th. And 12th is Jim Vandiver as they go to turn 1.
They've done an afternoon worth of racing, and it's not even half over yet. As Bonnet leads Joe Milliken off the second turn, they've got 2 car lengths on Dale Earnhardt. Petty goes for 4th.
Richard Petty trying to move alongside Darrell Waltrip. Petty can't quite muster the horses this time as Waltrip holds them off. They take it single file through the middle groove of turns 3 and 4. Bonnet at the point in front. Milliken second. Earnhardt third.
The young drivers who are making their mark in Winston Cup racing ride in the front 4 positions, and Richard Petty is back in 5th. It's Bonnet out front. 2 rookie drivers ride second and third in front of Mike Joy.
Earnhardt sneaks a peek to the outside on Joe Milliken, the 2 Rookie of the Year candidates. Battle for second. Milliken looks like he's going for the lead off turn 2. He is.
Here's Milliken trying to go to the inside of Neil Bonnet. Dale Earnhardt watching as well. Now Earnhardt moves alongside. Earnhardt takes second place, drop kicks Milliken back to third. That maneuver just backfiring in Milliken's face as he tried to sneak on the inside. Off the corner, Bonnet in front. Earnhardt second, Milliken third.
Jackie Root, if you're not here at the race today, the folks at home, I know you can't believe they're running like they are, but they're running nose to tail, and nobody is cracking the throttle as they go back into the south end of the track.
Earnhardt looks to the low side on Neil Bonnet, unsuccessful, slips back up in the groove. 6 cars lined up nose to tail, with Petty trailing the lead draft.
All afternoon long, Dale Earnhardt had been taking a higher groove through turns 3 and 4. Right here as they negotiate the turn, Earnhardt is tucked right in behind Neil Bonnet. They worked their way down. As a matter of fact, Earnhardt a bit lower on the track than was Bonnet this time through.
Back to the stripe, Bonnet out front as they scoot back into turn number 1. Traffic ahead as they move to Mike Joy.
They lap by J.D. McDuffie and continue single file. Again, Earnhardt stays about half a car width higher on the racetrack than does Neil Bonnet. Bonnet has been able to plant that car down low, and that's his secret to getting off the turns ahead of his competition.
It's still the single file running of Bonnet, Earnhardt, then Milliken here being challenged for third place by Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip trying to sneak underneath Milliken, can't quite muster it here. Tries it again and indeed draws alongside. Exiting turn 4, Waltrip battling for third place.
6 cars in the lead draft as they cross the line. It's still Bonnet out front in the Mercury. Chevrolet rides second with Earnhardt aboard. Chevrolet is third with Milliken back there. Richard Petty is fourth still in the Chevrolet. And as they race as they have here this afternoon, 7 and 8 cars swapping the lead back and forth. We had a chance to talk to Darrell Waltrip the other day. I asked Waltrip if sometimes the drivers get as excited racing on the track as the fans do watching.
Well, you get a great deal of satisfaction out of, passing a guy for the lead, maybe setting him up a little bit off of a turn or catch him in some slow traffic and slip by him. And, that's racing. And, yeah, you do get a little excited and you get a little tense sometimes because maybe your car's just a tick faster than the guy in front of you, but something keeps happening to keep you from getting by him. You get down under him and there's a slow car in the way, or you get down under him and you happen to slide a little bit more than you did the lap before, and he gets a little bit away from you. So there are tense moments, and there are gratifying moments, and there are exciting moments. Usually the excitement comes right down near the end.
Well, it's been here all afternoon since they dropped the green. Waltrip riding in 4th position right now. And the 2 front cars have opened up a healthy separation. They're about a second ahead of the 3rd-place car, Richard Petty. Bonnet is out front. Earnhardt wants the lead. He's going after it in 1.
Earnhardt looks to the outside, slips back in behind Bonnet as they enter 1. Again, Bonnet in the low groove, swings back up high to protect the lead. Petty and Waltrip have gone by Joe Milliken, but passing him allowed the front 2 cars to open up about a 20-car length margin.
Indeed, down the back straightaway. It's going to be a 2 race right here as Neil Bonnet leads Dale Earnhardt into turn number 3. Earnhardt here in turn 3 again with that long back chute chance to set up the car. He's running it down low on the racetrack nicely now, which he hadn't been able to do earlier.
Nose to tail, they come across the start-finish line, head back into the south end of the speedway, and they're building a little interval, just a little bit each time around on the 3rd-place car, Richard Petty.
Petty and Waltrip are now hooked up in a very tight draft, with Waltrip not attempting to go by Petty. They are trying to track down the leader, while Earnhardt looks to the inside of Bonnet off turn 2.
Earnhardt thought about making a move there, but again backs himself right behind Neil Bonnet. Bonnet has the domination of the turn, shows it right here as he dives low in turn number 3. Earnhardt following him through. Earnhardt right here content for 2nd place. Darrell Waltrip checks to the inside of Richard Petty in the battle for 3rd and 4th.
Well, they stabilize a little bit this time around as the front twosome elects to ride that 2-car draft. We pause now for station identification.
You'll find whatever you need for the care and repair of your home at Moore's. Just look for the sign of the Orange Fox. WSOC-FM, Charlotte.
Charlotte Motor Speedway, halfway home. The 200-lap mark just completed last time around for the leader, Neil Bonnet. He's up in the north end of the track, still being hounded by Dale Earnhardt, this young rookie from Kannapolis, North Carolina, making his mark this year. He's already picked up a victory at Bristol, Tennessee, and his crew chief, J.C. Elder, said he felt like with the right brakes they could do it here today. But Jake would like to see him slow down a little bit, pace himself. Earnhardt just will not do that. Ned Jarrett, I gathered from the interview you did a little bit earlier that Jake wanted him to really drop off the pace and just ride in the lap with the leaders.
I think that he didn't want him running up there doing that much battling, Barney, because when you're running that hard for that long of a period of time, anything can happen, as we almost seen happen between Petty and Bonnet up there a while back. And he just don't want him to get in that kind of a situation, and of course he doesn't like for him to punish the car that much either. But the car seems to be working so well as he goes for the lead now going into turn 1.
Earnhardt bottom of the racetrack on Neil Bonnet. This is the first time Dale Earnhardt has been able to get underneath Bonnet. But going into turn 1, both cars swing back up high. Now coming off at 2, lap traffic is ahead, but Earnhardt makes his move to the inside.
They're going to be working by Frank Warren as Earnhardt takes to the inside of Neil Bonnet. Down that back chute, they go up turn number 3. It's going to be Earnhardt squeaking by the race traffic in front. He sweeps in front of Neil Bonnet, who's running 2nd. It's still Petty 3rd and Waltrip 4th off the 4th turn.
The new kid on the block has taken a back seat to no one here this afternoon. Bonnet doesn't want to give up the lead. He goes after it again down in turn 1. He has the inside groove.
Right back downstairs goes Bonnet into turn 1. He makes the car stick and makes it work. Earnhardt is high, stays alongside, puts his foot all the way down and off the 2nd turn. And then larger radius of the high groove. He gets a quicker jump off the turn, and he has Bonnet midway down the backstretch.
They whip down the back straightaway. Still door handle to door handle. Now Neil Bonnet steps on it just a bit. He takes the lower groove through turn 3 and 4. Carbon copy of last time through, but here goes Earnhardt again. He looks to slingshot the high side off the 4th turn.
Inside groove for Bonnet. Oops, they almost get together at the start-finish line. Door-to-door, dead heat for the lead as they go back to 1.
They stay locked together side by side into the 1st turn. Again, Bonnet takes it in deeper, but it's Earnhardt hard off in turn 2, and he is going for it. 2-car length lead over Neil Bonnet in the backstretch.
This time, Dale Earnhardt really flexing the muscles, but let's watch Neil Bonnet. He works his way down the back straightaway, closing the interval, and here goes Bonnet diving hard in turn number 3. He's low down near the apron, but Earnhardt takes a similar groove, and Earnhardt maintains the front spot off the 4th turn.
Earnhardt will lead this lap. Neil Bonnet runs in 2nd. Richard Petty is 3rd. Darrell Waltrip is 4th. Joe Milliken posted in 5th position. 1 lap down is Cale Yarborough. Ricky Rudd is in 7th. In 8th position is Al Holbert. 9th to Lenny Pond. Benny Parsons is 10th. Terry Labaudy is 11th. Jim Vandiver is 12th. 13th to Dave Marcus. Buddy Arrington is 14th. J.D. McDuffie being posted in 15th position. Richard Childress 3 laps off the pace in 16th spot. Ty Scott 17th. Grant Adcox in 18th. 19th to Bruce Hill. Bill Dennis was running in the 20th spot, but he has now pulled his car into the garage area, moving into 20th D.K. Ulrich. 24th is the Tommy Gale entry. 21st. 22nd is Frank Warren. In 23rd is the Dick May entry. In 24th position is the number 49, and that was Glenn Jarrett. Glenn Jarrett has retired, so that would move the Harry Gant machine into 26th position and moving, to 25th, and running 26th is Cecil Gordon.
That's the way they're running here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 206 laps are completed, and the World 600 this afternoon, 400 laps will make up the 600 miles. Here come the front twosome across the stripe. 5 car lengths separate first and second position now. Earnhardt still out front, Bonnet riding second. And off the pace a bit now are Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip. And Ned, do you think they kind of looked at the scoreboard and said, my goodness, we still have over 300 miles to run, and have kind of paced themselves a bit?
Well, if they didn't, they should have, Barney, because they have been punishing those vehicles out here this afternoon, and not only the vehicles, they've been punishing themselves. I'm going to go down and get another word with Jake Elder and see if he thinks now that Dale Earnhardt is running too hard.
Barney, let's not forget, too, the draftability of the Purolator Mercury as it runs in second. Everybody has touted the Ford products as having the ability to sniff out a draft.
Well, the car just, I've driven Chevrolets, Oldsmobiles, Dodges, and everything, and Bobby always said, and I saw it happen before, the Ford product, just a little sniff of air, and they're going. And this Mercury right here responds to the draft more so than anything else on the life. If there's just a car running on the opposite end of the racetrack, we run faster. And it's got to help all day long. Some of the cars use a real low gear, and they pretty well have to do all the work themselves on a given day. But this thing here can live off the other race cars a little bit, which in turn should make it live a lot longer.
It seems to me that he's doing it in fine fashion right now. Joe Milliken, who was being posted in the 5th position, has pulled out of pit road, and the hood has gone up on the appliance wheel special.
This is an unscheduled pit stop for him. Jackie, we'll check it out and see what the problem is.
Jackie, there was a big void on that car, number 72 of L.G. DeWitt up from Rockingham, North Carolina, when Benny Parsons left the ride, and J.C. Elder, the top crew chief on the car for 2 or 3 years, also moved away. Waddell Wilson, they lost their engine man, and these young guys in the pit crew have kind of taken up the slack, and he's been performing splendidly all year. He's going back out of the track now, not coming up to speed very quickly. Ned Jarrett will check out the problem. It would be tough if he had to fall out at this point of the race after the performance he's put on this afternoon. 210 laps are complete. 400 laps will make up the World 600 here this afternoon, and for the moment, the race has stabilized a little bit with the leader right now, Earnhardt, showing the way. Neil Bonnet falls back about 5 car lengths, and I'm sure this is a little planned strategy from Glenn and Leonard Wood. They realize, as Ned Jarrett brought out a moment ago, there's an awful long ways to go in the World 600 yet this afternoon, and they have punished these machines and themselves since they dropped the green early today. Earnhardt across the stripe, 8 car lengths out front, riding second, Bonnet. Here comes the 3rd place car, Richard Petty, and 4th is Waltrip.
And when you listen to Dale Earnhardt before the race, as he gave us his pre-race strategy, you begin to wonder if it's all gone by the board.
600 miles, you got to run hard. Because these guys got, the equipment's got better, and the guys running harder now what they used to, and it's going to be a hard 600 miles run because they're going to run it as hard as they can go. I'm looking, to sort of stay with them and run competitively there through the race and try to save myself for the last 100 mile or 100 laps or so, and come on in and try to do our best at the end there.
I think maybe he forgot where the last 100 miles come up on the board because he's running so strong. Car number 90, Ricky Rudd, runs 7th, and he's the leader of the underdog division of cars. They're posting some money worth $3,500 to the top underdog here. The special posted awards as part of the World 600. And right now, Rudd is leading in that chase, which would be worth an additional $3,500 to him.
Jackie, I'm standing in the pits with Tex Powell, the crew chief on Joe Milliken's car. Tex, what was the reason for the pit stop?
Well, we got a vibration in the motor and it's skipping. I guess maybe we dropped a valve or something.
Are you going to try to go on and run?
We're going to let him run a few more laps and see how slow he's going and try to make a decision on whether to change motors or not.
Okay, so Joe Milliken has lost a cylinder on the appliance wheel Chevrolet.
Ned, he is not back up to speed. He is way off the pace, but he's still on the speedway, taking the low groove around the racetrack. But there is something definitely awry on that car. They may pull him in, and the word is they could possibly change an engine to try and get him back out here. 213 laps complete of the 400 this afternoon of the World 600. Rookie driver has been up front all afternoon. If he hasn't been in the lead, he's been charging for it. He's out there now. That's Dale Earnhardt from Kannapolis. Neil Bonnet is in 2nd position. Richard Petty is 3rd. Darrell Waltrip is 4th.
Seems like every year they pack more and more performance into these racing machines. Speaking of performance, have you tried today's Simon Eye Shine? Today, that simple Simon Eye Shine is simply easier, simply brighter than the leading liquid or pre-soft. Simple Simon Eyes liquid shines easier and brighter than the leading liquid wax. And simple Simonized Pre-Soft shines easier and brighter than the leading Pre-Soft. That's performance, and that's why we can say there are shines and there are Simonized shines.
Ken Squire here for the refreshing mountains of Busch Beer. You know, since NASCAR was founded in '47, auto racing's become one of America's most popular spectator sports. That's because no other sport can match NASCAR's special brand of action. Fast cars, fast drivers, fast company. And that's why Busch Beer is committed to top-notch NASCAR racing. We share your enthusiasm for today's race and hope you share our enthusiasm for the great natural mountains of Busch Beer. Head for the mountains. Busch.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the World 600 is 217 laps old. Dale Earnhardt leads. He's a rookie. Running in second in the Purolator Mercury is Neil Bonnet. Richard Petty in the STP Chevrolet runs third. Fourth to Darrell Waltrip. 1 lap down is Cale Yarborough, the Busch Beer Oldsmobile in fifth. Ricky Rudd is sixth. He's leading the Underdog Awards. Al Holbert is in seventh. Eighth spot to Benny Parsons. Ninth to Lenny Pond. Terry Labounty is 10th. Jim Vandiver runs in 11th. 12th spot goes to Dave Marcus. Buddy Arrington being shown 13th. Ty Scott 14th. And 15th is Grant Adcox. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Well, doggone it, if it wasn't for Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant, I probably wouldn't have a darn thing to eat. With a high price of living and everything. Like right now, Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant has their famous May Steak Special. Just take a little money out of the cookie jar, $3.59 worth, and you get Shoney's U.S. Choice Sirloin, cooked up the way you like it. It's served with delicious French fries, and toasted Grecian bread, and salad from Shoney's all-you-can-eat salad bar. Oh, I just love picking through all those tasty morsels. 19 salad favorites, crisp green lettuce, right off the farm, and a choice of tangy dressings. Why, it's a genuine delight. And remember, it's only $3.59. Let's all sing along.
So from the minute you walk in, you know good evening soon to begin. You're gonna love Shoney's. We borrow some nice ideas from your mother.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, we have passed the halfway point. 219 laps are complete. Just a little over 320 miles are in the record book in the World 600 here this afternoon.
Barney, I'm standing by with Joe Milliken, who is in the garage area. Joe, are they going to change the engine?
Yeah, we're going to try to, Ned. I guess we dropped the valve in the car, and we want to try to get back out there.
Well, you were running exceptionally well. Had to feel pretty good about it as long as it was going.
Yeah, the car was running real good, and I hope to get back out there and run some more.
Well, that's Joe Milliken, and still working on the Hodgson Ford T-Bird of Bobby Allison is the Bud Moore crew. They have the engine back in it, and it looks like they might be about 5 minutes away from getting it fired.
So important is winning the Winston Cup Point Championship to the drivers on the trail this year. They elect to change engines. We've seen that so many times in Cale Yarborough in his quest for 3 national driving titles that he put back-to-back in the last 3 years. This year, he's had more problems probably than any driver on the circuit, and he's having a few problems this afternoon. He's currently showing in 5th position, a lap off the pace with the front runners. With 220 laps now on the board, the leader continues to be rookie driver Dale Earnhardt. Just a magnificent run for him today. Neil Bonnet, for the moment, has decided to just give him his head and let him go, back out of the pace a little bit. As they go back to Mike Joy, it looks like they're just going to ride that way a while, Mike.
Bonnet is still working low on the bottom of the track, but he's not putting the pressure on. One driver that is moving up is Richard Petty. He has narrowed the gap considerably between his third-place position and Neil Bonnet in the Purolator Mercury. They are less than a second apart in the backstretch.
But we see the biggest separation between first, second, third, and fourth-place cars that we've seen all afternoon. In talking to Richard Petty about running here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, we asked him, how can you be so consistent, run consistent lap speeds all day, and still find the quickest groove as you look for a new way around the racetrack?
Well, you know, you're just looking for a faster place, and, you know, the radios come in real handy on a deal like that, where if I'm running low on the racetrack, then I'll go, say, in the 1 and 2 corner, and I'll start trying to run high and try to find a groove in 1 and 2, and then when I find me a different groove there, then I'll go down to 3 and 4 and work on that. And Dale keeps me informed on what times I'm running. So from that standpoint, I can stay fairly consistent because I don't try a whole new groove all the way around the racetrack at one time. I'll just, like I say, I'll pick out a corner at a time and work on it.
Petty is consistent right now. He rides in 3rd position. He's never been further back than about 5th all afternoon. Earnhardt still showing the way. Bonnet riding second. Petty is third. Waltrip is fourth, and they are the front four. They are in the lead lap, showing in fifth position. Cale Yarborough a lap off the pace.
Barney, I'm in the pits with Jake Elder. Jake, we talked to you an hour or so ago, and you said Dale was running a little bit too hard. What are your thoughts now?
Still running too hard.
Would you like to see him back off a little bit?
Yeah, I like to, because if he keeps running like that, there ain't no way the car's going to last.
Have you talked to him about it on the radio?
Yeah.
You don't listen? Okay, he says that he's talked to him about it, but apparently the car is feeling so well that he just wants to run out front.
Well, he's doing that, Ned. Right now, he has even lengthened his separation over the second-place car, Neil Bonnet, to Mike Joy.
Lap traffic has provided that difference, Barney. Neil Bonnet had trouble negotiating around Terry Labonte and Ty Scott. That has allowed the STP Chevrolet of Richard Petty to close right onto the back bumper of the second-place car.
Indeed, it's just a half a car length differential right now as Richard Petty and Neil Bonnet both dive into turn number 3. Bonnet, as he has been, running a bit lower than Richard Petty. Now they take the identical groove midway through the turn. Exiting the turn with Bonnet in second place, Richard Petty in third.
Speaking of grooves, that groove seems to be moving up down to the south end of the track in 1 and 2. We notice that all the front runners are running a little bit higher.
No question, Barney. Neil Bonnet is a lane higher than he was, and he was right down on the track apron. Richard Petty in the middle of turns 1 and 2 is just about kissing the wall each time by, but they're running about the same speed because Petty, running higher, is faster going off the turn.
Leader up in turn 3 continues to be Dale Earnhardt, and you heard the word from the garage area a moment ago as Ned Jarrett was talking with crew chief J.C. Elder. Jake would like him to slow down, but Earnhardt does not want to break the pace. The car is working perfectly for him this afternoon. Apparently it's comfortable to ride out there, and he will just not come out of the throttle as he scoots back into number 1, pulling Neil Bonnet by about a second and a half.
And Barney, now I'm standing in the pits with Junior Johnson, who I'm sure would like to see that Busch Oldsmobile run a little bit faster. Junior, that car is not running quite up to par for us.
No, it don't seem to be running down the straightaway, Ned, like it should, and Cale says it don't handle it like it should either, so I guess the combination of it not running on through the corners is hurting it on the straightaway, so, you know, it's just not the right combination today for some reason.
Do you wish at this point that you would have decided to bring the Monte Carlo that ran so well for you last week at Dover?
Well, I don't think we would be any better off with the switch to the Monte Carlo because the car don't seem to be running the straightaways as good as it should, so the body style on the hose should help it on the straightaways. So, you know, it's just a toss-up, I think.
Okay, that's Junior Johnson. There's still in there struggling, though, and running in 5th position.
Ned, if he's still standing by there, you might ask Junior. He's one of the best car builders in the business. If, as Jake Elder said a moment ago, they continue to run the pace they've been, will these cars last?
Junior, they've been setting a tremendous pace out here all afternoon. Can they last running that hard all day?
Well, it's hard to say. I'd say they can because most of the boys have got pretty good, you know, engine combinations right now. The pace is pretty strong, but I'll say they'll 1 or 2 of them make it.
That's the voice of Junior Johnson. He should know. He builds some of the best race cars in the business. At Charlotte Motor Speedway, 228 laps are complete in the 400-lap World 600. Earnhardt is leading. Second is Neil Bonnet. Third is Richard Petty. Fourth is Darrell Waltrip, and a lap off the pace in 5th position is Cale Yarborough in the Busch Oldsmobile.
And you could hear the frustration in the voice of Jake Elder, the crew chief for your leader, Dale Earnhardt. He is not at all happy with the way Earnhardt is progressing in this race. But yesterday we asked Dale Earnhardt how much of a difference Jake Elder has made to the Australian racing team.
Yeah, he's, you know, he knows a lot of the particulars about a chassis that a lot of we didn't know, and he does that helped us out, and he's got the pits together a little better, and the guys working together a little better. He demands things pretty tight, but he knows what he's saying when he says something, and you got to listen to him. And you know, we've been working good with him and looking pretty good here. So Jake's been a big asset to us, and you know, just like we won the race, that give all us confidence that we can win now. You know, we know we're a winning team, so I mean, it's going to be a great rest of the season.
I think from the sounds of Jake Elder when he talked to Ned Jarrett, he'd like to have that put on cassette and played in the ears of Dale Earnhardt as he leads this World 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
There's There's a Memorial Day sale in progress now at your nearby Retco Tire store. Belted tire specials as low as 4 for $83 plus FBT and sales tax on size A7813. You get free mounting and static balancing. And with the purchase of 4 tires, Retco will rotate them every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread. Retco Tire Stores. Stop in now. Get on target for making camping a family affair with a Pace Aero motorhome from David Allison Camping Center. David Allison is taking the strain off of your fun budget with 10-year financing on his RVs. That means you can relax and enjoy the mountains, the beaches, anywhere you want to take off and live a little. David Allison's Pace Aero has got everything to get you where you're going with luxury, performance, quality, and durability. See it today at David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, Earnhardt continues to show the way here this afternoon. And the story that's developing right now is the crew chief would like him to slow down, but he shows no indication of breaking the throttle this afternoon. Here he comes across the stripe. Second place car, a little better than a second behind, and he is turning the track at about 35.67 seconds. So it's a fast pace for Dale Earnhardt.
Barney, an unusual long pit stop for Dave Marcus. He came in the Shoney's Restaurant Chevrolet, and the fan shroud had come loose on it. It was clipping the fan as the engine turned over, so they've used some of that famous gray duct tape and taped it back on. So Dave is back in the action, but he lost at least 2 laps while they were doing that.
He has been the unluckiest driver this year, Jackie Root, I think we've ever seen. Marcus is one of the best-liked drivers on the circuit. He's always willing to lend a helping hand, even when his own operation is a little bit behind. He'll help anybody on the tour. Yesterday, in the Sundrop 300, he made a magnificent run for the lead, had problems on the car, which you'll be talking about a little bit later this afternoon on the Simon Eyes Royal Racing scoreboard. And today, he had been running pretty well, and then Ned Jarrett just told us about the problem that normally would not happen 1 out of 50 races, but it did today.
Well, you see again another litany, another installment in the litany of problems that Dave Marcus has had. We've said it time and time again. And I asked him yesterday, I said, quitting. It hasn't been a word in your vocabulary, but with things going so badly in 1978, have you had to begin to think about it, Dave?
No, I don't think I'll quit. You know, I have to reduce my schedule, but I haven't thought about quitting. If I have to only run 5 or 10 races, I'll be running some way, somehow.
Dave Marcus slides down into the number 1 corner. He is way off the pace. He lost a couple of laps. He will not give it up. And on pit road right now comes Marcus's car, where we're looking at a machine of number 0 that looks identical to Marcus's car, and he is back in the pits as his problems continue here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 235 laps are showing on the scoreboard with the leader, Dale Earnhardt. Neil Bonnet is second. Richard Petty is third. Waltrip is fourth. Now, those 4 cars are in the lead lap. A lap off the pace in 5th position is Cale Yarborough, and Jackie Root will take us a little further back in the field.
Ricky Rudd in the Truxmore Industries Mercury is running in 6th position. Al Holbert is 7th. In 8th spot is Benny Parsons. Terry LaBounty is 2 laps off the pace. He's running in 10th position. It would be the Jim Vandiver car at 11th, 12th spot to Buddy Arrington. Ty Scott would be 13th, and 14th is Grant Adcox. And this is a return to racing for Adcox after a crash at Darlington International Raceway as part of the CRC Rebel 500.
We should see some pit stops coming up before too long. They were in a little time ago under that caution flag that came out. It was the 7th one of the afternoon. It was out on lap 185, so they're not too far away from making pit stops again, and we'll check in with Ned Jarrett on that in just a few minutes. 237 laps being indicated on the board as Earnhardt just gets around this racetrack with no problems at all. Let's take a check on how he's running down in 1 and 2.
Earnhardt is working very well here, Barney. He's very consistent. He's taking the same line through every time. Same cannot be said for Neil Bonnet. The groove has worked very up high on the racetrack here, and Neil's car does not seem to want to go in the turn as well up on the high groove. Richard Petty is able to climb all over Bonnet's bumper in the first turn and a couple of times through the dummy tube on the inside coming out of turn 2 as if he wanted to pass. But for now, Petty is content to ride in that 3rd position. Back to you.
Well, last year, the World 600 saw 43 lead changes among 6 drivers, and Jackie Root, we've had, what, 48 this afternoon?
48 lead changes thus far, Barney Hall, and we're just past the halfway mark. We could have that incredible record that was set at Talladega of 67 lead changes. That could go by the boards and belong to the Charlotte Motor Speedway before this one is over.
Here's the leader across the stripe, Earnhardt, as he continues to pick up lap money this afternoon, $15,000 on the line in 25 lap segments. 15 of those are in the race this afternoon, and he continues to just ride out front and pads his lead even more. Looks like about 2-second advantage between first and second position.
There's a lot of stoutness to the Richard Petty effort since the win at the Daytona 500. They ran so strong at Darlington International Raceway. They've been a strong runner wherever they've gone this year. And if you can remember at Michigan International Speedway last year when they announced the switch from Dodge to Chevrolet, Richard had revealed that his wife Linda had gone into the antique business, and that due to the fact that they were going to have to build up some Chevy power plants, that the antique business was going to have to go by the boards for a while. Well, Richard, now that you've won the Daytona 500 and you're showing the promise and the prowess that you've had in years past, how is that antique business going for your wife Linda?
She's doing real good. It was a little slow right after Christmas, real good from Thanksgiving to Christmas, and then it got slow. I think all businesses do for a couple of months, and it's starting to pick back up now. And she's got me back down there fiddling around, cleaning up some stuff now. So right now it's going real good. Anybody needs any antiques, come to see us.
We understand the top antique is one of those Dodge Magnums they've got sitting out back, but that's only tongue-in-cheek. Richard Petty, who runs in the third position, he looks in his front mirror and in the front windshield, and all he sees is Neil Bonnet right in front of him, in front of Mike Joy.
Bonnet still works about half a lane lower than Richard Petty. Petty is almost kissing the wall, and now ducks right down to the inside in turn 2, and Petty is going for second.
Richard Petty trying to make a move on the inside of Neil Bonnet. Can Richard stand on it right here? They work their way up the turns. Neil Bonnet, he's forced to go to the high side. Richard Petty sweeps underneath him, and Richard Petty takes second place. Neil Bonnet winning third.
Here they come out of the number 4 corner. It's Petty in second position of the STP Chevrolet. Bonnet takes the inside groove, and they begin to race a little bit again here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as he goes back after that second spot.
Coming out of the tri-oval, Bonnet goes for it and gets it in turn 1. Bonnet back on the bottom of the racetrack. Petty handling up high, up close to the wall where he says he likes to run. Out of turn number 2, Petty, throttle foot down, has Bonnet midway down the backstretch.
Richard Petty, where he's excelled all afternoon, makes a move again down the back straightaway. Now we get back to Neil Bonnet's playground. That's the third turn where Neil Bonnet dives, but Richard Petty has the advantage coming off the back straightaway. He holds him through 3 and out of turn number 4.
About 375 miles are complete in the World 600. Here this afternoon, it's Petty in second position. The rookie driver continues to show the way down in turn 1, and Bonnet has raced everybody all day here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. He's back in third position right now. Fourth place car is Waltrip, and he is slowing a little bit.
And Bonnet is slowing right now out of turn 2. Richard Petty just pulled Bonnet off the turn by 5, now 6 car lengths in the back chute.
Dale Earnhardt has a 3-second separation over himself and Richard Petty, who runs in second. Neil Bonnet is in third spot, and he's some 6 seconds ahead of a fast-fading Darrell Waltrip.
There's a kind of man who's mighty proud of his car, and you'll hear him say out loud, I take good care of what works hard for me, so for my car, it's STP. There's a kind of man who doesn't care if he gets a little dirt under his fingernails, but he cares a lot about dirty oil running through his engine. So when he goes to the store to buy a new oil filter, he doesn't just grab the first one off the shelf, he thinks twice, and he gets the STP double oil filter. It's got 2 filter elements working together full time to filter dirty oil. To a man who wants protection for his engine, that's worth thinking about. And it's why a lot of guys reach for the STP double oil filter. I take good care of what works hard for me, so for my car, it's STP.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, 245 laps are complete in the World 600. 400 laps will make up the race this afternoon, and pit stops are beginning to take place here at the track right now. In the pits is Ricky Rudd. Let's give you an update at 246 laps.
Here's the way they're running with 246 laps completed. Dale Earnhardt leads Neil Bonnet. Richard Petty runs in third. Darrell Waltrip is in the 4th position. Cale Yarborough is 5th. Ricky Rudd in and out of the pits will battle for the 6th spot. In 6th at the present time is car number 7. That's Al Holbert. In 7th spot would be Benny Parsons. In 8th position would be Ricky Rudd. 9th spot would go to Lenny Pond. 10th to Terry Labonte. Jim Vandiver would be running 11th. Buddy Arrington would be 12th. 13th to Ty Scott. Grant Adcox 14th. 15th to J.D. McDuffie. Richard Childress would be 16th. 17th would be Bruce Hill. Dave Marcus is 18th. 19th to D.K. Ulrich in the U.S. Army car. Tommy Gale and the Sonny King Ford would be running 20th. 21st to Blackie Wanger, and Harry Gant would be 22nd. 23rd to the Native Tan Dodge of Frank Warren, Dick May 24th, and running 25th is Cecil Gordon, and now Bobby Allison has presented his. Warner W. Hodgson. Bud Moore prepared Thunderbird back in after an engine exchange.
And that was a long engine change too, Jackie. We failed to get the watch on him when he went in, but it has been a long time. They were not prepared for an engine change. They did have another engine, but they didn't have all the things done to them as we've seen Junior Johnson and some of the others in the past that have made the quick engine changes. They did not have the carburetor on the car. They did not have the headers and a lot of the other paraphernalia that has to be hooked up, of course, that helps to make the car go. So as a result, it took them much longer than we've seen engine changes in the past.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
For sturdy pickup trucks, for great prices, for a selection of trucks like you'll find nowhere else, come to Dodge Country. Dodge Country, the Carolina's largest truck dealer, with over 10 times the selection of the average truck dealer. D100s, D150s, Warlocks, and 4x4s. Nowhere else will you find a selection of great Dodge trucks like this at such incredible prices. And everything Dodge Country sells is backed up by their professional service department. Dodge Country, a name that means quality, value, and great selection at 4800 East Independence Boulevard.
It's a Memorial Day sale going on now at your nearby Retco Tire store. You'll find belted tire specials like the A7813 for as low as $83 plus FET and sales tax. These tires feature fiberglass cord belts and 2 polyester cord body plies for strength, stability, and a comfortable ride. And you get free mounting, static balancing, and free rotation every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread with every set of 4 tires you purchase. Retco Tire stores, 3 convenient locations in Charlotte, also Maiden, Shelby, and Kannapolis.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, those pit stops we were talking about beginning to take place. 250 laps on the board, and on pit road is Neil Bonnet.
A scheduled pit stop for Bonnet to go to the right side to change those tires, and they'll, of course, fill it up with gasoline while they're in. This is only the second time today, I believe, Barney, that they've stopped under the green. They've been able to make those stops under caution heretofore.
Well, with 6 caution flags having been displayed, make that 7 this afternoon in the race. They've had
Barney, this is a lengthy stop for the Purolator Mercury, and they were going to the right rear, and they are underneath the car. We'll dispatch Ned Jarrett there to find out from Glenn Wood just what the problem is. He's away, but it's a lengthy one, 33 and 4/10 seconds.
Very costly stop for Neil Bonnet. Whether there's a problem on the car or what the situation is, Ned Jarrett will update us shortly. Here he goes, back onto the track, but he has lost a lot of ground to the front runners. Earnhardt is still in front. Riding second is Richard Petty. Waltrip is third, and Neil Bonnet has lost a lap as he drops back to 4th position. Cale Yarborough is 5th.
Dale Earnhardt comes across the stripe to complete the 253rd circuit here of 400 scheduled, and he continues to lengthen his advantage over a fast-fading Richard Petty. Petty is losing ground, Barney Hall, and the pit stops now will become extremely important.
Well, they'll all be coming in very shortly. Ned Jarrett is making his way now to the Glenwood crew to find out what the problem was on Neil Bonnet's car. 252 laps are complete. Rookie driver showing the way here this afternoon, and that has been the story in the World 600, the phenomenal run of Dale Earnhardt.
And here comes Earnhardt in the pit road.
His crew chief wants him to slow down, and here's Earnhardt pitting car number 2. A routine pit stop for the J.C. Elder crew on the Osterlund machine. The Monte Carlo is on pit road. Cecil Gordon is in and out of the pits. Bruce Hill's machine moving back onto the track as pit stops. And we see Neil Bonnet still not up to racing speed. Jackie Root heading up into turn 3.
He is not going at full song. It looks as if he's going to come back into the pits. Earnhardt is away in 14 and 8/10 seconds as Neil Bonnet brings his car back to the assistance of the Wood brothers.
And Allison is smoking coming off the number 4 corner, Jackie.
Bobby Allison, who changed the engine on the car, tried to get it back in the race, and there is a great deal of smoke out of his car, Mike Joy.
He is smoking quite a bit in turn 1, Barney. As we've seen happen many times before, a driver will lose an engine and they'll get some parts in the oil lines or oil cooler, and when they go back out, they can ruin a good engine that way.
And now the hood has gone up on the Purolator Mercury. Ned Jarrett is pit side standing by.
We'll check and see exactly what the problem is. We're making our way to Glenwood. Glenn, what's wrong with the car?
Not sure, but something have to probably dropped the valve.
So it looks like the engine is gone now in that car number 21. Is he going to park it?
It just started missing, but I hadn't decided what it was.
Are you going to park it, not try to repair it?
Yeah, we won't go back out.
Okay, Darrell Waltrip is just in for his scheduled pit stop. Here is Benny Parsons in also, so it's pit stop time, but the Purolator Mercury out of the race.
14 and 1/10 seconds to stop on the Gatorade Chevrolet for Darrell Waltrip, who now runs in the second position.
So they're pushing the Purolator Mercury back to the garage area. After a great run here this afternoon for Neil Bonnet, he had raced everyone all the way up through the front pack and led a great number of laps, but they're taking him to the garage area. It's all today.
Barney, let me have it back here for just a moment, and I'll ask Leonard Wood. Leonard, did you feel the tremendous pace that they were setting out there this afternoon might have been a little bit too much for it?
No, I wasn't it. It just, I think it dropped the valve.
Okay, that's Leonard Wood, the crew chief on that car.
Well, they said last week up at Dover, Delaware, Ned, that they felt like they had found their engine problems. They had lost 4 or 5. They've lost more engines this year than they had in about a 5-year period, and they thought they had found the problem. But such is not the case here today at Charlotte Motor Speedway. With 256 laps completed of the 400-lap chase in the World 600, Richard Petty is now the leader in the STP Chevrolet. Dale Earnhardt is second, and Waltrip is being posted as a third-place car.
And he is 1 lap off the pace. Darrell Waltrip in the Dyguard Gatorade machine looks and sees Richard Petty directly in front of him, and that's the difference between being a lap ahead and a lap down. They come across the stripe with Petty out front. Now remember, Petty is yet to present his STP Chevrolet on pit road. Crew chief Maurice Petty and Dale Lindman, his cousin, are standing by, and the STP crew will have to do their tune, the high-speed ballet on pit road, very shortly.
This is the second time this afternoon that they have had to pit under green. With 7 caution flags, they've been able to make the pit stop. Takes a little pressure off the crews, and they're waiting for Richard Petty on pit road right now. We see the crew coming out. They've put the pit board out, and here comes Petty out of turn 4, diving out of pit road in the STP Chevrolet, and they'll go to work on his machine. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
While they're coming in for that regular pit stop, I'm standing by with Herman Allman, who builds the engines on Joe Milliken's car. Herman, you decided not to change the engine.
Yeah, we just decided just a few minutes ago not to, Ned. We dropped the valve first and thought we could make a few more laps and try to finish, but the race is over, half over, and it would be hard for us to get back in fast enough to try to make up any more time. At least that's the way we felt. As far as the engines were concerned, we're going to be a little short anyhow going out on the West Coast.
Okay, and Richard Petty has made his pit stop and is back in the running.
And he's back in the running to the tune of 14 and 8/10 seconds. That was the stop for the STP crew. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Hello there, Americans. I'd like to talk to you for just a moment about inflation. Yes, it's getting crazy out there, but there is one place where you can still get something almost for peanuts, pardon the expression, and that's Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant and what they call their May Steak Special. I invite you to drop in right now and try out Shoney's U.S. Choice Sirloin, cooked the way you like it, served with French fries, oh so good, toasted Grecian bread, and salad from Shoney's all-you-can-eat salad bar. And that includes 19 salad favorites, crisp lettuce, a variety of delicious condiments, and tangy dressing. That's nice, isn't it? And remember now, it only costs $3.59. Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant and your May Steak Special. Now, where's my money for seeing this?
You walk in, you know good eating soon to begin. You're gonna love Shoney's. We borrow some nice ideas from your mother.
Dave Marcus. Looks like his car. I believe it's Dave Marcus, because there are 2 cars identical here today.
Right.
The car number 0, but Marcus is coasting slowly over into turn 3 in front of Eli Gold.
He is indeed, Barney. It's another tough break for that Shoney's car. Dave Marcus, as has been said about other drivers other times, if it wasn't for bad luck, there'd be no luck at all. And Dave Marcus is now coming to just about a complete stop in the grassy area of the apron inside of turn 3.
This might bring out a caution flag if Marcus cannot nurse the car out onto the grass, because he is at the bottom of the racetrack, and from here we can't tell whether he's out on the apron of the track or whether
Caution
he
is
is on the
being
grass.
displayed to the field. Caution is being shown, and this will be what, Barney Hall? The 8th caution
flag
of the afternoon.
Right, the car is somewhat on the racing surface, Barney. Got about half the car into the grass, but the right side of the car does sit on the paved area.
8th caution comes out. Richard Petty in the STP Chevrolet, as well as Dale Earnhardt in the Osterlund Racing Team entry. Now, those are the 2 drivers that are being posted on the same lap, and now Darrell Waltrip has made up his lap, so there'll be 3 cars in the lead lap. Running in the 4th spot will be Cale Yarborough, 1 lap down, and then 2 laps down is Benny Parsons in the 5th position, Barney.
Well, let's recap a little bit for some of the fans who might have just joined our broadcast here this afternoon. There have been 8 caution flags. This is the 8th of the day. It's been displayed just a moment ago when Dave Marcus' car came to rest on the apron of the track over in turn number 3 in a very precarious position, and the NASCAR officials quickly display the caution flag to get him out of that area. First caution flag came out on lap number 10 when Dick Brooks crashed in turn 1. The second caution flag was short in coming. It came on lap number 27 when Blackie Wainstrom spun his car in turn 4 and hit the wall. And here comes everyone on pit road again. We see Dale Earnhardt back in the pits, the leader, and they're going to change tires on that machine. We had the third caution on lap number 35 when Bill Elliott lost an engine here in the front stretch. Then the fourth caution came on lap number 117 when Connie Saylor and Lenny Pond did a little number up in turn 4 and hit the wall. The fifth one came out on lap 143. Bobby Fischer lost an engine, crashed in turn number 1. The sixth caution flag came out on lap 165. Glenn Jarrett spun the car, had a problem on the engine in that machine, and lost it over in turn number 1. And then the seventh one came on lap 185. Bobby Allison blew coming out of the turn.
Let's take a look at the cars that are out of the race. Ron Hutcherson, Chuck Bound, Dick Brooks, Bill Elliott, Donnie Allison, Buddy Baker, Travis Tiller, Connie Saylor, Skip Manning, Cuckoo Marlin, Bobby Fischer, James Hilton. Bobby Allison was in and out. He's exchanged an engine, but it looks like they've got problems on that car as he's back on pit road as well. Bill Dennis with engine problems, Joe Milliken with a valve problem, and Neil Bonnet going out. They make 16 cars that have retired from this World 600.
Jackie, there's
Nobody quite like you. You got your own thing to do. You like your beer light and clear, refreshing like mountain air. Head for the mountains of bush. Reach out and you'll be here. Just reach out and you'll be here in the mountains of Bush.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, we are presently under the 8th caution of the afternoon. A reminder to all our MRN broadcasting listeners that our next event will be another Winston Cup Grand National Biggie. This one, the Texas 400 from College Station, Texas, 1 week from today. Then on June 10th, we'll be at Napa Riverside 400 at Riverside, California, Les Richter's Road Racing Facility on June 10th. Then June 17th, it'll be the Gabriel 400 from Brooklyn, Michigan. All of those are Winston Cup Grand National events. June 24th, it'll be the Music 500 for the United States Auto Club. That's where MRN Broadcasting Company will be. On July 4th, the Winston Cuppers will go to the Firecracker 400 in Daytona Beach, Florida. And then on July 14th, the Nashville 420 from Nashville, Tennessee. The MRN Broadcasting Company will be on the air on July 15th with the Norton Twin 300. The results are in from Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a brand new winner. In that event, we'll be giving you that as well as more in the Simonized World Racing Scoreboard in Barney Hall. It's Goodies Headache time again, and if they're posting the Goodies Headache Award downstairs below us, if you had to pick one, who would it be today?
Well, if Dave Marcus doesn't win it here today, I don't think anybody deserves it at all because he has had his problems. He works consistently. He'll put in a 16 to 18-hour day to be competitive. You heard him say when you talked to him about quitting that he had no intention of quitting. He was going to stay in there and race as long as he could.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Many compact drivers, it's all waiting for you now in the exciting new Combi Camp fold-down travel trailer. David Allison Camping Center has the perfect way for your family to discover the countryside this summer. The Combi Camp tows easily behind the largest or smallest of cars because total weight is just 520 pounds. Tongue weight is only 45 pounds. But right now, David Allison has got the Combi Camp at the special introductory price of $1,595. See it at David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard.
The race is on here, but the race is on at Dodge Country too. Everyone's racing to see the Dodge Omni, the all-around car that gets you all around. On the outside, the Omni shines through any kind of weather. And on the inside, you can order from several custom packages. So while you're getting a beautiful view of the great outdoors, you'll have a beautiful view of the great indoors inside your Omni. The little car that packs a lot of gear. See the Omni to believe it. Omni does it all for driving, and Dodge Country does it all in selling.
As the World 600 goes back to green at the 266th lap, Richard Petty presents his STP Chevrolet out front of the pack.
Again, Richard Petty, he works it through turn 3, takes the lower side. Dale Earnhardt, he rides 3/4 of the way up the turn as he has been most of the afternoon of late. Richard Petty back to the line in front.
Petty leads him across the start-finish line. Earnhardt, Waltrip ride door-to-door with Benny Parsons directly ahead, trying to stay in the same lap with them. They scoot under him down in turn 1.
Petty was in and out of the pits quickly. That gave him the lead. Earnhardt has moved around Lenny Parsons, who's a lap or two down. Now Darrell Waltrip moves around Parsons, front 3 down the backstretch.
As Richard Petty continues to show the way, Dale Earnhardt tries to make a move right here. He draws alongside. Earnhardt just puts the pedal to the metal, goes down low. He's got first place in control. Richard Petty running second. Waltrip now tightening up that 3-car draft in front.
Dale Earnhardt impressing more than 130,000 race fans as he takes the old veteran Richard Petty, places him back in second spot. They go back to 1.
Petty had a look on the low side entering 1, but he has run up high all day long. and does so again at turn 1. They remain single file. Out of 2, about a car length separate each of Earnhardt, Petty, and Waltrip.
This time, as they work down the back straightaway, Richard Petty does not make a move. He just tucks himself behind Dale Earnhardt. They take their lines identical with the exception of Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip goes down low in turn number 4. He draws alongside Richard Petty in a battle for second place.
They began to race like they did the first 300 miles. Here they come, back to the stripe. Earnhardt in front. Waltrip trying to pressure Richard Petty a little bit for the number 2 spot. He's 1 car length back.
Earnhardt has a 2-car length lead as they lap by Tommy Gale. Petty brings the STP Chevrolet way up high towards the wall in 1, snakes it back down in 2. Waltrip lines himself up on Petty's bumper for the run down the backstretch.
Darrell Waltrip trying to make a move. He draws a beat on Richard Petty's automobile as they go up the banking. Darrell Waltrip draws not even inches apart from himself and Richard Petty. They work through turn number 4. Earnhardt a bit higher than the rest, but it's the same running order off the turn.
Back to the line. It is Earnhardt, Petty, Waltrip, and you could drop a watermelon between the bumpers, and I don't think it would fall down on the speedway. That's how tight they're running as they head back into turn number 1.
Earnhardt, though, is very consistent, Barney. He's running exactly the same line through turns 1 and 2 that he was before. His line doesn't vary a foot one way or the other going through those turns. He's got a 3-car length advantage in the backstretch.
That's the identical case here in turns 3 and 4 as far as Earnhardt is concerned. Darrell Waltrip, having paid his road use taxes here in North Carolina, he's jumping all over, using all the real estate he can. Right now, though, it's the single file tuck out of number 4.
Well, Jackie Root, J.C. Elder said on our broadcast earlier that Earnhardt would have to get his schooling. He's got his schooling, and as we said, he's giving some schooling this afternoon.
He's become the teacher rather than the student, and the student has become Darrell Waltrip and Richard Petty, as all they can do is chase down the rear decklet of the Osterlund Racing Team car out of turn 2.
Waltrip went to the bottom in turn 2 on Richard Petty, but he has not run well in the bottom lane today. He could not get by and stays in 3rd.
Waltrip, who has been closing into turn number 3, does it again here. He goes to the low side. Richard Petty, the rear end of the car, sticking just a bit to the outside, but he pulls it back in, and it's still Earnhardt, Petty, and Waltrip off the turn.
And Jackie, a driver that would like to be out there in that battle going on is Neil Bonnet. Of course, he's out of it now. He won the $15,000 Bush Pole Award, led for a long time here today. Neil, are you too disappointed after falling out after accomplishing as much as you did?
Well, Ned, you know, I feel bad about falling out, but I'm not disappointed because next race we go to, that old Mercury will be sitting up front again. It's an awful good feeling to have the Woods Brothers Purolator behind me like that. The car just runs super every day. No matter, some days it's going to win. When it does, we'll be in contention. Finish. We'll be in contention to win. Days like today, there's no reason to get mad. We'll go back and come back another day.
Neil, you raced with Dale Earnhardt, the rookie out there, making a tremendous showing this afternoon. Did you expect him to run that well?
Oh, Dale's running a super race, and, you know, J.C. Elder sets that race car up. The car is handling like it's on a rail out there, so Dale's doing a good job, so is Jake and all the guys on the crew.
Barney Hall, as we watch Dale Earnhardt run, it becomes very reminiscent of the year when David Pearson came here, an unheralded driver and a rookie in it, and he came and he won the World 600. What was that? The second year they hosted the World 600?
1961, the second race here for David Pearson, and right now Earnhardt continues to show his rear bumper to Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip. And Petty, who had put a little pressure on Earnhardt a moment ago, he can't afford to put too much because Waltrip's pressing him so hard to take over the number 2 spot, Mike Joy. He has to watch both ends of the car.
True, Barney, there was a bit of separation, but Petty has had to move right back up on Earnhardt's tail to hold off the pressures of Darrell Waltrip.
They're in the back.
It's going to be Darrell Waltrip on the inside, sweeping convincingly underneath Richard Petty in the spot number 2. It's going to be that middle groove as they cut turns 3 and 4 right down the center. Identical lines back to the start.
1 lap down in 4th position is Cale Yarborough. Ricky Rudd holds on 2 laps down in 5th spot. 6th spot goes to Benny Parsons. Terry Labonte is 7th. 8th is Al Holbert. Then 3 laps down is Lenny Pond in 9th, and Jim Vandiver is 10th. The average speed, Barney Hall, 132.365 miles per hour.
Well, when they dropped the green to put them back to racing speed a moment ago after the 8th caution flag of the afternoon, there were 21 cars who took the green, so we have lost, 19 cars this afternoon. The attrition rate beginning to tell. We're far past halfway home. 275 laps are completed, the 400-lap World 600 this afternoon. Here's Earnhardt. Now, Petty tried him for a while, tried to scoot around him, couldn't do it, settled for 3rd position for the moment. Let's see what Waltrip can do with him down in the south end of the speedway.
Barney, all of the 3 of these cars have been running well up in the high lane. Only Neil Bonnet, when he was on the track, was able to run the low groove with any success. So I don't think a move will be made here at this end of the track. They've been single file through here the last 5 or 10 laps.
But I'll tell you, here in turns 3 and 4 is indeed an area that Darrell Waltrip has been bouncing around. He tries it again. In at turn 3, he tries to tuck himself underneath Dale Earnhardt. This time, Waltrip has some running room. He pulls alongside, door handle to door handle, but Earnhardt steps on the button again.
Waltrip looks for the tube on the inside, and it's Cecil Gordon, one of the lap traffic cars that pulls almost off onto the apron to give Waltrip room. They are hub-to-hub in 1.
Dale Earnhardt tried to pull the box around Cecil Gordon, couldn't do it. But up in turn 2, Waltrip has to go to the high lane. And Earnhardt holds the lead off at turn 2 by 3 car lengths over Waltrip and Petty.
Again, every time into turn 3, it's Darrell Waltrip looking to tuck himself underneath. This time, as they again split the turn right down the middle, it's Darrell Waltrip trying to peek down low. This time, there's no way to make a move, so he tucks himself again behind Earnhardt, and it's single file.
A choo-choo train rumbles to the start-finish line again with Earnhardt in front. Second place to Darrell Waltrip. Richard Petty is in third. Then 1 lap down is Cale Yarborough, and he's beginning to be closed by Benny Parsons, who is in the 4th spot. But remember, Parsons is 2 laps down. In the 5th position is... In 6th position, they're now posting Ricky Rudd. Lenny Pond would be shown in 7th. And Barney Hall, you had a chance to ask Darrell Waltrip, with the World 600, is there a point in the race where you begin to feel worn out?
Well, what I find in any long race, Barney, is a deal where if you're in the race, it doesn't seem that long. If you're right up there racing with the lead and your car's running pretty good and everything's going kind of routine, the race doesn't seem 600 miles long. If your car's handling bad and you're struggling and you're not really racing anybody, you're just kind of riding around, and 200 miles is too far.
The voice of Darrell Waltrip, who applies a little pressure to the rookie driver, Dale Earnhardt, can't do a thing with him, and he just, for the moment, comes out of the throttle and rides about 2 car lengths back as they work the number 3 turn with Earnhardt in front, Waltrip riding second, Petty is third. Now, those 3 are in the lead lap, but as Jackie Abreu told you a moment ago, Cale Yarborough is 4th, but he is a lap off the pace. The 5th place car is 2 laps down, Benny Parsons. They're back in 1.
Dale Earnhardt leads them again into turn 1, and as we said, Barney, all 3 of these cars are running up near the top of the racetrack. Waltrip tried Earnhardt twice at this end, got down to the bottom going in, but had to go up and hunt for the high lane to come off the turn. And Earnhardt is able to pick his own groove, but he's staying up near the high side of the racetrack.
Down the back straightaway, Richard Petty has been trying to make a move to close it on Darrell Waltrip, but in turn number 3, Waltrip again dives down low. They float back up into the groove at single file off the 4th turn.
Well, we've talked about how handling is so critical here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is definitely a handling racetrack. And Ned Jarrett, even if you don't have the horsepower, but the car is working, you could be a little bit short and do just what Earnhardt's doing this afternoon.
Yes, you can, Barney. As the track gets slicker and slicker, the handling characteristics of the car come more and more into play. And the car of Earnhardt seems to be working so well here today. You know, they were disappointed with the way that the car qualified on Wednesday. They didn't make the field that first day, but they went to work on it, then came back and qualified at over 160 miles an hour, only the 2nd car to post a time of more than 160 miles an hour. And in practice runs since then, he has really been showing his strength.
Barney, the Lenny Pond's car coming through turn 3 and 4, the right center area fluffing in the wind. Now we see the black flag as we look back to your position being displayed.
Consultation flag has been displayed to Lenny Pond and the Ken Cole mining efforts as they go into turn 1. For those of you that have just joined us here on the American Broadcasting Company's coverage of the World 600, at the drop of the green flag, it was Richard Petty battling with Buddy Baker, Donnie Allison, Dale Earnhardt.
We've got a challenge for the lead, Jackie, in turn number 4. Darrell Waltrip does go underneath Dale Earnhardt, and it's going to be a track race to the line.
Here they come. Exactly. A dead heat at the stripe, but at the line it will be Earnhardt by just about a half a car length, and they're not cracking the throttle in 1.
And the question is, can Waltrip stay on the bottom of the racetrack? No, he has to back out of it, swing back up in the high groove at turn 1 and run second. So out of turn 2, it is Earnhardt, Waltrip, and Petty.
As we were saying in the early going, it was a seesaw for the front 10 positions, but then things began to settle down after a couple of caution periods, and all of a sudden Lenny Pond on the 110th lap found himself leading over Richard Petty, Darrell Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt, and Neil Bonnet. Then, of course, Allison and Baker were KO'd from competition. They were the 2 of the front runners to be first retirees. Bonnet then continued to lead from the 120th to the 140th circuit when Darrell Waltrip became your new leader. Joe Milliken led for a while at the 150th circuit, and then it was Waltrip and Petty and Bonnet and Dale Earnhardt and Bobby Allison, as well as Benny Parsons seesawing back and forth right up until about the halfway mark. At 210 laps, it became a Dale Earnhardt show with Neil Bonnet in close pursuit until Bonnet retired later in the race with engine problems. From then on, since the 250th circuit to now, the 283rd, it has been the Dale Earnhardt show with Richard Petty running in close pursuit, Darrell Waltrip as well.
They continue to black flag Lenny Pond's car, trying to get him off the racetrack. As we said, there's a huge piece of sheet metal flapping in the breeze up in that right front fender area. Bobby Allison, Benny Parsons, and Cale Yarborough back off and let him go because it continues to dangle out there as they work turn 1 again.
Pond's car staying in front of that one group of machinery. When he was involved in the crash up in turn 4 early in the race, it damaged the right side of the car, and now the welds on that fender have broken loose, allowing it to flap around. Bobby Allison will try to go by him in the backstretch, but won't want to get too close.
284 laps are in the book here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Earnhardt leads, Waltrip second, Petty is third. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
There's a Memorial Day sale in progress now at your nearby Retco Tire Store. Belted tire specials as low as 4 for $83 plus FVT and sales tax on size A 7813. You get free mounting and static balancing. And with the purchase of 4 tires, Retco will rotate them every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread. Retco Tire Stores. Stop in now. David Allison Camping Center is Charlotte's #1 RV dealer for 1979. And David wants to thank everyone in North and South Carolina for making it possible. And now that summer's here and camping is in the air, David wants to invite all of you to come on down and see his beautiful new 79 Coachman camping trailers. The Coachman trailer is the ultimate in camping convenience. And at David Allison Camping Center, you'll find value you can't afford to pass by. David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard. Come by.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, 288 laps are completed in the World 600. 400 laps will make up the distance here this afternoon. 600 grueling miles, the longest race on the Winston Cup circuit.
Barney, Lenny Pond finally made that pit stop. They cut away about half of the right front fender on him and sent him on his way.
So neat. Lenny Pond, who has had more than his share of rough breaks this year also, who landed that ride, has to make an unscheduled pit stop. It's going to cost him a lot of distance. 600 miles here at the Speedway, Jackie Arute. That extra 100 miles really wears you down. And although Dave Marcus has retired his machine, we asked him, is it harder or easier for you the other day to run 600 miles here? How much problem that extra 100 miles presents?
Well, you got to be in good physical condition, of course. You know, I keep myself that way, or try to, and you know, mentally, sometimes you drive the remaining 100 miles in a race just on your mental attitude. You know, your body is basically worn out, but it's a job that you have to do, and you tell yourself before the race that, you know, this race is 600 miles, and I have to run 600 miles, and you know, if you only run 550 and you let them all and you can't make the last 50, you're no damn good. It just, you don't win races getting relief drivers.
The voice of Dave Marcus, who has had his problems here this afternoon, and if Waltrip continues to chew away at Dale Earnhardt, trying to get the lead away, but Mike Joy, this youngster, is giving no ground to anyone.
He is not, Barney, and he is consistent, but Waltrip is nibbling away at the yellow paint on Earnhardt's back bumper as they hit for Eli Gold.
Indeed, each time through the turn here, Darrell Waltrip comes perilously close to the rear decklet of the Dale Earnhardt car. Right now, it's about a car length of a disadvantage for Waltrip. He looks to go to the downstairs again, and again has to tuck himself behind Earnhardt.
Waltrip trying to apply a little pressure to the rookie driver, Dale Earnhardt. He's tried him on the outside, and now he's going to peek down to the inside and won.
They're alongside. Waltrip had the move underneath, but again, he's not been able to stick the car on the bottom of the racetrack and has to slide back up in the high groove in turn 2 behind Dale Earnhardt. He gets a swing off the second turn and trails Earnhardt by 2 car lengths.
Down the back straightaway is not the area we see the move being made, but right now as they go up that banking, again the nose of Darrell Waltrip's car points downward, but yet again there's no relenting from the power that we've seen from Dale Earnhardt.
Waltrip can get a look up front to take the lead, but that's as far as he can do. He's had a car length up there, about a half a car length on Earnhardt a couple of times. Just no way he can take the lead as Dale leads him back into the south end of the track. Waltrip 1 car length behind, 292 laps. Shortly we'll be coming up on the 300 lap mark with 100 laps to go here in the World 600 this afternoon. Earnhardt is the leader. Waltrip rides second. Petty is third, and Richard Petty is way off the pace. Well, not really way off the pace. Let's put him about 4 seconds behind the first and second place cars, and perhaps Petty elects to pace himself.
1 lap down in 4th position is Cale Yarborough. 2 laps down will be the 27 of Buddy Arrington. As they come to the stripe, the battle for the lead is enjoined again in turn 1.
Lap traffic coming up, and Waltrip has chosen to make his move. He is underneath Earnhardt, but again, he has to back out of it at the first turn and slide back up in the high groove. They'll go up against lap traffic in the backstretch. Single file, Earnhardt leading.
2 laps off the pace is Benny Parsons' entry. Ricky Rudd is 6th. In 7th position is Terry Labonte. Al Holbert is in 8th. 9th spot, 5 laps down, is Jim Vandiver. Lenny Pond now 6 laps off the pace in 10th position. The Russ Toggs entry of Ty Scott is 11th. Richard Childress is 12th. Buddy Arrington is 13th. Grant Adcox in the Adcox Kirby Chevrolet is 14th. And J.D. McDuffie is 15th, Barney.
Well, that battle continues, and Waltrip has taken the lead from Dale Earnhardt in front of Mike Joy.
Waltrip made the move while they lapped D.K. Ulrich, and it gave him the lead. He could not beat Earnhardt into turn 1 when they were running side by side. Had to use the lap traffic, and as they moved past Buddy Arrington in the backstretch, Waltrip leads Earnhardt by a car length.
And now Dale Earnhardt trying to make a move, but Darrell Waltrip points it down low. And it's interesting if we can point out here that Darrell Waltrip the last few times by has been experimenting. Where could he make his move to get by Dale Earnhardt and race for the line? When he finally did appropriate the lead, it was almost directly into the entrance at turn number 3. Waltrip wasted no time. He went right for the lead, did not wait for the slingshot move, and it's paid off thus far.
2 Monte Carlos duel for the lead in the World 600 here this afternoon, and Jackie Root, many of the drivers feel the Monte Carlo is the best race car today, and Darrell Waltrip is one of those.
Yeah, I have to be honest with you. If they ever build a race car any better than a Monte Carlo, I hope I'm still around to drive it. They're exceptional racing machines. They weren't built to be, but they are. They adapt to the super speedways, the short tracks, road courses. They're just they're the easiest race car that I've ever fooled with as far as setting the car up and making it drive well and making it comfortable for 500 miles. There are cars that are faster, and there are cars that are more aerodynamically suited to bigger racetracks. There'll never be a car more comfortable than a Monte Carlo.
Darrell Waltrip, Grand National Racing driver, talks about how long it takes to become a good driver.
Let's face it, it really works, and I can count on that. Introducing new Busch Beer with a bold new mountain on the outside and a brand new beer on the inside. Smoother, brighter, more refreshing. So don't just reach for a beer. Head for the mountains. Busch.
Head for the mountains of Busch. Reach out and you'll be here. Just reach out and you'll be here. In the mountains of Busch Beer.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Best competition we've ever seen at Charlotte Motor Speedway this afternoon as we are approaching the 300-lap mark. The leader is Waltrip. Riding second is Earnhardt. Richard Petty is third. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
For sturdy pickup trucks, for great prices, for a selection of trucks like you'll find nowhere else, come to Dodge Country. Dodge Country, the Carolina's largest truck dealer, with over 10 times the selection of the average truck dealer. D100s, D150s, Warlocks, and 4x4s. Nowhere else will you find a selection of great Dodge trucks like this at such incredible prices. And everything Dodge Country sells is backed up by their professional service department. Dodge Country, a name that means quality, value, and great selection at 4800 East Independence Boulevard.
It's a Memorial Day sale going on now at your nearby Retco Tire store. You'll find belted tire specials like the A7813 for as low as $83 plus FET and sales tax. These tires feature fiberglass cord belts and 2 polyester cord body plies for strength, stability, and a comfortable ride. And you get free mounting, static balancing, and free rotation every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread with every set of 4 tires you purchase. Retco Tire stores, 3 convenient locations in Charlotte. Also Maiden, Shelby, and Kannapolis.
450 miles are down to the World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway this afternoon. They have just posted 300 laps on the board.
We pause now for station identification.
You'll find whatever you need for the care and repair of your home at Moore's. Just look for the sign of the Orange Fox. WSOC-FM, Charlotte.
301 laps are now complete in the World 600, and we were talking about the Goodies Headache Award, and my vote went to Dave Marcus. Who are you picking?
You know, Barney, I'm just not sure yet. I think the fella, I'm going to wait and see. If Dale Earnhardt does not win this thing after the way he's run, I would cast my ballot for Dale Earnhardt if I had a ballot. $250 being posted by the Goodies Headache people for the man that experiences the biggest headache. If he does win, I think I might just cast it for Jake Elder because he's got to have a huge headache sitting on pit road. You've heard him tell Ned Jarrett, he's not at all happy with the way Earnhardt's driving this race.
Jackie, I'm standing by with Buddy Parrott. Buddy, the car seems to be running better now than it did before. Did you do something on that last pit stop?
Well, Ned, we just put on 4 different tires. Not different tires. They're 37s, 38s, Goodyear recommendation. But the set we had on before, the stagger must have been a little different or wrong in it, and it made the car push real bad.
Hey, that's Buddy Parrott. Says that the new tires on the car is working better for them, and Darrell Waltrip up front as a result.
Well, he's getting a good bite coming out of that 4th corner. That's where he's made his move all afternoon to try and grab the lead, and that's where he took it a moment ago. And he leads Dale Earnhardt by just 1 car length as they scoot back into the number 1 corner. Earnhardt, whether he's content to ride back in that 2nd spot or not, Waltrip not giving any breathing room at all here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
It'll be interesting to see when Ned Jarrett goes to the STP Richard Petty crew chief, Maurice Petty, to see if maybe Richard is just laying back now to run it out to the final 100 miles, or if problems have begun to develop on the STP Chevrolet as well.
Well, there will be more pit stops coming up very shortly. I think most of them pitted around the 254, 255 lap mark, so they've completed about 50-some laps since that point. Let's go to Ned Jarrett.
Barney, I'm in the pits with Dale Inman. Dale, he seems to have slowed down a little bit.
Richard said the car is pushing right now, Ned. I don't know where his screws got slick or whether we've got a set of tires on it's not working as good as what they have all day. But right now the car is pushing. That's the reason we've slowed down. It's like we have. And Darrell made a big chassis change on his. They must crank 40 rounds of wedge in the last time, so he's running real strong right now. So we really need a caution, but we don't need to be the one to cause it.
Okay, that's Dale Inman saying that they need to make some adjustments on that car, but maybe, Barney, he's having the same problem that Waltrip was. Now, those tires are all supposed to be the same, but when they come out, they'll come out a little difference in size, and just a 1/4 of an inch difference in circumference can make a tremendous difference in the way that the car handles. And when he was talking about, Buddy Parrott was talking about the stagger a moment ago, that's what he was talking about, that the circumference on one tire would be bigger than on another. And they measure those things, especially the tires that they have ready in the pits that they would use in an event. But most of these drivers and crews have mounted extra tires here this afternoon, and they don't have time to do all of that during the race. So it's sort of a hit or miss type of a situation. When they put them on there, you'll get a set that'll run better, and then the next set might not run quite as good.
And as we work the final 150 miles, as you survey down from the start-finish line, the entrance into the Trioval area here, it looks like they've dug a gully. The dirt has been kicked up as they've tucked the left front wheel right off the pavement, lap after lap. Your leaders have. I had a chance to ask Richard Petty just why a driver would put one wheel down into the grass here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Well, what you try to do is just run it just as straight as you can down through there. And, you know, when we go out and practice and stuff, you don't mind cutting the wheel and all that. But after you run 300 or 400 miles, you don't want to cut no more than you have to. So what you do is sort of aim it then. And, you know, you come off a number 4 corner, if you make just a slight miscalculation time, you run 200 yards, you're out in the dirt.
A contest for the lead out of turn number 2. Let's go to Mike Joy.
Dale Earnhardt got underneath Darrell Waltrip, but coming up out of turn 2, they moved to lap by the John Kennedy car. Earnhardt came up the racetrack, and Waltrip had to either back out of the throttle or get pinned against the wall. Earnhardt has the lead.
Out of turn number 4, Darrell Waltrip looks to go downstairs and is going to crash this way to the line.
Earnhardt crowded him a little bit going out of that number 2 corner, just pressured Waltrip, put him in the high groove and grabbed the lead, and here goes Waltrip right back after it, down in 1. He looks underneath him, Mike. There's nowhere to go.
No, and he's still not handling on the bottom of the racetrack. Waltrip is not, that is. He's had to come back up high in turn 2 and try to draft by Earnhardt going down the back straightaway.
Last time Darrell Waltrip went for the lead, he made his move quickly entering turn number 3. As they enter 3 right now, that's what Waltrip does. He wastes no real estate. He goes down low, Earnhardt goes up high, and Waltrip has the lead yet again. He seems to have found the spot on the racetrack.
Well, they swapped that lead back and forth between the 2 young drivers on the Winston Cup circuit. Waltrip is out front, Earnhardt rides in second, and Jackie Rudy seems awfully strong at the north end of the track in turns 3 and 4. Waltrip does. We had a chance to ask him how much difference there was between the north and south end of the track.
Well, you got a problem going into 1. You've got a big dip going into 1. Actually, it's a hump. You actually come up over a hump, and the car then just sort of sails down into the first turn. It almost feels like it wants to get airborne. And if you're running low on the racetrack, you experience this more than you do once the groove moves up a little and you go in above the hump. Turn 3 and 4, you get in there real nice into 3. It's a little rougher. It's been patched. It's been worked on over the years, and it's a little rougher. And what you got to really watch for here, as much as anything, is coming off of 4, where you don't get into that outside retaining wall. The car really is moving through that turn fast, and it has a tendency to really go for that wall. And it's a bump there right at the wall, right at the edge of the wall, and it really creates some problems for you sometimes. So the track has a lot of areas on it that you have to be aware of and adjust to.
Well, Waltrip leads Dale Earnhardt as they come out of turn 4 once again, completing the 311th circuit. Running in third and fading quickly with an ill-handling STP Chevrolet is Richard Petty. 1 lap down in 4th position is Cale Yarborough. 2 laps down in the 5th spot is Benny Parsons. Ricky Rudd holding on tenaciously to 6th position. 7th spot to Terry Labonte. 8th position to Al Holbert. 9th to Lenny Pond. 5 laps off the pace. 10th is Richard Childress. Buddy Arrington is 11th. The Ken Cole mining efforts with Lenny Pond is in 12th position. 13th to Jim Vandiver. 14th goes to Grant Adcox. 15th to J.D. McDuffie. A slipping clutch puts 16th position to Harry Gant. Tommy Gale is running in the 17th spot. 18th belongs to Blackie Wangerin. Dick May is 19th. 20th is Cecil Gordon. D.K. Ulrich is 21st. Frank Warren is 22nd. And Bobby Allison, with an ailing engine after exchanging one already, is running in the 23rd spot. Average speed 135.699 miles per hour.
Harry Gant limping off that turn 3 and 4 area again. He just made a quick pit stop, but evidently the clutch problems that have beset him, and he brings the automobile back to the head of pit row and back down to a rest again.
Harry Gant trying to nurse his car onto pit road, and a tough break after a strong run here for him this afternoon. 336 laps complete in the 400-lap World 600, and it looks like Darrell Waltrip will go the distance. You heard Ned Jarrett talking with his crew chief, Buddy Parrott, a moment ago, and he said very positively, Jackie Root, they could go. A quick calculation here in the tower would have given them 68 laps to run when they made that last pit stop. That's 102 miles. Ned, that's stretching a tank of fuel.
It is really stretching it, Barney, and I just checked with Dale Inman, the crew chief on Richard Petty's car, and he sort of shook his head. He said, I don't much think we can make it. He said it's going to be awfully close, but he said we're going to run her out of gas trying.
But Barney Hall, the Darrell Waltrip entry has already done 68 laps here. The last pit stop came, and they made 68 laps before they came in for this last final pit stop. So they've already proven to themselves that they can go the distance, and you heard them tell Ned Jarrett that they felt that they could have gone an additional lap as well.
And, Jackie, you know, they took a little bit longer, even though it was a good pit stop. It was 17 seconds. They're capable of making a faster pit stop than that, but the reason for the extra couple seconds was to cap that thing off and get every drop of gasoline that they could possibly get in it. I'd like to keep the mic for just a second as Harry Gant has just rolled the Race Hill Farm Chevrolet into the garage area. Harry, what happened to the car?
Clutch come out of it.
Well, you had sort of tough luck out there today, in more ways than one, I guess.
Yeah, the transmission levers fell off first. I just had high gears to find the clutch tore out.
That's Harry Gant. He's out of the race now.
Looks like trouble in turn 1.
It is. Bruce Hill, who has spun his Oldsmobile down into turn number 1. Great clouds of smoke as he came out of the tri-oval. It looked to erupt an engine, and the oil got on the tires down in turn 1. He spun it up the groove and came quickly down to the track apron. Caution is out.
That will be the 9th caution of the afternoon as we come close to the record set back in 1965 of 11 cautions. This one coming out for Bruce Hill, who just recently returned from the garage area.
And he said that he had blown an engine, Jackie, is what he told us. They must have found something else and was able to get the car back in the race.
Well, it wasn't long enough, though, as on the 338th lap, the caution is displayed again here at Charlotte. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
For sturdy pickup trucks, for great prices, for a selection of trucks like you'll find nowhere else, come to Dodge Country. Dodge Country, the Carolina's largest truck dealer, with over 10 times the selection of the average truck dealer. D100s, D150s, Warlocks, and 4x4s. Nowhere else will you find a selection of great Dodge trucks like this at such incredible prices. And everything Dodge Country sells is backed up by their professional service department. Dodge Country, a name that means quality, value, and great selection at 4800 East Independence Boulevard.
It's a Memorial Day sale going on now at your nearby Retco Tire store. You'll find belted tire specials like the A7813 for as low as $83 plus FET and sales tax. These tires feature fiberglass cord belts and 2 polyester cord body plies for strength, stability, and a comfortable ride. And you get free mounting, static balancing, and free rotation every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread with every set of 4 tires you purchase. Retco Tire stores, 3 convenient locations in Charlotte. Also Maiden, Shelby, and Kannapolis.
Well, everything has changed so quickly here at Charlotte Motor Speedway with 60 laps remaining in the World 600 this afternoon. A moment ago, it looked like Waltrip was going to try and stretch his fuel. He had about a 8-9 second lead over Earnhardt. Jackie, that went right out the window in a hurry. Now this caution flag that has come out when Bruce Hill apparently lost an engine or something and spun the car down in turn number 1 is going to bunch him right up again.
And this will be the break for the Richard Petty efforts as well as the Dale Earnhardt efforts is now both have been on pit road. They're exchanging gasoline, topping off the tanks, but they're also taking on new rubber as well. Darrell Waltrip coming out behind the safety car here, the 1979 Dodge Magnum. He will be listed as your leader. Earnhardt will hold on to second, and Petty will be third. And a special call should go to one of the drivers that is being posted in the top 10 all afternoon. And for that story, let's go to Mike Joy.
Al Holbert, former Camel GT, which is now the Winston GT Series champion, was a protege of the late Mark Donohue. And Holbert has come up through the sports car ranks and just 2 years ago came into stock car racing. This is the best he's ever run in a Winston Cup car on an oval track super speedway such as Charlotte. He's running, I believe you said, in the 7th position, and that's been the best afternoon of his stock car career.
Seems fitting that Holbert would perform so well here, because this is indeed the same place where he made his Winston Cup Grand National debut in one of the companion cars, a team car to Harry Hyde several years back when he was the Camel GT champion for the International Motorsports Association.
Well, they can definitely go the distance now, Jackie Root. 341 laps complete, 59 laps to go, just a little less than 90 miles remaining in the World 600 here this afternoon. They've all been in the pits, topped those tanks to go the distance, and this is the situation. The leader right now is Waltrip. Riding second is Earnhardt. Richard Petty is third, and those three cars are in the same lap. In fourth position is Cale Yarborough. He's 2 laps down, and riding fifth, also 2 laps off the pace, is Benny Parsons.
But this is the thing that separates the men from the boys, the final 100 miles of competition in the World 600. And for Darrell Waltrip, I wonder if it bothers him to go an extra 100 miles.
Well, what makes you sick is if you're leading the race at 500 miles and then you're not at 600. That's the biggest thing. They pay you good to run the race, you know. They pay you. This is the second highest paying race on the circuit, and of course it's the longest race on the circuit, so maybe it ought to pay the most. But nevertheless, it's tradition, and being a young race car driver, I'd just as soon to go on with the tradition as to change it.
Well, he's carrying on the tradition, trying to become a repeat winner. He's the 1978 World 600 victor. Dale Earnhardt runs in second. Richard Petty is third. Now being posted 2 laps down in fourth spot is Cale Yarborough. Benny Parsons is fifth. Terry Labonte is sixth. Seventh is Al Holbert. In 8th spot is Ricky Rudd. Richard Childress is in 9th position. Lenny Pond in 10th. 11th spot goes to Jim Vandiver. Ty Scott, a call should go to him as well in 12th position with the Harry Hyde Russ Toggs efforts. The Reed Trailer Sales Special for Buddy Arrington is being posted in 13th. Grant Adcox with a strong run in 14th spot, and J.D. McDuffie's Bailey Excavating Special, that Chevrolet, still runs in the 15th spot with the average speed 135.729 miles per hour.
Well, you're talking about Ty Scott. There's a couple of cars in the field today that are Holloman and Moody suddenly are getting back into racing, Jackie Ruth. They're beginning to build a lot of race cars. Banjo Matthews, who builds almost all the cars on the Winston Cup circuit, but that car is a Holloman and Moody car here for Ty Scott, and it's run well here this afternoon, and they're beginning to build even more, we understand.
Well, Ty Scott as well is beginning to pay his dues as a race car driver. He said that he had to be one of those learned race car drivers, as Junior Johnson once referred to some of the drivers on the circuit. Ty was the terror of the dirt tracks. He'd never seen an asphalt track before he came to Daytona International Speedway to run in a Daytona 500, but he's paid his dues, and he's beginning to show some promise under the tutelage of one Harry Hyde. Pace car begins to build some distance between himself and Darrell Waltrip on the high side in turn number 3.
On the lead lap as we're back to green and racing.
The pace car wastes no time in getting out of the way, because we're coming down to the final laps of the World 600. Waltrip up through the gears, heads down into 1. He's out front by half a car length. Riding in second spot, Earnhardt. Petty is third.
56 laps to go as the leaders are nose to tail. They run through the speedy drive out in turn number 1. A bit gingerly off that second turn. Petty looks to the bottom of the racetrack on Earnhardt. Petty is going for second.
As Darrell Waltrip runs away, Richard Petty tries to make a challenge on Earnhardt for second place, but no luck there. It's the pedal to the metal for Dale Earnhardt. He appropriates second spot. Richard Petty stays down low on the racetrack. He runs third.
Right now, as they come back to the line, Waltrip stretches his lead. He's 15 car lengths ahead of the rookie driver, Earnhardt, but Richard Petty is working on Dale Earnhardt for that second spot.
Petty went to the outside out of the trioval. Earnhardt came up to cover the spot. At turn 1, all 3 leaders come in the high groove. Waltrip swings it down low out of turn 2. They are single file. Waltrip leads by 10 car lengths.
Will Richard Petty try a move this time as he closes in again on Dale Earnhardt? Nothing happens this time down the back chute and up to turn number 3. It's going to be Waltrip hanging down low on the racetrack, as she's been working well down there, despite everybody else floating up in the groove just a bit.
Well, they have been at it for just about 4 hours here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in the World 600. Waltrip make that 8 car lengths this time. Earnhardt riding second, Petty third as we go into the final laps here in the World 600 this afternoon. Those three cars are in the lead lap now, off the pace. 2 laps behind in fourth position is Cale Yarborough. Benny Parsons is fifth. He is 2 laps down. They work the back chute and head for 3.
As Richard Petty again closes in on Dale Earnhardt, he decides to just hang right in there, get the ride off the draft, and it's going to be Darrell Waltrip leading them the way. He clings again down low. It's going to be Earnhardt and Petty splitting the turn right down the middle as they ride 1 groove higher.
Across the start-finish line, Waltrip looks awfully strong as we get down to the fading miles in the World 600. Ned Jarrett, I think Dale Inman told you they look like they cranked in 40 rounds of wedge in the car. Whatever they did, it's working.
Yes, it is, Barney. They did not do anything to the STP Chevrolet excepting put on 4 new tires and fill it up with gasoline. I was a little surprised, but I guess they figured that putting on a new set of tires, maybe they'd hit the right combination with it.
Well, Petty tries for a challenge for second place. He goes down low on Dale Earnhardt, and Richard Petty, is he going to step on the button? He does. Coming off number 4 turn, it's going to be a drag race.
Well, Jackie, they can't afford to race door-to-door very long because if they do, Waltrip will stretch his lead even further.
Well, they've got to deal the cards out, though, in this last 100 miles, and Darrell Waltrip holds the deck as they go to turn 1.
All this speedy dry at turn 1 has not helped Petty. It's taken the high groove away where that oil dry has settled. He's been having to run a little lower than he would have liked to before the caution, and he stays on the bumper of Earnhardt.
Despite being the 2-car draft with Earnhardt and Petty, Darrell Waltrip, by virtue of being able to run so far down on the racetrack, is maintaining his advantage right now as Waltrip moves around some race traffic going by Tommy Gale. It's Earnhardt running second, Petty running third.
As they dropped the green and went back to green a moment ago, there were 22 cars running on the speedway going into this last 70 miles in the World 600. It's Waltrip all the way right now. He's 25 car lengths ahead of Earnhardt. Riding third is Richard Petty as they try to overhaul the leader, Darrell Waltrip, down the backstretch and heading for Eli Gold.
Darrell Waltrip returned this trick last year as he won his first and only race here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. He again takes the lower side through. Dale Earnhardt looking for his first win at Charlotte, and Richard Petty looking for his 4th. That's the running order.
The Monte Carlo, the Gatorade Chevrolet of Darrell Waltrip. A Chevrolet has won the World 600 only twice in its history here. It won the opening event in 1960, and Waltrip put a Chevrolet in victory lane here last year.
Introducing new Busch Beer, with a bold new mountain on the outside and a bright new taste on the inside. So don't just reach for a beer. Head for the mountains. Busch.
Head for the mountains of Busch. Reach out and you'll be here. Just reach out and you'll be here in the mountains of Busch Beer.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Have you ever wondered what they call that silver tape you see all over the place in the NASCAR Grand National Championship circuit? Well, its name is Arno, A-R-N-O. And Arno silver duct tape is the quick, dependable way pit crews insulate, mend, cushion, even securely hold gauges and tubing in place. You ought to have a roll handy in your toolkit, too. Arno makes a lot more than tape for racing. You'll find color-matching repair tapes, customizing tapes, as well as masking tape. The next time you're shopping for automotive supplies, look for the Arno display and the tape that goes 190 miles per hour.
Well, they say it's a handling racetrack, and right now Darrell Waltrip has found the handle on the Gatorade car, and he's beginning to take the groove down a little bit, and that would indicate that the car is working better than anybody else, Mike Joy.
He is moving down about half a lane here in turn 1, Barney, while Earnhardt and Petty are still running way up in the higher groove, a half to a full lane higher than Waltrip is at this end of the racetrack.
Barney, let's recap for you again the 18 cars that are out of this event. Ron Hutchison, Chuck Bound, Dick Brooks with a crash, Bill Elliott with engine problems, as well as Donnie Allison and Buddy Baker, Travis Tiller encountering engine problems, Connie Saylor with a wreck in turn number 4, a rear end going loose on Skip Manning's Kings Inn special, Cuckoo Marlin out with valve problems, Bobby Fischer crashing badly in turn 1, James Hilton with engine problems, same for Glenn Jarrett, Bill Dennis with engine problems, as well as Joe Milliken. Neil Bonnet having a valve go loose on the Purolator Mercury. Also out is Dave Marcus with engine problems. And then the spin, after coming back out for several laps, Bruce Hill is the 18th car out of the race.
They're still trying to overhaul Darrell Waltrip's Gatorade car. Here he comes out of turn number 4. Not much change in the interval between first and second position on the top rookie driver here, Dale Earnhardt. What a performance this youngster has displayed here this afternoon. Richard Petty just tucks in the draft as they try to overhaul him down in turn 1.
It's not a very tight draft that he's working, Barney. Petty stays either higher or lower than Dale Earnhardt. He's not locked onto his bumper and just seems to be running where the car is most comfortable at this point in the race.
354 laps are in the record book of the 400 this afternoon and the World 600. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
Mini compact drivers, it's all waiting for you now in the exciting new Combi Camp fold-down travel trailer. David Allison Camping Center has the perfect way for your family to discover the countryside this summer. The Combi Camp tows easily behind the largest or smallest of cars because total weight is just 520 pounds. Tongue weight is only 45 pounds. But right now, David Allison has got the Combi Camp at the special introductory price of $1,595. See it at David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard.
The race is on here, but the race is on at Dodge Country too. Everyone's racing to see the Dodge Omni, the all-around car that gets you all around. On the outside, the Omni shines through any kind of weather. And on the inside, you can order from several custom packages. So while you're getting a beautiful view of the great outdoors, you'll have a beautiful view of the great indoors inside your Omni. The little car that packs a lot of gear. See the Omni to believe it. Omni does it all for driving, and Dodge Country does it all in selling.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, 356 laps are complete in the World 600. 400 laps will make up the race this afternoon. It's right now Darrell Waltrip showing the way, and Jackie, they can't seem to gain any ground on him.
It is unbelievable. Darrell Waltrip just laid back until the end. Dale Earnhardt steadfastly now in the second position. Running in third is Richard Petty, and he is glued to the rear deck lid of the rookie Earnhardt. Still 2 laps down in fourth spot is Cale Yarborough. Fifth position belongs to Benny Parsons. He's 2 laps off the pace. Ricky Rudd is now in the 6th position. In 7th spot is Terry Labonte. In 8th position is Al Holbert. In 9th spot is Jim Vandiver. In 10th position is Richard Childress. 11th spot to Ty Scott. In 12th position is the Martinsville, Virginia-based Reed trailer sales entry for Buddy Arrington. In 13th position is Grant Adcox. In 14th is J.D. McDuffie. And Dick May runs in 15th spot. In terms of the underdog bonus of $3,500, the man that's leading that is Ricky Rudd in the Truxmore Industries event.
Jackie, I'm standing by with J.C. Elder. J.C., you said earlier that he was running too hard. What are your thoughts now?
I don't know, Dad. It's like Darrell must adjust his chassis. He's beat us a little bit now on the racetrack.
Are you still running as good as you were, and he's just running faster?
Yeah, we're running just as good as we was. He's running a little bit faster right now.
Hey, that's J.C. Elder. He said he just didn't know about the speed that Dale Earnhardt is running now. He'd like to see him running a little bit faster.
Well, Jake has to have mixed emotions, Ned, about how the youngsters run here this afternoon, but he has certainly impressed me regardless of the communication between the crew chief and the driver. Earnhardt has done a heck of a job this afternoon. He's second on the field right now. Petty is third, and that interval looks like it may be lengthening, Jackie Root, just a little bit between first and second position.
Well,
here's Petty making a bid for the number 2 spot.
Richard Petty goes down low on Dale Earnhardt in turn number 3. He takes the low side, stands on it, and he pulls away from Dale Earnhardt. But here comes Earnhardt slingshotting off the 4th turn.
They come to the line like a drag race. As they hit the stripe, it will be Earnhardt by half a car length as they head for 1.
Earnhardt by a full car length at the entrance of turn 1. Petty comes back up in the high groove. Cale Yarborough trying to move past him, although Yarborough is 2 laps down. He's playing the spoiler role in this strong battle for second spot down the back chute.
Down that back straightaway, Richard Petty is tucked in behind Dale Earnhardt. Petty made a move going in at turn number 3 before. This time, Dale Earnhardt stays right with him as they both cut down. But Richard Petty jerks the car even further down on the track, but now is forced to float back up behind Dale Earnhardt.
Jackie Root, we've just been informed of the NASCAR observers out in the turns and also the NASCAR officials who are running the race from next door to us that they are reporting some smoke from under Waltrip's car in the corners. Let's check with Mike Joy on it in the south end of the speedway.
Nothing apparent here, Barney. Waltrip will back off for the turn right in front of us, and there's nothing apparent at this time.
Might just be some tire smoke. Eli Gold, any sign of that up in turn 4?
Well, right now, as Darrell Waltrip comes motoring through us, all looks clear as far as our view is concerned. We are right now topside of the Waltrip car. He goes whisking by, and there seems to be no smoke at all.
Well, at the pace he's setting, it could well be tire smoke the way he's attacking the turns here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As he eases off into the number 1 corner, Richard Petty falls back again, and Earnhardt puts a lock on the second position by just about 2 car lengths in front of Mike Joy.
There is still nothing showing from that Waltrip car, Barney, but the battle for second has heated up. Cale Yarborough has stayed right glued on the back bumper of Richard Petty. Petty goes for it in the back chute.
Richard pulls off from behind Dale Earnhardt. He jaws alongside. Now Richard Petty steps on it into turn number 3. Goes low on the racetrack. Dale Earnhardt goes high. Cale Yarborough, there's the spoiler. It's going to be 3 wide. Now Yarborough bails out. It's going to be Petty and Earnhardt to the line.
The windup and the pitch at the line for second position. Too close to call. They are still side by side as they go into 1.
They've run a full lap. 2 abreast. Petty comes out of it just a bit. The car won't run on the bottom of turn number 1. Out of 2, Earnhardt leads Petty for the second spot by 2. Mark it now down as 3 car lengths.
Again, Richard Petty, this time showing a bit of an interval between himself and the second-place runner, Earnhardt. Richard Petty trying to close. They go to the outside of the DK Ulrich automobile. Through turn number 3, again, the middle groove is picked this time, and Earnhardt takes the second-place spot.
In the meantime, the advantage for Darrell Waltrip continues to lengthen over Dale Earnhardt and Richard Petty. 4 laps ago, it was 2 4/10 seconds. Now, at this time, as they came across the stripe, it was 4 3/10 seconds. Field works out of turn number 2. It is Darrell Waltrip midway down the backstretch with a sizable advantage over Dale Earnhardt and Richard Petty. Petty sneaks a peek to the inside once again for second.
All right, Richard Petty one more time goes downstairs. He's had no problem going down low on Earnhardt here, but it's Earnhardt who comes back off the exit of turn 4. They do exit the turn again, and here comes Earnhardt. He goes to the outside wall and seems to put the nose in front.
Jackie, this could be a problem for both these cars because they're running door to door, and Waltrip is getting further and further ahead. Now, if Earnhardt would back off a little bit or let Petty get in front, Richard may feel that his car drafts a little bit better than the Earnhardt machine. They're back to Mike Joy.
Petty stays glued to the bottom of the racetrack. This time he comes off turn 2, dead even with Dale Earnhardt, and Yarborough makes it 3 wide.
Cale does make it 3 abreast as they go up the banking of number 3. Yarborough backing off as Earnhardt goes high. Richard Petty goes low. Again, this time it's the nose-to-nose as they come off the number 4 corner in a dead heat.
Well, here come the fans to their feet again. Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, a rookie and one of the veterans, go at it at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. In the World 600, that's for second position, and Waltrip continues to pull away. They're back to Mike Joy.
They were just about 3 wide going into turn 1, and Yarborough had to back out of the throttle. Petty is on the low side of the racetrack. Earnhardt up high near the wall. This time off turn 2, Petty leads Earnhardt for second spot by a full car length.
It's amazing as we're 367 laps in, the fans are still up and down their seats applauding the show we see right here. This time through turn number 3, Richard Petty has a half car length of advantage over Dale Earnhardt. Cale Yarborough making it a 3-car draft. It'll be Petty leading him out of the 4th turn.
And Eli, the fans might be up and down, but one lady is very calm here in the pit area, and that's Stevie Waltrip, the wife of Darrell. Stevie, you look very calm as you sit here and watch Darrell circle the track.
I don't feel calm at all. We've got about 32 more laps to go, and I know it's going to seem like an eternity.
Tell the fans what you're doing here in the pit.
I'm recording lap speeds and continuous time, what we do under a pit stop, 2 pits and win and gas mileage.
So she's got a pretty good job here, and she does it well.
But Marty Hall, this jousting for second position has been very costly for both Petty and Earnhardt. Now the separation between Waltrip and your second and third is 6 seconds flat.
He is indeed pulling away, Jackie Root, but anything could happen in Winston Cup racing, as it usually does. We've seen from year to year on the circuit. Right now, 368 laps are complete of the 400 here this afternoon. The battle for the second spot, Waltrip continues to pad his lead up in 3 and 4. Richard Petty has moved around the rookie driver now, Earnhardt, and for the moment, Dale seems content to ride in the draft, and perhaps that's what Richard wanted. He felt like maybe that his car would be able to draft a little bit better than Earnhardt's machine. Cale Yarborough tucked his nose up there a moment ago and gave them both a scare. Now Earnhardt goes after Petty in 1.
Earnhardt will not stay single file to try to tack down Waltrip. Earnhardt's on the bottom this time with Petty up high near the wall. In turn 2, it's Petty by half a car length. Here goes Yarborough looking for the 3-wide run down the backstretch again.
It is the role reversal this time. Dale Earnhardt on the inside. He tries to work his way by Richard Petty, puts himself a half car length to the advantage. It's going to be glued down low. Earnhardt flipping back up in front of Richard Petty, and Earnhardt appropriates the spot coming through 4.
Earnhardt not giving any ground to anyone, although it may be costing them some time on the leader. There's no doubt about that. Richard Petty takes the outside groove. Earnhardt down on the inside to Mike Joy.
Petty stays high in turn number 1. Earnhardt comes up in the high groove. Petty jumps right down to the bottom of the racetrack. A move by Petty we haven't seen this afternoon, and he gets the second spot.
Richard Petty keeps motoring down the back chute as they work their way up to turn number 3. Dale Earnhardt comes right back and goes door handle to door handle. Earnhardt takes the high side. Petty going the low side, and Earnhardt goes sky high. Richard Petty has the positioning off the number 4 corner.
An unbelievable race in the World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt hammer and tong at each other back in turn number 1. Petty just determined to get up into that number 2 spot and try to gain some distance on leader Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip shoots down the backstretch. He has almost a full straightaway over the second place car, Richard Petty. Earnhardt is 3rd. In 4th position is Cale Yarborough. He is 2 laps down, and 5th is Benny Parsons, also 2 laps off the pace. Leader is in 4.
Waltrip works our way by. Again, no smoke showing from that 88 automobile. Your 2nd and 3rd place runners come out single file. Richard Petty, then Earnhardt, and Cale Yarborough.
27 laps remaining in the World 600 this afternoon, and Mike Joy, it looks like Darrell Waltrip is home free if nothing happens.
He is, with all the racing going on behind him, Barney. There's no way those 2 cars can catch him if they continue to run side by side.
But, fellas, don't forget last Sunday when Cale Yarborough looked the same way, a half a lap to go, sitting there riding, and then 10 laps to go. That caution came out, and the picture changed completely.
It did that, Ned, up at Dover, Delaware last weekend, and we were speculating up there that Cale Yarborough was home free if everything would kind of stick together. The situation changed with just 8 miles to go. Here comes Waltrip heading back into turn number 1 as he continues to pull away from Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. And now Petty has about a 4-car length advantage over the 3rd place machine.
And he's lengthened it to 6 6/10 seconds. That's the lead that Darrell Waltrip enjoys as he goes midway down the backstretch.
It's certainly not going to be conservative the way you talk about Dale Earnhardt driving through turns 3 and 4 the last few times around. He's again been bobbing each way, trying to shoot and slingshot to the high side of Richard Petty. Now as they work their way through the turns again, they take the middle groove, and this time Earnhardt goes the conservative way, tucked in behind Richard.
Here comes Petty. He'll be pulling up on the bumper of Buddy Arrington's car out of Martinsville, Virginia. Earnhardt 2 car lengths back. Ned Jarrett, your impressions of Earnhardt this afternoon. He's made some good moves, but he may also have the lack of experience might have hurt him a little bit also.
Well, certainly he's driven a fantastic race, Barney, and really it's hard to drive 400 laps, 600 miles on a track of this sort and not get out of kilter a little bit somewhere along the way. He's made some very good moves here this afternoon, and he's run the wheels off of that car, so to speak. But with that chassis change that Waltrip made, it seems like it's really working for him. But Earnhardt has done a fantastic job, and considering the fact that he is a rookie on this circuit, well, you got to hand it to him. He's one of the real comers.
And Barney, let's not forget the fact that 300 miles was already beneath the belt of Darrell Waltrip before he even took the command to fire engines on the Gatorade Chevrolet. So when it comes to a yeoman's effort in World 600 weekend, it has to go to Darrell Waltrip thus far. He's got close to 900 miles of competition beneath his belt.
Well, I think he talked to Ned this morning on pit road, at best I remember, just before we started the race this afternoon and our broadcast came on the air. And Ned, he said he was a little bit tired, but he would get pumped up as the race progressed.
Yes, he did. In fact, he said he was a little bit sore, Barney. They use a lot of muscles in driving a race car for any distance, and particularly 300 miles and then 600 miles. You got that battle back for 2nd in turn 1.
It is Dale Earnhardt underneath Richard Petty at turn 1. Earnhardt makes it stick on the bottom of the racetrack. Petty, though, in the high groove, can get a better jump off the turn, but they are dead even coming out of turn 2, whistling down the backstretch side by side.
Those cars rolling as one as they work it down the back, shooting up to turn number 3. It's Earnhardt on the inside. He goes to the low side, sticking low there. Richard Petty to the high side. Now Petty watching as Earnhardt floats back up into the middle groove, and Petty maintains his 3rd place position.
Here they come to the line. Earnhardt takes over the number 2 spot. Petty back to 3rd, and Cale Yarborough has a bird's eye view of all of it. He tried to ride the draft around to get underneath Richard Petty. They're back in 1.
Out of the trial, but Petty looks to the inside. He's back way up in the high groove. Will he slam down under Earnhardt again? He's trying it out of turn number 2. He pulls up to the rear bumper and rear quarter panel now of Earnhardt's car.
Richard Petty trying to get that spot back on the inside. He's drawn half a car length back. Now he's dead even. Richard has the inside groove and goes down low. Earnhardt has liked that move to slingshot off the 4th turn. Here they come off the exit, and that's indeed what Earnhardt's going to try and do.
But this contest for 2nd position is very costly, as both drivers would like to take an assault on your lead, Darrell Waltrip, as they continue to run side by side. Waltrip has lengthened his advantage to 7 1/10 seconds.
Down the back chute, the leader, Waltrip, going up into the number 3 corner. He continues to pad his lead here this afternoon. 378 laps are in the book right now as we're getting 22 laps to go. Waltrip out of turn number 4 moves around Ty Scott's automobile. second place car, it's Earnhardt right now. Petty is third. Fourth is Cale Yarborough. Fifth is Benny Parsons.
Field comes to the stripe once again. This is the battle for second spot. It is just inches apart as they go into turn one. Earnhardt is in second. Petty is in third. Fourth spot to Yarborough. Fifth spot to Parsons.
Again, Petty looked to the inside coming out of the tri-oval, then swung way up high. The first time he made that move on Earnhardt, he surprised him, but the last time Earnhardt was ready, and Petty was unable to get underneath and take the position down the backstretch.
Richard Petty this time trying to creep up again, but thinks better now as Dale Earnhardt dives down low through turn number 3. Cale Yarborough slipping back up behind Richard Petty, and it's going to be single file. I say that, and here it goes double file. Off the turn comes Petty.
Richard Petty. Dead heat at the start-finish line for that number 2 spot as he and Earnhardt race as hard as I've ever seen anybody drive here at the track. To Mike Joy.
They are still dead even between turns 1 and 2. Petty on the bottom of the racetrack, Earnhardt up high. They come out of turn 2. They have not changed. It's as if they're welded together door to door.
Indeed, as Richard Petty holds the office on the inside, Richard has made the move here, and he's going to dive down low again. But Dale Earnhardt, who works well in the higher groove, stays right with him. They go side by side. Earnhardt to the high side. He'll try the slingshot, and he'll pull it again.
Darrell Waltrip is in the lead, but nobody's looking at Waltrip right now. They're looking at Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. The rookie and the veteran hammer at each other for that number 2 spot like it's the last lap. And Mike Joy, as they come back to you, if it comes down to a shootout on that final lap between these two for that second position, who do you think will get it?
If Petty can get up high enough between 1 and 2, Barney, and slingshot underneath Dale on the second turn, it's all going to come down to turn 3 and 4.
What about it, Eli Gold?
Well, I've got to say Dale Earnhardt has worked well on the high side. He's liked that position. He's liked the slingshot off the number 4 corner, and it's been reasonably successful for him this afternoon.
Petty leads him by 1 car length. Waltrip is in front. Petty is second. Earnhardt is third. Those 3 cars end the lead lap, and Jackie Root, it looks like Darrell Waltrip is long gone, but as Ned Jarrett said a moment ago, remember what happened last weekend at Dover.
And, of course, Darrell Waltrip and the Dyegard Gatorade Racing team have set this Monte Carlo up. They call it Wicked Wanda, and it's performing very well. And I asked Darrell, what do you sacrifice when you come to Charlotte? Is it in suspension, or do you look for horsepower?
Well, what you have to do is you have to sacrifice, at every racetrack you go to, really, you got to sacrifice a little comfort for some speed. You know, you can fix the car where it just drives so easy that probably somebody out of the stands could drive it. But it won't go nowhere. It won't run. So you have to sacrifice in the comfort department sometimes to make it go fast. And really the competition dictates whether you need to do that or not. If you're beating everybody pretty bad on Saturday afternoon, your last practice run, if the car feels super good and you're beating everybody 2 or 3 tenths, then you don't bother it. But if you're 2 or 3 tenths off the pace, then you got to work on it, and even if it doesn't feel real good, that's what you got to go with.
Well, Earnhardt has just moved into that second spot. Richard Petty goes right back after him out of that 4th position. Hardest racing we've seen in a long time between 2 drivers. Here they come to the line, and it would be a photo finish if this were the final lap for that second spot, and they're still door-to-door back in 1.
Lapping by the Dick Bay car, Earnhardt pulls the box around Dick Bay. Petty has to back out of the throttle and run third. They come out of turn 2, single file. Dale Earnhardt, 1 car length ahead of Petty's STP Chevrolet for second spot.
Richard Petty, though, closing the gap. He tries to look to the inside. He'll wait one more time as they go up into the turn. Dale Earnhardt takes the car down low. Cale Yarborough closing tightly on Richard Petty. It's going to be Earnhardt leading the way off the turn. Richard Petty running third.
With Darrell Waltrip leading by about 10 seconds with 15 laps to go in the World 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
David Allison Camping Center is Charlotte's #1 RV dealer for 1979. And David wants to thank everyone in North and South Carolina for making it possible. And now that summer's here and camping is in the air, David wants to invite all of you to come on down and see his beautiful new 79 Coachman camping trailers. The Coachman trailer is the ultimate in camping convenience. And at David Allison Camping Center, you'll find value you can't afford to pass by. David Allison Camping Center, 2904 Little Rock Road between I-85 and Wilkinson Boulevard. Come by. There's a Memorial Day sale in progress now at your nearby Retco Tire Store. Belted tire specials as low as 4 for $83 plus FBT and sales tax on size A7813. You get free mounting and static balancing. And with the purchase of 4 tires, Retco will rotate them every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread. Retco Tire Stores. Stop in now.
387 laps are in the record book for the World 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Richard Petty Dale Earnhardt have the crowd on their feet lap after lap, and they've changed that second position, Mike Joy, about, well, almost every time around.
And this must be frustrating, Barney. If those two drivers could link up in a draft, they'd stand a much better chance of catching Darrell Waltrip. But Petty right now is running third, one car length back of Earnhardt.
In the meantime, Darrell Waltrip has already gathered in the lap leader, the Napa Charger Awards, to the tune of $5,000. He has 8.5 second separation between himself and the Osterlin crew in the Sears Craftsman Pit Crew Contest. After 10 stops, he leads that. So Buddy Parrott and the crew have done their homework on pit road as well, and they lead this World 600.
388 laps being posted here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. That means there are 12 laps remaining in the World 600 at Charlotte. With over 130,000 race fans, Bruton Smith, the president of the track, announced this afternoon in pre-race activity it was the largest crowd in the history of the Speedway, and if the figures are correct, it would be the largest crowd for a sporting event in North Carolina. Here comes the battle for the second spot, and that's what everyone is watching, with Waltrip out front. And back, still charging in for that number 2 spot. Richard Petty took a peek there. No place to go as they work back to Mike Joy.
Dale Earnhardt, though, Barney, has shown that he can race with anybody this afternoon. And his line through turn 1 and 2 has not changed, I would say, a foot either way in the last 200 laps. Petty trails him by a car length off the second turn.
As Richard Petty works it down the backstretch now, he and Dale Earnhardt again have been flip-flopping in turns number 3 and 4. Either time it's high or low. They show no preference except Earnhardt, who likes the slingshot off the high groove. This time they make the middle cut right through the turn. Richard Petty angling inside, cutting through with Cale Yarborough right on his tail.
As they come across the line, 10 laps to go. Darrell Waltrip is the leader with 10 laps remaining in the World 600 here this afternoon. 390 laps are on the board. Still in second spot is Earnhardt. Third is Richard Petty. He's a half a car length back. Those three are in the lead lap. In fourth position, it's Cale Yarborough, 2 laps off the pace. Fifth is Benny Parsons. He is also 2 laps down.
Running in the 6th position would be the Ricky Rudd automobile. Terry Labonte would be 7th, 8th, Al Holbert, 9th to Lenny Pond, Richard Childress in 10th, Ty Scott in 11th, 12th to Grant Adcox, 13th to Buddy Arrington, 14th to J.D. McDuffie. Running 15th would be Dick May. In 16th position, although he's gone out of the race, is Jim Vandiver. In 17th is Tommy Gale. He is also retired from the event, so they look to move up would be Cecil Gordon in 18th position, D.K. Ulrich in 19th position, Blackie Rangren in 20th, 21st to Frank Warren, and Bobby Allison with a new engine is running 22nd.
Here's go Richard Petty. He's trying to make the second place charge into turn number 3. Petty going down low. Dale Earnhardt has the rear end kicked out just a bit, and Richard Petty has the spot coming through. And this time we see Dale Earnhardt unable to slingshot off that number 4 turn. Possibly Richard Petty just second things out for the last lap.
Well, Mike Joy, you predicted that Richard Petty could make his move coming into 3 and 4, get underneath him, and possibly sew up that second position if they continue to run this way. He just did it coming out of that corner.
And that may be a test of the last lap, as Eli Gold pointed out. Down here in 1 and 2, all you can do, Barney, is set up for the long run down the backstretch. That's where the position will be decided on the last lap.
Eli,
3 and 4.
They're heading back to you, Eli Gold, and that looks like where both of them are awfully strong.
Indeed, Dale Earnhardt right now is going to try and look around. He bounces around, but comes right back in behind Richard Petty. So Earnhardt does not try and make a move that time.
6 laps to go. 9 miles remain in the World 600.
And the separation between Darrell Waltrip, Richard Petty, and Dale Earnhardt between first and second is 8 seconds flat.
So Waltrip with an 8-second advantage right now as we get down to the concluding laps of the World 600. Here he is. The car sticks right on the bottom of the racetrack up in front of Eli Gold.
Indeed, Darrell Waltrip running so well all afternoon. The crew moving just a slight bit up. The battle for second place reheating. There goes Dale Earnhardt. He takes the low side. Richard Petty now testing the high groove, and they're going to go drag racing back to the line.
Earnhardt squeezed Petty a little bit up in turn number 4, got into the number 2 spot, but Petty will not give it up.
The race of the day for second spot here down at turn number 1. Petty way high, riding right up almost against the retaining wall, goes around Earnhardt on the high side to take back the second spot by 3 car lengths out of turn 2.
And indeed, Richard Petty showing more difference right now between himself and Earnhardt than we've seen in a long time. Into turn number 3, Richard Petty diving that automobile nicely down low, and both he and Dale Earnhardt hold it downstairs. Off the turn, it's going to be Petty with a half car length advantage.
5 laps remaining in the World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Waltrip is your leader. Petty right now is second. Earnhardt is third. Those 3 cars in the lead lap. They're back to Mike Joy.
Although 2 laps down, Cale Yarborough has caught up to Petty and Earnhardt, as has Benny Parsons. Those 4 cars are in a tight draft. as Petty leads Earnhardt by still 3 car lengths.
And that battle for second, the difference between second and third in the World 600 first is a base $7,500, so that'll be a costly last lap maneuver.
Earnhardt trying the high side after taking the low groove through the first part of turn 3. He flips up to the top side, but sees that doesn't work as Richard Petty still leads him to the line.
4 laps to go for the field here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and another situation developing back for 4th position right now between Cale Yarborough and Benny Parsons. They are in the same lap, and that's a battle for position. We pause now for station identification.
You'll find whatever you need for the care and repair of your home at Moore's. Just look for the sign of the Orange Fox. WSOC-FM, Charlotte.
Field works the 4th corner. Here comes the leader across the stripe with 3 laps to go for Darrell Waltrip as he shoots down into the number 1 corner. But here's what everybody is watching. Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt. Then a battle for 4th spot could be shaping up between Cale Yarborough and Benny Parsons. They're back in 1.
And that 4th place battle could well get in the way of the slug out for second here as we come down to the last lap. Out of turn 2, they're working race traffic with Richard Petty leading Dale Earnhardt, Cale Yarborough, and Benny Parsons in that order.
You've got to feel like you're sitting in a laboratory because each time through it's an experiment. This time, Richard Petty in that battle for second and third with Earnhardt takes the identical groove, splitting things down the middle. Cale Yarborough and Benny Parsons tucked in as well, so no variation.
Lap traffic ahead of Richard Petty as he swings out around J.D. McDuffie and will be running up on Al Hobart as they work turn 1. Here goes Earnhardt down to the inside.
He fakes the move inside, the moves back up. Barney, I've run out of cliches, except to say that Winston Cup racing is the most exciting sport anywhere, and they're proving that right now. As Petty and Earnhardt battle out of turn 2, they're still single file. They may stay that way to the last lap.
Indeed, nobody making it starts right here. I think everybody's done all the work they want to do. They're going to wait for that last lap and let all the cards sit on the table.
Here comes Waltrip to the stripe, and it will be white flag for Darrell Waltrip in the Gatorade Chevrolet as he swings across the line. Here comes Richard Petty and Earnhardt. Let's go to Mike Joy.
Waltrip swings out of turn 1, and nobody is watching. Eyes glued on Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. Petty is very high in turn number 1 this last time around. Earnhardt sneaks a peek down low. Petty comes down to cover the spot. They open up a margin on Yarborough and Parsons. They are nose to tail halfway down the backstretch for second spot.
The battle now, second place as Earnhardt goes to the inside of Richard Petty. Earnhardt goes down underneath. He's got second place, but let's not count out Richard Petty. He goes underneath Dale Earnhardt and reappropriates second spot.
Checkered flag for Darrell Waltrip, but here comes the battle for second. Petty gets it coming out of the 4th corner, and he will finish in the number 2 position. Earnhardt will run 3rd. Cale will run 4th, and Benny Parsons will finish 5th. What a World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, Jack Yaroot.
The 1979 World 600 is now history, and the winner is Darrell Waltrip. Now here's some current news involving you. More and more, you're buying gasoline according to price rather than brand. Nothing wrong with that if you know what you're getting, but millions of gallons of gasoline are sold daily without enough detergent additive to keep your carburetor as clean as it could be. New STP gas treatment improves the cleaning power of gasolines, leaded or unleaded. Pour a can of new STP gas treatment in with a full tank of gas, and it goes to work cleaning the carburetor. New STP gas treatment helps keep carburetors clean, too. New STP gas treatment also helps fight rust in the fuel system and helps keep intake valves and intake manifolds clean. So the next time you pump in the gas, dump in a can of new STP gas treatment. Because if you want to be sure these days, you've got to do it yourself. A couple of awards that have been given out, Barney Hall. The Goodies Headache Award is your vote went to Dave Marcus. Well, the press in attendance downstairs in this massive press box above the Charlotte Motor Speedway start-finish line have awarded it to Marcus. The Curtis Turner Memorial Achievement Award goes to your 3rd place finisher, Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt will take the Curtis Turner Memorial Award and gather in 3rd position. We'll give you a rundown of the World 600 finish as well as other great reports from motorsports events around the country as part of the Simonized World Racing Scoreboard. We'll also be going to Victory Lane to talk to a very jubilant Dygaard Gatorade Racing Team crew. They've scored the hat trick this weekend. They won the Sundrop 300 yesterday, and 900 miles later they go to Victory Lane in the World 600 as well. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
For sturdy pickup trucks, for great prices, for a selection of trucks like you'll find nowhere else, come to Dodge Country. Dodge Country, the Carolina's largest truck dealer, with over 10 times the selection of the average truck dealer. D100s, D150s, Warlocks, and 4x4s. Nowhere else will you find a selection of great Dodge trucks like this at such incredible prices. And everything Dodge Country sells is backed up by their professional service department. Dodge Country, a name that means quality, value, and great selection at 4800 East Independence Boulevard.
It's a Memorial Day sale going on now at your nearby Retco Tire store. You'll find belted tire specials like the A7813 for as low as $83 plus FET and sales tax. These tires feature fiberglass cord belts and 2 polyester cord body plies for strength, stability, and a comfortable ride. And you get free mounting, static balancing, and free rotation every 5,000 miles for the life of the tread with every set of 4 tires you purchase. Retco Tire stores, 3 convenient locations in Charlotte. Also Maiden, Shelby, and Kannapolis.
At the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the World 600 is history. And right now, Waltrip has just pulled his car into victory lane, and let's go down to Ned Jarrett.
And as you reported, he will be a jubilant individual, and he is that. But I can tell you, Barney, he is a tired individual also. He hasn't attempted to get out of the car as yet. He just wants to get dried off. He wants to relax for just a moment because he has worked hard out there this afternoon. And Jim Gardner, the president of Dyegard, is standing by. Jim, he pulled a hat trick here this weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway, winning 2 big ones.
All right, Dyegard, people are very happy. Darrell, I'm sure, is very happy, and I hope we continue this and win the national championship.
Well, it seems like that this team is really getting it all together now.
We feel like we are. We're attuned to what we need to do, and I think we're going to do it.
That's Jim Gardner, the president of Dyegard. I'm going to go back to you for just a second, Barney.
Well, we saw a little bit of everything in this World 600 here this afternoon, and Dale Earnhardt, who ended up in 3rd position after leading quite a bit of the race today. Richard Petty, haven't seen that kind of racing in a long, long time, all afternoon.
Barney, the win, if it had gone to Dale Earnhardt, would have been a storybook ending. But the run to the finish line, first for Dale Earnhardt and Richard Petty, with Petty beating him out at the line, but then that battle between Benny Parsons and Cale Yarborough for the 4th position. We tended to neglect that near the final moments because there was just so much going on. And the 135,000-plus fans that have flocked to the Charlotte Motor Speedway were treated to what has to be the most historic World 600 that has ever been witnessed here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Well, it has to be a very satisfying weekend for winner Darrell Waltrip. Yesterday afternoon, as Jim Gardner just pointed out down in victory lane, he won the Sundrop 300. You'll have full results of that race very shortly here on the Simon I scoreboard. Festivities continue down in victory lane. Let's go back to Ned Jarrett.
Well, Barney, Darrell Waltrip has yet to attempt to crawl out of the car. I think he wants to get himself pretty. He's been brushing his hair, and he's been washing his face, and more than that, resting. What is he doing in there, Buddy Parrott?
Well, like you said, he's trying to pretty himself up, you know. Well, he wants to look good for the cameras.
Yeah, the TV people here and all these movie stars and everything out here. And, of course, you look pretty when you came in victory lane with that big smile on your face.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I can't believe it. You know, to win back-to-back World 600s, I just don't know what else we can do.
Well, back-to-back days. You captured that race here yesterday.
That's true. You know, we just had a great weekend. We didn't sit on the pole, but we got the rest of the stuff.
Buddy, you made a chassis adjustment late in the race. It looked like it really worked for you.
Well, it really did. You know, we started out running scuffed tires, and then we put on some new tires, and they seemed to work a little better, but the car was real tight, and so we took some wedge out, and it really turned out great.
Well, they brought Wanda here this time, as we reported earlier today. Wanda didn't really work that well for him here last year for the running of the 1978 World 600. It crashed on the backstretch in a practice run. They had to go back and get Bertha, and it did work very well for him here. We're going to get to Darrell Waltrip in just a moment. He has gotten out of the car finally, and we'll be getting to him in just 1 minute, Barney.
Okay, the crowd continues to gather around victory lane as thousands of race fans are making their way over to get a glimpse of Darrell Waltrip and the Gatorade Chevrolet. Very shortly, Jackie Arute will be on the air with the Simonized Racing Scoreboard to give you racing results, not only the complete finish here in the World 600 this afternoon, but how they finished at Indy and other events around the world.
Barney, we're just about to move into Darrell now as he finishes up a TV interview here. We'll say hello to Stevie. We talked to her a little bit out there in the pit. She looks so calm. You even look more nervous now, Stevie, than you did out there on pit road.
I just kind of let loose after the race.
Well, she has that big smile on her face. Darrell Waltrip, congratulations on a real hard, super run here this afternoon.
Well, Ned, gee whiz, 2 days in a row. I said they ought to change the name of the thing to I think we went off.
No, you keep talking. We're on.
Sorry about that. I think you ought to change the name of it to the World 900 for me. 300 miles yesterday and 600 miles a day. But 2 beautifully prepared automobiles, run well, handled well. My hat's off to the entire Gatorade team. They just did a tremendous job, and I'm just glad that we could end up here both days.
Darrell, you said before the start of the race that you were a little bit sore from yesterday and a little bit tired.
Well, I'm a whole lot sore and a whole lot tired now, believe me. But
you're also a whole lot richer.
Well, and I feel a whole lot better now that it's all over. You know, when you got a job to do like we had the 2 days here, it makes you have a few anxieties, but after it's all over and we've won everything, I'll never forget this day as long as I live.
Darrell, that was a tough race in 1978 with about 5 or 6 of you battling down to the wire. Was this one as tough or tougher?
Well, it was tougher for me, Ned, because I tell you, it's harder to run by yourself than it is to run with somebody. I just absolutely can't believe how long those last 40 laps lasted. It seemed like an eternity. I was counting every one of them. I was praying for no caution flags. I asked the good Lord, I said, Lord, let me win a routine race one time.
Darrell, we know that Richard Petty, he's been capable for many, many years, turned in some fantastic performances. You expected it from him, but how about that rookie Dale Earnhardt?
Well, he run a heck of a race, and you know, he's a tremendous driver. He's got a great future ahead of him, and looks like when everybody else is kind of gone and laying by the wayside, that's who I'm going to have to fight with.
Well, that indicates that Darrell Waltrip will be around here for a long time to come.
From the Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is the MRN Broadcasting Company.
You know, there's one place left where you can get a good meal that's really inexpensive, and that's Shoney's Big Boy Restaurant. And right now, they're offering to you the May Steak Special. That's right, you'll get Shoney's. You includes 19 salad favorites, crisp green lettuce, chilled vegetables, a variety of delicious condiments, and topping everything off, your choice of tangy dressings. Shoney's Big Boy Restaurants and the May Steak Special. And it only costs $3.59.
So from the minute you walk in, you know good evening soon to begin. You're gonna love Shoney. We borrow some nice ideas from your mother.
Scoreboard, with racing results from around America and abroad. The Simonized World Racing Scoreboard is brought to you by the Simonized Shine. There are shines, and there are Simonized Shine. Today's Simonized Liquid and Simonized Pre-Soft are two simple ways to get a great Simonized Shine. For today's report, here's Jack Arute.
Well, there's been racing action aplenty all over the United States of America and also across the continent in Europe as well. We'll be giving you all that coverage here on part of the Simonized World Racing Scoreboard. In the state of Virginia, the Winston Racing Series got up hot and heavy this past weekend, and our trackside correspondent Skip Potter fills us in.
Winston Series late model sportsman racing last night in Virginia at the Old Dominion Speedway in Manassas. Dickie Boswell earned his first win of 1979. Bobby Valentine finished in second place. Jack Bland was third, and Wyman Buell was fourth. At the Langley Speedway last night, Tommy Ellis grabbed his fourth win of the season there in Hampton, but right to the finish line, a woman by the name of Diane Teal pressed for a close second place. Wayne Patterson finished in third. Friday night's racing at the Franklin County Speedway rained out, and the Southside Speedway had no racing schedule.
Salem, Ralph Brinkley, and Alfred Hill each won 25-lap feature modified events. This is Jack Terry reporting from North Carolina.
Here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway yesterday afternoon, there was some history in the making. They had a special race, and Mike Joy was there.
Yesterday, Sundrop 300 here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway pitted NASCAR's late model sportsman short track cars, the Novas, Venturas, and Omegas against the sleek, slippery Firebirds and Camaros of the NASCAR Grand American Circuit, with engine restrictor plates to equalize the difference. But in the end, it was the driving talent of NASCAR Grand National star Darrell Waltrip that took home the $13,000 first prize. Pole sitter was Alabama 300 winner John Anderson in the Drame Racing Engines Camaro at 162.9 miles per hour. Harry Gant in a Firebird, as was Rusty Wallace, provided much of the early race competition, along with the Novas of Waltrip and Jack Ingram and Dave Marcus. But Marcus got caught a lap down, and Ingram failed to finish, and when it came down to 10 laps to go, the battle was between Waltrip's Nova and Anderson's Camaro. Going into the first turn with just a few laps to go, Anderson was on the low side of Waltrip. They entered the turn side by side, and Anderson's Camaro, which had begun to handle skittishly, was unable to hold the low groove, and he spun, clearing the way for Waltrip to waltz to victory and take home the $13,000 first prize. Anderson recovered from the spin to finish second and earned $9,000. Rusty Wallace's Firebird was third. The Nova of Dave Marcus finished in the fourth spot, while Morgan Shepherd was fifth in a Ventura, ahead of Richard Childress, Gene Glover, Jimmy Hensley, J.D. McDuffie, and Mike Riley finishing in the 10th spot.
Rain KO'd the racing action at the Spencer
across the line. Last Sunday, here at Charlotte, Wallace spun Waltrip out and stole the $200,000